I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too When we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
Well, hello and welcome back for another week number 8 here of the 2020 OCS. My name is Skimmy, and once again I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend, the all-around superstar in Jubes. Mate, first of all, how are we this week?
Yeah, we're not too bad. We're just ticking all the boxes to make the week go by, and then we're waiting for esports and League of Legends to start. And then once that start, we can be happy again. And then Monday, of course, upset, nothing's on. Well, I guess LCS is on Monday, but not really our Monday. But you're always just waiting until the next event, until the next gig, until the next thing, and middle of the week does get a bit flat, but happy OCS is on.
That is a busy week for you and a busy week for the boys, no doubt. As I say, we kick off with week number 8, only 2 weeks now remaining before those all-important playoffs, and the mess continues to be all around. Let's check in with the standings to kick off the show to see what these teams will be playing for. As always, 5 best of ones to sink your teeth into. As you can see there, the standings showcase that the Dire Cubs are now known as the Dire Dubs, still remaining undefeated after taking down Mammoth Academy in a convincing fashion too. They're sitting at second spot, but hot on their heels are Pentanet.GG Rise. As you can see also Legacy Genesis. Yeah, I mean, they're amongst it, right? Looking to challenge for those top spots. The spots obviously going to be more and more important to give yourself the best chance at going into those grand finals for the playoffs. But the mess continues in the middle of the pack. Multiple university teams there. Queensland represent as 5th and 6th are held out by those two that went toe-to-toe to kick off last weekend. And as we can see here, the mess continues down the ladder as we reach towards UTS and RMIT. Still looking for signs of consistency, strength, and I want to say improvisation on understandings. We've seen very different strategies come out from them, very different players come in as well to try and exert their style of play here, Juves. Yeah,
they really, cater towards their AD carry, and sure, it may not necessarily be a bad thing, but they need to show us a little bit more than they have been to kick the loss streak and get some wins, because it's becoming ever so important now. It's you run a fine line of saying it's okay, it's still very early on in the season, it's okay, the teams are still very close, because before you know it, they're not going to be within touching distance. So yeah, RMIT really need to start picking up some wins.
Well, let's kick off with the schedule for today, see what teams are playing, in what order, and what you can look forward to. It's going to all start off with the University of Queensland's Union going up against UTS. That's 5th versus 10th. Game number 2, the banger to kick off week 8 here, as second go up against third. An important match to decide who will be looking to get themselves in the top flight. That's followed then by Gravitas Academy taking on the Tigers. That looked strong last week after showcasing that Shaco is one to keep your eyes on. But the next one, for sure, that'll keep people excited throughout the night, is the Dire Cubs going up against Legacy Genesis, also challenging for that top spot. And to round out the evening, RMIT Redbacks will be taking on the Chiefs Academy as they continue to debut new members with new styles of gameplay. And that's been something that's been quite exciting. The likes of Mencan coming in for Pardo, Winter also filling in the roles as well to showcase what he can do. And it feels like a bit of a narrative where new players are coming in, the transition from solo queue to a professional setting. A lot of the time it is, let's play comfort. I mean, we saw the return of Zaya Rakan as a mainstay, first of all. Then we've seen the Kane come back as well. So there has been a fair bit of change that's sort of seen its way, given that we're now playing on patch 10.13.
Well, 10.13 again is an interesting patch. It's unfortunate that I can't just alt tab to main client and look for patch notes, because we're actually on 10.14 on main client. 1.14
now, exactly.
Yeah. And it's 10.14 is one of the patches that actually genuinely excites me and I'd love to talk about, but not relevant for this week's matches at least. But because you mentioned Chiefs before, and it's a little bit out of sync because Chiefs aren't playing right now, but I actually spoke to Pato because we never got confirmation why Pato stopped playing, right? We talked about Pato being the main point of that team, and Pato was just finding it hard to be a player, also be a coach. Therefore, they had a replacement jungler, which was ready to go, and a good one. And so, it made Pato's life a lot easier to be able to coach the team and just stick to that role and be able to provide really good feedback and learning for that team.
He's a busy man, but they are a very stacked organisation, as you say, and they'll be looking to try and distribute that talent around the scene. So let's kick it off here, Juves, with the very first game of the night. University of Queensland's Union up against UTS. For the Union, they'll be looking for a little bit of redemption. I mean, we saw what happened when they went up against QUT. We mentioned before the Shaco finding great influence into the Graves, which tends to be the go-to jungle. But for me, the most noteworthy had to be that the Union got themselves the Varus Fresh bot lane. They actually fell behind to the Zaya Rakan, and by the time the lethality power spike came on to try and be a nuisance, the Zaya basically had 75% crit chance and was just basically killing everybody, even without needing to use the Feather Storm.
And that's a very big problem we're finding with the Varus pick in the OCS at the very least. Yes, it gets banned a lot, but uh, there's certain champions that you got to play to a certain level to be S tier or to be the tier in which you think that champion is, right? And Varus has to be that champion that can't be behind, can be ahead in lane, or at the very minimum, absolutely even. And a lot of the time, we don't see Varus come out of lane even, and we don't see Varus come out of lane ahead. And then you're playing a catch-up lethality Varus build that never really takes off. And then it leaves you questioning and wondering, hey, what about this Varus pick? It's so prominent everywhere else. It's permabanned. It's so strong. Why is it not that strong here? But I think it's one of those champions that sometimes you need to take into account, like, how much these players get to play the game, how much they have university commitments and things, and, all these other commitments, right? Because we've got to remember, they're not living in gaming houses and they're not religiously studying the game. So, Varus, in saying that though, Varus is banned away because it's something that you don't want to, sometimes run the risk of the team being very proficient at, but something to consider when coming to pick ban.
It's a bit of a coin flip and one that teams are, for the most part, quite reluctant to give up.
Yeah.
That's going to be Orianna getting let through once again, a staple in the mid lane if the likes of Karma and Syndra aren't there for the taking. But Zoe is still up, and Amatul is known to look to really capitalize on that fact whenever the opportunity is presented to itself. Now, a few things to discuss, but the first thing that stands out like a sore thumb has to be the fact that there is a Fiddlestick and a Trundle. We've already seen the signs of what a Middlesticks can do, and it runs into this Orianna matchup.
Well, it has to be, right? Like, where else would Trundle's not going into a side lane? It can go to support, but you're definitely not blinding Trundle support. In saying that too, I have seen Fiddlesticks be flexed into the support position, but I definitely think Middlesticks is the way to go with it if that's where you want to put it.
Yep.
You touched on the Orianna being picked as well, and this is very anecdotal, and I think OS has very good Orianna players. So again, don't take this for the be all and end all, but I think Orianna is arguably the best mid laner right now in terms of like competitive play, in terms of what Orianna offers in like a holistic sense.
Yep.
So it's very nice to see UTS get their hands on that one early.
Yeah, Orianna basically does it all. From supporting capacity to wave clear to this insane teamfight strength with that shockwave.
But a lot of the problem that champions and teams have into Orianna is that the Seraph's build is a very nice like power curve for Orianna. She can stack it up quite well. Build path is quite good. She obviously benefits from having mana, but most importantly, I think Phase Rush as a keystone just suits Orianna so well, right? Like a lot of champions that fall out of meta, it's because their keystones get nerfed a lot of the time. And so Orianna hasn't, whilst Airy, people used to take Airy, people used to take, certain, I think Electrocute even at times, but Phase Rush is like a keystone that we've seen a real rise in popularity, and Orianna is definitely one of those beneficiaries of it.
It's going to be interesting, given the next ban phase that's come out. A few questions I obviously want to raise there. First of all, Zeus, we know he's really, really proficient on the Jax, so the respect will be shown his way. The Nocturne comes out. We know that Nocturne's insanely strong when paired with the Fiddle, but it almost suggested to me that they were expecting this to go to the bottom lane, because now we've got the confirmation as to what the Union have. We've got the Urgot. I think for me, Clint wants a massive showing after last week where he played the Vladimir, and not to say he wasn't able to do much, but he felt...
It wasn't a good game. I'll be honest.
He tried to group up with the team. He was far too far behind. He tried to make those 1v5 flashy plays in the backline. It just was a little bit too late. So very curious to see where these lane matchups go. Obviously, we can talk about the Israel and Philios matchup. Tends to be that, the Israel's looking to try and outrange before those power spikes, but just so much flexibility around here.
Well, the problem that you have playing Fiddlesticks into the Nautilus and Ezreal, right, is that, you think about Fiddlesticks and you think about Middlesticks and how it's quite tanky. It procs Aftershock and gets the sustain, okay? But when you're Fiddlesticks and you verse something like the Nautilus is going to be the one that's looking for the hook in lane, right? Like, as Fiddlesticks, you don't really have the agency to do something. It's more like wait for something to happen, then disengage and win through the disengage, because you have a you have a susceptible amount of like tankiness as well as lifesteal, and then before you know it, you've killed them. But the problem with Aftershock, because I assume that's what this Fiddlesticks is going to take, is that if you get hooked by Nautilus, you can't proc it because you're CC'd, you can't use your fear, right? So if Nautilus lands the hook in lane, they have a window of like 2 seconds, because Nautilus CC, is probably about 2 seconds if you take into account the hook, the auto attack, that the Fiddlesticks is going to get chunked quite significantly and potentially one-shot. So it's definitely something to keep your eye on in bot lane. If Fiddlesticks is going to be the one that's getting targeted, I assume, it will be, but I think that's how you're going to see the lane play out.
And I mean, that's for the most part is what you're banking on. A lot of the reason why Fiddlesticks has come back is the ability to be as tanky as he can be, right? The fact that he can look to stand in the lane, bully you out, especially when we're seeing it from a mid lane perspective, that he can literally just walk up to the lane with a fear in the world, excuse the pun, and just sort of like drain all that damage, have a cooldown that gets reduced to, 4 seconds or so. And if you do ever try and force a fight, he's got these insane armor stats. So I think for me, the fact that UTS have drafted a composition with multiple avenues to try and CC out, a lot of these targets are going to have a bit of a run for the money. On the flip side of that, a common pairing tends to be the Syndra into the Urgot. Now we've got double fear, so there could be a case of a wombo combo from either side.
Yeah, for sure. One matchup I want to talk about that we haven't touched on is Orianna and Victor. This is such an old school matchup. It's 2017. In 2017, you banned Syndra mid lane, and then you took Orianna and gave Victor, or you took Victor and gave Orianna. It really depended on what your mid laner wanted to play and what he was most comfortable on.
Yeah.
And so it becomes like a very farm versus farm, but also a bit of a skill check matchup because there's actually kill potential on both sides. Of course, the mid laners have to misplay. I'm not saying it's volatile and someone's just going to be permanently dying in the lane by any means, but it's definitely like these control mage versus control mage matchups take like a lot more skill than you think because a lot of it comes down to trading. Like, can you juke their abilities? Can you hit them with your abilities? But also like wave manipulation. And so keeping your wave in a spot where like you're safe, but also the enemy mid laner is like quite volatile is a very like big skill and something that gets exposed quite heavily in these control mage matchups. So it's something to keep your eyes on. If we see like a CS discrepancy starting to like show its face, then potentially we have to look at lane state and see who's controlling lane state better, who's getting the better like side of the trades, because Victor has to farm at range, then Orianna has to farm at range, and no one wants to really do that.
And I mean, that is a big talking point for the sole fact that, Amatul likes to play these heavy control or even bruiser roaming kind of style of mages in that mid lane. He wants to try and be that influence, but last week kind of got exposed as a team, not just himself, but as a whole, as a collective. They weren't able to get much kill participation. They were sort of very much working that this is my lane, I stay to my lane, I farm away. And the amount of trades that happen in terms of, okay, a teleport's being burnt by your position, how much you've been able to achieve as a result? Is there a major CS lead as a result? Did you get some turret plates? Did you achieve anything across the map that really forces out that punishment? We didn't really see that from the Union last week. So I mean, I'm quite curious from the sole reason that we look at the bot lane for UTS and say they should, in theory, have a small advantage at least before the first shot comes online. From the jungling perspective, I would say that Volibear probably has a small advantage before 6 as well, and then the ability for them to suddenly teleport through and so many targets for that shockwave to be coupled through. So I think from an ease of execution standpoint, I'm quite liking what UTS have at the moment.
Well, yeah, UTS, ease of execution for sure goes on them, right? Put the ball on Malphite, put the ball on Volibear. They both can jump into the backline. I would actually be interested to know, I don't think it will. When Volibear jumps, sometimes you got to be careful that the ball doesn't go back to Orianna.
Yeah, snap back.
But I don't think Volibear doesn't go untargetable when in ult. You can die when jumping, I believe. You can just juke abilities, but I'm not certain. I think it's an interaction we'll have to see. Maybe someone in Twitch chat can help us out. But the Urgot into Malphite, not much is really going to happen there. Malphite does like to lane into these like traditional like AD champions, and sure, Urgot is going to have a bit of a free lane. So is the Malphite, but none of this game really says to me, let's win the game in the side lane. Let's just split push. Let's just do. It's both teams genuinely want a 5v5. But the 5v5s are on different terms. UTS can really just force on vision and just straight brute force and say, how's your flash? Is your flash up? Are you flashing? If not, you lose. If yes, then maybe you win that team fight. On the other side of the coin, the University of Queensland's composition is a little more elegant in the sense that they have to get some vision control. Fiddlesticks needs to set up because you can't just fight, head ram into a Fiddlesticks because otherwise they'll just disengage the ult. And if they manage to get some really good vision control around neutral objectives, then I think the University of Queensland will win fights. The Fiddlesticks is just going to be too strong, even being in the support position.
And I think that's a good point that you raised, right? From a standpoint of we press our ultimates and we go for the win, UTS definitely have drafted that kind of composition. But from a standpoint of, like, if you want to call it the gentleman's game, right, the elegance factor, they can look to try and play things a little bit slow if they have those flashes to try and force those outplays. The amount of control that they have at their disposal for the Trundle to try and really deny a tankiness factor coming into the equation, the ability for the Urgot to try and control who becomes a pick target if they look to try and group up as this 5-man squad and basically just entirely get feared, allowing it to become the affiliate show.
The scary thing is that you look at the Trundle subjugate onto the Volibear or the Malphite, and then you look at the Urgot ultimate. it's very scary for UTS if they don't win a team fight off their R buttons.
For sure.
Right? And the R button comps, like the biggest counter is flash. It's flash and mobility. And it's something that the University of Queensland are lacking for sure. Like, look, Aphelios, most immobile AD in the game, but Season 10 makes him relevant. And then you have the likes of Victor, who I think is really going to struggle to play this game as we head into game.
That we do, Jubes. That we do indeed. The very first game of the day here for Week 8 of the 2020 OCS. Getting closer and closer to those all-important playoffs. And this is what these teams are playing for right now. A chance to keep that dream alive with the University of Queensland's Union on the left-hand side, with the University of Technology Sydney on the right. A battle of the states, a battle of the universities, a battle of the studying shenanigans, and obviously plenty of that here. Because for another week in a row, we're going to change things up completely. And you raised the point before, what kind of variation of this Fiddlesticks would we get? Well, it is going to be the Aftershock. Yeah. It's going to be one to really keep your eyes on if you can actually find value with that Keystone.
Yeah, I want to see Chicken Frog trade around it, in the sense that, can he land the hook and auto attack before Revenge can get his Aftershock off? Because if you can do that off cooldown, you pretty much win this lane. And so I actually think the onus is on, not onus is on, but Desire Me and Chicken Frog can get quite a decent lead in this lane if they play it correctly. But keep in mind, as we're coming back,
we go to Darkness.
Yeah, I got
Nocturne
Darkness.
gets banned away.
Yep.
And we're not allowed to see anything.
Nope.
So,
that's Nocturne ultimate, guys. Don't panic. Nocturne has altered Summoner's
You know what it
Rift.
feels like? It feels like, when you're at the movies and they dim the lights.
Yeah.
And you're just like, is this a horror film? What's happening? Is there a jump scare about to happen?
I hope not. I would actually quit.
It feels like an OPL segment where we're now playing Guess the Champion based on the sounds that we can hear.
No, this is actually, guys, you've all been tricked. This is actually an ASMR stream, and we're all going to sleep right now. So, yeah, if you would all like to close your eyes and imagine that you're on Summoner's Rift.
Close your eyes. Deep breath. It's a meditation stream now as well, isn't it?
Yes, you're playing mid lane on Summoner's Rift. Jungler gives you first blue buff. Yes, Jungler also ganks your lane.
This is, VOD review about the video element. We're now going to review the fact that, what could have happened? What could have gone wrong? That ping there, was it necessary? We'll have to wait and find out. Where was that ping, do you reckon? Do you reckon that's in the jungle? Do you reckon a potential gank's going to happen? Be around the time that the jungle's at level 3?
Did you hear a ping?
I do hear a ping.
Wait, so does that mean if there's first blood, you can hear first blood?
I can still hear everything.
I wonder if the game will be over before we get back. Or do you reckon
what I can hear is some really insane CSing going on right now. I can hear what appears to be a bit of a trade taking place right now. I heard a flash get burned, and it looks like it could be a potential fight. I'm still in the darkness. I have no idea what's going on, but it sounds pretty clean to me. I hear teleports coming in. There must be a gank happening somewhere across the map, probably in that bottom lane right now.
Yep.
Flash after flash after flash after flash. That's what I'm hearing right now. A ton of cooldowns.
I hear the shock roms. The shock roms are going absolutely off.
He must have the right weapons. He must be having to play to try and make something happen. Is the first blood going to happen? I haven't heard the notification for it right now, but I tell you what, a ton of summoners had to be burned, but still we're in the darkness. Out goes the sweep, but they're clearing that division as well.
Skimmy, that was an absolutely fantastic disengage from the side of UTS. I can't believe they managed to get out, force the teleports, even force some of those summoner spells, and Aphelios had the right guns going, but to their credit, they able to get out. Ezra really unscathed, much like the Nautilus as well.
Fantastic analysis, obviously, Jubes. We're going to bring it back with another replay as we continue to play in the darkness and, really wonder what's going on. 5 minutes into this one, you'd have to imagine that the camps have been fully cleared and we're no doubt going to be looking at getting those first jungle items online to accelerate that in a tempo advantage.
And so we just hear Victor right now CSing at about, 9 CS per minute. I can tell by the amount of creeps going down at this current time. So, first base from Victor definitely wanting to get that Hex for E upgrade to then get priority and potentially match Oriana in the shove. I also heard Trundle hitting some jungle camps before, so, definitely an uninterrupted clear looking for that level 6 compared to the Volibear. Volibear
And Malphite this far accelerated, you love to see it. Out comes the Smite and the Flash Roar too. Union really want to find their mark. 3 minutes into this game and already 5 kills have taken place. They'll be the ones that get themselves in a 1,000 gold lead as a result. And it might be slow, they might chase him on down, but I tell you what, you are never going to kill a Malphite.
I was kind of right. They did disengage, but it wasn't a successful one from the side of UTS, and a lot to take in that skirmish. But both teams showing early on that they're willing to burn TP. They don't really care about CS. They're just happy to skirmish, and this is why I was excited for this game. Both these teams have a very similar playstyle. They just want to group and fight, even if it's level 4 on the other side of the map.
Well, let's take a quick stock check goes to how this really affects now the laning phase, right? The fact that Amator has a kill and 2 assists to his name is going to give him so much extra power in this laning phase to try and find his mark over Arpia. Hold that pull for 2 seconds because both junglers collide topside, River.
Amator should have
one of lead.
Amator should have Hexcore upgrade, which is really big. Yeah, he did. He got it when playing Victor. So you pretty much on Victor mid, your first base must be Hexcore upgrade, and he's able to hit that very early on, and I imagine now he's just going to have like Perma Prio into Orianna, because Orianna's really just going to base for a tier, which doesn't give you much pushing power, it just gives you mana. And I know like they kind of overlap, but you know, Victor's got the laser 2 now, which is obviously going to be good for trading and pushing wave.
Also, the biggest talking point has to be the fact that there is not a single flash up and available, nor a teleport. All 4 teleports were used to assist in that bottom lane gank. So, hey, look, we were guessing as to what the case was going to be from when we were playing in the dark, and it was just a full 5-man collapse bot lane.
Yeah, Ayers was the one with flash, but I don't necessarily think this game is in like a port state for anyone, right? Yes, no. It's 3 for 2, and we saw like a big skirmish, but I think both teams would be content. I think the next one to really blow the game open will be the next skirmish, right? Summoners are down. This is the window where junglers really need to, you know, earn their money. They need to do something on the map, right? There's no excuse for nothing to happen, because we got CC in terms of the pillar. We got CC in terms of the Volibear slam. So, got to wait and see what happens.
The shenanigans in bot lane is not big enough to cause any team to find a major advantage at this stage of the game. As you can see, the 5-minute windows in which those flashes are down, as you say, could be a moment for these junglers to shine, especially when the likes of a Dragon gets started around the 6 to 8 minute mark, a Herald soon to follow thereafter.
Both these junglers are just matching each other, though, in terms of like a jungle path. So, you know, potentially we don't see something happen, and sometimes this happens. You know, when you burst, hold that thought, shockwave.
Shockwave will be used in response as out comes the Chaos Storm, followed by the laser. We're playing TFT because that's some absurd damage from afar. Both junglers say hello, and both are waiting for the level 6 as well as they go to the protection of what was once their mid lane.
Is Victor in TFT now?
Oh, he is. Battlecast Sorcerer, he's insane. I think it has actually got nerfed on the latest patch, but you know, he used to be the go-to. You gave him a tier item and he just hard carry.
So it might be very similar to League of Legends Victor. But actually, no, League of Legends Victor doesn't go tier.
I saw the funniest comment on a TFT stream. The guy said, is it true it's easier to climb in TFT than it is to climb in solo rank? And I'm like, bro, they're 2 different game modes. Like, I don't understand the comparison. But hey,
no, you can.
You get that sometimes.
It is easier because League of TFT doesn't have promos. Promos, okay.
That is true, though.
Promote next division, 3 wins. If you lose promos, then it's 2 wins. It's just too many wins.
Ranked anxiety, which might be the case here as they find a little bit of that down in the bottom lane. Once again, revenge has to be the focus. 3 members collapse upon him. He'll go for the lifesteal, but the raw damage is just too much for him to survive on through. And topside 2 tends to be where the case is. Out comes the Unstoppable Falls. As he is unstoppable, he will crash that wave as he crashes down Urgot's hopes and dreams too.
Well, UTS are the beneficiaries of the bot lane skirmish, right? While it didn't go their way early on, it was 3 for 2 inside of UQU. UTS were able to punish the summoners being down with a solo kill on the top side and gank into the bot lane. And now we'll start to see the CS numbers creep away from UQU. So they need to do something to stabilize. But if you look top side of the map, yeah, it doesn't look like that much. But Malphite's wave will be bouncing back to him. So he will be picking up a significant amount of CS. And that will transition into like a 10 to 15 CS lead as well as bot lane.
Certainly will. It was a win on 3 different fronts there, from the bot lane successful skirmish that then resulted in him getting a dragon as well as the solo kill topside as well. And this is everything Malphite's going to come back to this lane, and when the wave bounces back in his favor, significant buffer to favor him as we now catch back up to where we once were.
Yep.
And we can see exactly what that means.
And so, yeah, Malphite, like I said, is going to have a really good time in this game. Surprised that, he didn't opt in for the press the attack Malphite, obviously valuing the grass procs more than the PTA because, like Malphite, you wouldn't go PTA really into many range matchups, but the argument could be made that when you get backline access, proccing PTA could do a significant amount, but, as is really happy with the grasp, and Trundle looks like he's going to be picking up the Herald, which is just off the timing, the base timings of UTS, because the game isn't in a state topside of the map where UQU should freely get a Herald, but Akano needed the base. Azus just got back to laning, his wave was pushed in, so really nice opportunity that was seized upon by Unshackled.
I certainly agree. I mean, the fact that the lanes were in a undesirable situation for them to leave, to sacrifice, to assist in that play, and as you highlight there, capitalizing on the recall time is a nice little advantage that UQU can now look to try and play off, as Revenge has been a little bit cheeky there and getting his health bar back to full as he's waiting on those potions to come in for some skirmishing potential. And this has really been the case here for UQU, pressed up against their turret from the first minute of this game and giving everything that Israel needs to find this ranged advantage.
There's no real reason to be losing a turret plate as a double range matchup into one melee, one range. So UTS playing this bot lane really well. The skirmishes that took place in the bot lane obviously suited them in terms of the state of the wave, and as you see now, they just have complete control of the wave, and it's really hard for UQU to walk up. Aphelios is on half HP. If he walks up a little bit, he's just getting it Nautilus hooked, and there's not much Fiddlesticks can do about it, because if the hooks lands, you can still, you can fear the Nautilus, but Farmer's still going to take a significant amount of damage.
Both junglers continue to hover bot side, but Revenge has
eating
made very
Qs.
apparent that that bottom try is not an area that you wish to execute upon. Double effigy would have spelt disaster there.
He's eating Qs for no reason, Farmer, so needs to get a base off or he's going to die. The more you stay in this lane, the worse it's going to get.
Chicken Frog going to rock up to this one, and out comes the flash, but not too much effect at this stage because it all is a juke. Effigy's coming in clutch, but out come the triple TPs as UTS want to find a numbers advantage. Just a fantastic disengage there from the hook away, but he's going to get suppressed, and he's going to get the lead of both bruisers, showcasing what they can do when they sharpen this bottom lane. Clint has no health, but he has a chance to try and get out of this situation. A two-man shockwave, and down goes the Fiddle. UQU have no bot lane. They might not have a turret because they have UTS pushing in for a crash.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? UTS's comp is, if you flash my ultimate, maybe you can win, right? Farmer took all the damage from Malphite and then flashed. So even if he gets away, he's still out of the fight, can't do any damage. If he flashes the Malphite ultimate instantly, then potentially he can throw his ultimate and be a little bit useful in that skirmish. But, they started that pretty much a 4v5, man down, and UTS are just first. They're just teleporting to the play first. They're committing first. So watch this. Chicken Frog gets committed on here, and who TPs first? Because, in my mind, UQU should be communicating that this is the play that they're making. Now watch the TP from Malphite. 2 TPs before 1 TP from UQU. So, generally speaking, the person who TPs first pretty much always benefits, and that's what we saw here. Beautiful shockwave coming through, and no hesitation from Akano, just biting down on Revenge, and 2 for 1, and game state with UTS.
There's always a very clear target there. As soon as Malphite came into that fight, it was one moment, and that was literally, let's take out the Aphelios. If anything, let's burn his flash. And even when he thought he'd out of situation, even when the fear from the Fiddlesticks support could have been enough to provide some peel, still fell on down. That'll be Union responding in a similar fashion by trying to find an advantage through the mid lane, where arguably they are the strongest right now. They will find their first turret, and at 13 minutes in, the goal continues to be dead even.
Well, that's a very big play there from UQU, right? Like, sure, they sacked some minions in the side lane to break the mid turret, but mid turret, out of all the turrets in the game, mid turret's the one you want to be breaking, and they also got turret plates for it. So UQU again still finding those windows of opportunities. That whilst there isn't kills, it's something that means more than kills.
I think right now UTS having an absolute field day. The fact that they got themselves a Cloud Dragon for an extra 10% reduction on those all-important R buttons, but that they are playing now for an Infernal Soul. What do they need to continue to be relevant? Extra damage, and that's exactly what the Infernal will provide them with.
At least it's not a Cloud Soul. How many did we see of them last week?
At least like 3 or 4 from from last week, right? It was insane. It felt scripted.
Maybe it was. I'll message my friend at Riot. And I'll see what I can find out.
So there's all copy pastas from all those FPS lobbies, right? You're like, oh, my dad actually works for Riot.
Yeah,
but
my dad actually does. So if you want to get banned, let me know.
If you want to get banned, just say your name in Twitch chat, and moderator Jubes will get right on that.
I just clarify, just in case my dad doesn't work at Riot Games, so don't DM me about the account that you got banned on that you weren't toxic on. I swear I wasn't toxic. Look at my chat logs. Blanked out. Nevertheless. Oh, I like... do you hear those pings? Someone spam pinging something. Potentially a flash timer.
What is growing very apparent to me is that this is a very scary Malphite. Right now, bounty in his head. So much armor at this stage of the game. Very little that can hurt him.
Well, you know what's funny? You say he can't die, but I'm pretty sure a Subjugate could kill him, so... I mean, maybe I'm just like too much of a fan of Trundle, but I really feel like if the right Trundle ultimate goes down and the right Victor ultimate goes down, then Azus could be in a bit of trouble. But on the same side of the coin, if Azus just bypasses the Subjugate and just, you know, dives his head onto Farmer and Revenge, then potentially he just one-shots the Aphelios being full tank.
Both Clint and Unshuck would have their work cut out for them between the Black Cleaver as well as the Subjugate to try and make that a Malphite a very squishy target, but obviously given the nature of his beefiness, he will definitely be able to get into the fight, even if he falls on down, if the ultimate gets off and gets a target out of the fight instantly. Well, job done.
So we're seeing a little bit of a stalemate because they're running out of... Once you break mid-turret, the game kind of like loses a little bit of momentum unless they start swinging players to side lanes in which they're just happy, you know, laning normally. But we'll probably see a next skirmish breakout around this Dragon because it is the third one for UTS, and I wouldn't imagine UQU want to give away 3 Drags, especially with it being Soul, because, you know, imagine giving Malphite an Infernal Soul and he just ults the Aphelios. I'm pretty sure it's like he has AP then.
That's our point exactly, right? That's our point exactly. You can say, look, you can subjugate me, but I've done everything I need to do in this fight. Now I've wasted target. You're essentially wasting resources on me. What is really interesting, and what we kind of really wanted to see from Amateur is, you mentioned during the draft phase that this is a bit of a skill check between two controlling styles of wave manipulation as to influence and kill participation as well. And given the fact that their bot lane is losing right now by a rough 25 CS, a bit of a chunk at this stage in Imagination, Amateur has been able to even up those numbers by taking down the first turret by finding himself in a 20 CS lead too.
No, Amateur's done a very good job
roaming around the map.
Yeah, Amateur's done a very good job in laning, and I think you know, it'd be fair to say that he's one of the star players of this lineup, and week after week when we look for someone that's going to potentially carry the game or turn a team fight around, it is in the direction of Amateur. So, you know, Beacon of Light there. Again, like we're talking about Beacon of Light when it's literally even gold. Yep.
And that's actually going to be a collapse by both teams on opposite ends of the map. The Unstoppable Force will be used to get him out of that fight as a 1v3 collapse were to take place. But can they find value elsewhere? Okay, apparently they can.
Well,
Union just win on 2 fronts.
Yeah. I mean, like, we say that Union win on 2 fronts. They don't necessarily win here. Even though the member goes down, the turret is still worth more than the kill. And so Azus is able to hold this until the teleport came through, right? But even then, you're happy. You burnt the TP. So, I would argue that potentially, like, net gain until this turret went down for UTS. The kill...
100%.
Kill doesn't mean as much as the tower. Yeah. And then you burnt the teleport as well. So, what's going to happen here is Azus goes top lane, pushes top wave out, and TPs to the Dragon, but, you know, maybe he doesn't even want to do that because he can just come straight to the Dragon, but they're basing
would be a little bit of awkward timing. I don't believe he's going to have that Unstoppable Force up in the next 20 seconds. They could do a bit of a Baron dance, a bit of a Dragon dance to try and delay. I don't know if he will decide to go for that top lane push, given it's up in 10 seconds now. I imagine a full 5v5 collapse is going to take place here.
If they can stall, Malphite's ultimate is coming off cooldown before Trundle, so this is actually a very good window where UTS can fight, and that's what I was talking about. I don't know how worth that was for UQU, because now Malphite has ultimate, you know, key ultimates are up for UTS, and they can just take a team fight in which, okay, they managed to burst the Dragon down, but...
Oh, flashes forward aggressively, but unable to find his mark. They go into Unshackled instead. Subjugate is not there to be used. Down goes the turret. As someone says, I need to run away. There's no Unstoppable Falls, but when 5 bruisers run at your face, what can Aphelios do? definitely not season tension and against there. They don't get the dragon, they get themselves the kill, and they drop the Herald mid, which as we can see, I'm not sure if I've got the headbutt off, but that turret is down to half.
Well, the worst part about this game for UQU now is that they lost 3 flashes on very important members. And so now the next time Asus has ult, it is literally just a win con. It's going to be very hard for them to play this game out. You know, we talk about the gold being even, and it's going to be about 1,000, or not even 1,000, 500 gold lead. You need to look at like relative strength, right? Yes, it's only 500 gold, but you have to look where the gold is. The gold is on this Malphite, okay? And like in a mid-game team fight, with Victor being your sole AP and the Malphite having full armor, you're not really going to be killing the Malphite anytime soon. So in terms of relative strength, I would probably make the argument that that UTS are a lot further ahead than the 300, 400 gold says. Because also,
100%.
look at Ezreal's items too. Ezreal's just hit 2 items, Mirror Mana upgrade, relative strength in UTS's favor for sure.
I think you've highlighted a lot of those, really good points to try and break apart the fact that, 400 gold doesn't actually really tell the full story. The ADC discrepancies right now, but the flashes have to be the highlight, and because, as you allude to.
And if you look at Victor, right, Victor's the strong point for the side of UQU net right now, right, and the Urgot. But Victor takes time to ramp up. No matter how fed a Victor is, a Victor still needs items, right? Unless your Victor's like 10-0, then we can talk, the game being different. But he's not so far ahead that it diminishes Malphite. And so there was a world where, if Victor has a couple more kills, that, Malphite needs to start thinking about building MR, but it's really not going to be doing much to this Malphite in terms of current game state.
It's quite cool how UTS are playing this one right now. They're keeping their resources kind of around this top side of the map, feigning that they could go for an invade or even look to try and set up for a Baron play. And kind of abusing the fact that Clint is down bot side, doesn't have to teleport, but the Malphite can join at any given stage to continue the fight, continue the momentum to say, if you try and contest us, we can force numbers and we can collapse to say, you don't have a flash, you can't do much.
And that's why I was saying, like, I don't know how worth that play previous was for UQU. Clint has no TP now, and we know how trigger happy both teams have been on the teleport, so potentially we just see not even a Baron start, but just make them check, turn with your ults, and try and start a fight. But sometimes we see teams just be a little bit hesitant and coming, when the game ticks 20 minutes, it's sometimes a little bit hard to figure out what you need to do next, right? Ooh. Sometimes
it's... There.
Yeah, fancy feet. But, 20 minutes in, sometimes it's hard to figure out what you need to do next, and that's why we see sometimes the game go a little bit stale, but, if I was UTS, I would really be abusing this teleport timer that we have, and right now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're just happy trading minion waves.
Not keen to start up the Baron, but they continue to be very much present in the enemy jungle, looking to try and find picks. As you can see there, Nautilus leading the line for that engagement potential. Now they're going to rotate between mid to top. And they're going to find that pick target. As out goes the stunning floor. And yes, Victor can do a fair bit of damage, but 1v4 collapse like that, that's what they were sniffing for. Now that might give them the opportunity to say, we can start up this Baron and we can still look to try and turn.
Well, because they still have TP, right? Urgot, look at that. Urgot still doesn't have TP. It's probably another 20 or 30 seconds. And, oh no, you know what? It'd probably come up before Baron goes down. So potentially we see a fight for this Baron and a trade on a Smite Stool. Keep your eye on Fiddlestick's ult here. Oh,
Fiddlestick's ult could be huge right now, but if he falls on down like that, that's a non-factor. That's a second pick as they go in one by one.
Yeah.
Abiding by social distancing seems to be the case. The Aphelios AoE from afar, patting the health bars down quite low. Will the teleport coming in? Will it look to try and force this fight in a 3v5 scenario? Is Unshackled is going to walk on in. He's going to use the subjugate and just walk away. They baited out the Malphite teleport. Yeah. They got them off the Baron. I think that's a win for the Union.
That's definitely a big win for Union, because now we talk about the teleport on Clint. Clint has TP advantage now, and so he's not getting pro into this Malphite anytime soon, but having the ability to act to influence a team fight on the other side of the map is always going to be huge. And it's just mis-execution there from Revenge. It's the Fiddlesticks, I'm not sold on it. Like he walked in like he didn't have an ultimate that gap closes for him, right? Like he walked into range of a hook or an auto attack in which he could have just channeled his ultimate, flashed in, because we saw how low they got. Imagine if a Fiddlesticks ulti actually came through.
Have a chance to try and use that Crow Storm this fight. Now he's in a perfect position to keep your eyes on that screen as the fear goes out to start things off, but UTS have their eyes firmly fixated on, let's get this dragon. Let us put ourselves on to a soul point. The ultimates are there. And that is going to be a Fiddlesticks. Night, night, sweet dreams. He's gone from the fight. Clint looks to try and do something, but the Dragon will not go their way. They're forced to flash on out. And that's another squishy target that the wombo combo UTS possesses can look to abuse.
I want to be nice, but is Fiddlesticks ultimate bugged? Why doesn't he just channel ulti over the wall?
It's leaving a lot left to be desired, I'll tell you that much.
I'll tell you, I'm just confused at the moment about... Yeah, anyway, with the Baron started up from UTS, but if you want to contest the Dragon there, you got to use your abilities. It's that simple, Skinny.
Well, will they use their abilities? He's up, he's respawned. Will there be enough time to come and join into this Baron fight? The teleport has been used by the Eagle. That's massive damage from afar! Instantly a double kill. The Baron's an afterthought. The fight is where the action's at. And this is all you need from an Aphelios. If there is no kill threat, he will take over the fight. The flash used a fantastic effect. And all the pressure, all the strength that UTS showcased, completely unraveled in a heartbeat.
I mean, okay, yes, Aphelios did damage there, right? You know, I might stop here because he's looking for the smite still. I don't think he's going to find his way into the pit, but he's being ushered away by the Urgot and the Fiddlesticks. And the Victor ultimate literally just killed Orianna and Ezreal on the backline. Yes, Farmer got a nice ultimate off as well, but for me, Victor being in range to do that was a little bit of a misposition, but also you could say it was good positioning from Amatul. He kind of traded his life knowing he was going to die, knowing he was going to get Malphite ulted, but he needs to be able to influence a team fight and get backline access. And like I said, he traded his life to do so, but seeing the replay here.
Check it here. Yeah, just the instant zap between mid and ADC just really spelled disaster. Look at that damage.
And so like he knew he was dying, right? Like Azus got onto him and he just got one shot, but he managed to do just enough before he went down. And you know, this is why we see a lot of resources being put into Amatul and just funnel him where you can. And they always had this little bit of a win condition because if he's farming well and if he's not behind, then in any team fight, he can really do something like that. And you know, he still has his flash. That's what's most important. He didn't burn flash there to survive. He accepted his fate. He did enough to win his team the team fight. Farmer took over and now Amatul has flash. They have Baron buff and it's actually a very scary game for UTS now. They're down 3,000 gold out of nowhere, or 2,000 rather.
This is the beautiful game that myself, I know you're a big fan of as well. There's none of that Fiora Camille split pushing. It's all about tanks, team fighting, damage, and just my drinks dropping all across the desk right now.
Yeah, I heard that. I wasn't sure if that was like in-game noise.
Even IRL, my desk itself is breaking apart. It's tilted. It's had enough of this one because that was essentially how these wombo combos work. Just straight in your face, and somebody goes down in a heartbeat.
I actually genuinely thought that was a sound I never heard in League of Legends before. And then I thought I did that, and then I'm glad it was you and not me.
Every week, mate, we've got to have something new to add spice to the broadcast. Keep people entertained at home.
No spice last week, that's for sure.
Plenty and plenty. Well, let's see what the Union can do now. They have the Baron buff, as you say, and that's going to give everything Farmer needs to try and get some armor penetration. A bit of an interesting variation from what tends to be the norm here on an Aphelios, but one that is very much warranted, given the amount of bruises he is going into. But he still has to respect the fact that, hey, I can siege up. We are strong. I'm still so terrified because I have no flash and I could just be one-shot deleted.
Yeah, it's crazy how this game has just flipped on its head so quickly. Like, UTS were just so strong. One poor team fight from them, one good team fight from UKU, and all of a sudden they're just like running the game. They're just the boss. They're the CEO of UTS's jungle right now.
That is CEO of OS?
No, that's me.
That's you.
Yeah.
There we go. We set you up for that one fantastically.
Thank you. And for anyone that wondering, my in-game name is CEO of OS. That's why he said that. I don't want to... Dude, okay. I feel like... Okay.
People are like,
no.
Clip it.
No, I get set up all the time, okay? Listen, I've got a bit of an ego, okay? I think everyone has an ego, and it's healthy to have an ego, okay? As long as your ego doesn't influence, like, whatever. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. But, like, at a certain point, we have new viewers, Skinny, and I don't want them to think that I'm just some, like, massive, like, egocentric person. A lot of the time, I say I'm, like, the boss and the CEO, whatever. I'm mega joking because I understand I'm not the best.
I think it's localized humor that can sometimes get lost in translation for our international friends tuning on in.
Whereas, like, if it's an OPL broadcast, I feel majority of the people know me and they're like, this guy's just joking again. But Hook Land Skinny, ultimate from the Nautilus.
Indeed, Unshackle's going to fall on down in a heartbeat unless he can disengage from this one. How on earth has he done that? Even after the Malphite. Oh, he lives to tell a tale.
Wow.
What is this guy? How does he live? What on earth was that? 2 bruisers fall on down and the dragon spawns. That's what UTS wanted for the Infernal Soul. But Unshackled is there. A lifeline is being presented and the smite to secure.
Yeah, Subjugate is just Giga Turbo broken, as the kids would say, and that's what we saw there, and potentially a bit of a misplay from Azus, right? Not wanting to, I don't think it's ever worth trading a Malphite ulti to kill a Trundle. You need to be hitting these ults onto Amateur, onto Farmer, and so potentially a lesson learned there for the side of UTS in where they need to use their ultimates.
I mean, for the carries of the Union, they're going to be rubbing their hands with glee right now. Hang on a minute, why aren't we being focused? We can do damage from afar. This is the absolute dream, and they're going to showcase what they can mean with some very healthy item advantage. But still, keep your eyes on Desire Me. He's retained his 25 CS advantage from the laning phase, built it up to what now, 50. Hasn't been able to showcase what he can do for the most part. The fights have sort of been one and done in a heartbeat, but he's now hit that 3rd item power spike with the Death Dance despite the nerfs on this patch, and still a very real threat to deal with.
I think Bork actually would have been better this game because, hear me out, Ezreal should never really be in ulti range of Victor in a team fight, right? Like, it's generally going to be like front to back, and if you have Bork and you're hitting the Urgot, hitting the Trundle, you're going to kill them that much quicker than the Death Dance. What the Death Dance screams to me is like, I got one shot at Baron last time by Victor, I need survivability as opposed to just playing the game better.
Well, let's see if he can look to try and play the game better, because as it stands, the Union have used that Baron to great effect. They've made themselves find a gold lead, favouring them by 5,000 at this stage, and that's been compounded by going for successful sieges and turrets, 4-2. Make it 5-2 as another turret falls on down. The Dragons have been a big talking point to prevent UTS.
Orianna got the red buff there by accident, and yeah, that doesn't sound like a very big deal, but at this point in the game, the red buff is so good on the ADC, and something Desire Me won't be having. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not that bad. Orianna does get a bit of damage from auto attacking, but also, it is that bad.
That's the effigy there that baits out Akano, thinking what on earth happened there. But Fiddle will still have his flash to try and make himself an influence with these Crow Storms. He's been left searching, really, Jubes. Probably the best way to phrase it.
I mean,
5.
I haven't seen one.
Heart, got the tabbies.
I haven't seen one, if I'm being honest.
We've seen, I think, 1 to start the game off, but by that stage, Zeus had already one-shot the Aphelios, so...
Like, I'm a fan of Revenge, and I like to talk him up when they have good games and stuff like that, and like, I don't even necessarily know if it's him having a bad game or if he's just not comfortable playing this champ, because there's so many times where, it's potentially like they got into draft and they decided they didn't want to put Fiddlesticks where they wanted it initially, and he said, I'll take it to support, but so many times where he's just not been using the angles to ult. There's a lot of ult angles on Fiddlesticks, and he hasn't used them.
Quick summoner check. Every flash is up and available. It'll really be now on the Union to not only utilize their gold advantage, their item advantage, and their power level advantages, but can they find the flashes to showcase what that actually means? Mid priority, so important at this stage of the game. 2 minutes for that next dragon. Baron is up and available. The side lanes have been forgotten about. The Union have them pushing passively in their favor, but clumped up like this, UTS have opportunities potentially in their sights. Oh,
bit of an E forward there. But see, I wish he had Bork. I actually really wish he had Blade of the Ruined King. Again, I'm not an ADC main. I'm not the Deft of Australia, but I have played a fair few Ezreal games, and Death Dance nerfs, sure, it's still viable in some scenarios, but in this specific game, I think he gets more value out of the Blade of the Ruined King.
What do you reckon about getting Blade of the Ruined King and a Death Dance? Just
sure.
insane lifesteal.
Yeah, like he probably will do that, but because he's sitting on an Executioners, I think he just goes Mortal Reminder now. Just for maybe like a bit of a cheap power spike, and Trundle is building armor. Trundle does have 2 armor items, and Urgot's about to have 1 come through, and Mortal Reminder probably makes the most sense.
We've already committed halfway down that path, so why not finish it?
Yeah, and Blade of the Ruined King's so expensive at this point, right? Like, you're probably not going to get it realistically before the next team fight, whereas Mortal Reminder you will get.
It's a luxury they probably can't afford given the trajectory of this game. 33 minutes in, getting ever closer to these neutral objectives that could swing the tide of these fights.
Well, whoever gets Infernal Soul probably wins the game, and if it doesn't end beforehand. But with the way that UQU are maintaining pressure and priority in lanes, then they're probably the ones that are going to have first access to the dragon, and they'll have to be the ones that really mess up to lose it, because UTS are just having so much trouble face checking an objective. Because if they go this way, Skimmy, the way that they're going right now, Victor just zones the whole choke completely. Look at that. One laser landed. It wasn't even like the second part of the laser, and it did that much damage to Chicken Frog.
He is a threat, as the side lanes have been continued to be forgotten about. The teleport's up and available.
But you know what?
UTS continues to favour them.
UTS have done a good job in weaseling their way into the river and making a fight of it. So we'll see what happens here. Hook lands.
Certainly have.
Oh,
Everybody
wow.
collapses onto the Trundle, but it makes it so damn easy for the Chaos Storm to find value. Out comes the Crow Storm, and if you think you can ult with your R buttons, we can do as well.
I guess
Malphite will finally get that kill onto Farmer. He's done his job and he'll get a shutdown, but the price is so damn high here, Juice. Amatul gets himself a triple, once again unshackled, proving to be the absolute kingpin.
Well, maybe Amatul is the O's faker after all, with his Victor performance like this. Really was the one, well, him and Unshackled were the two real stable points of this game. Whilst everything around them wasn't looking too crash hot, solo kills in top lane, bot lane having a bit of a, well, not bot lane I should say, but Revenge having a bit of an in. They managed to, keep the ship clear of any obstacles and get them back into the game and ultimately ahead.
They cleared the deck, they cleaned their rooms, and they kept their parents happy, that is for sure. Dragon is picked up, as will be the Baron. Harpier goes hunting, and well, he gets executed from 50 million miles away.
Yeah.
Really, really unfortunate set of circumstances there for UTS, and what was a game with them in the advantage. Look at how they set themselves up for a choke point stranglehold.
But they actually weren't expecting Hamilton here, by the way. You could tell they were so shocked. Like, Ezreal is in, and he's greeted by a Victor Chaos Storm. And as well as the Fiddle Stick, this is the first Fiddle I've seen, so, I'm happy to see that one coming on through, and just there's not much to analyze in fights like that, Skimmy. It's just, UTS didn't know Amatul was there. Amatul dropped his Chaos Storm and just did Victor things at 35 minutes into the game with 16k gold and 3,000 more than his lane opponent, right?
It was pure chaos in the loosest terms there, as you can see.
You've done a few of those today, and I'm not impressed.
Look, mate, if UDS want to group up and say that we want to try and do the wombo combo, they got a taste of their own medicine, and the punishment was certainly real. They have a ton of damage online as a result of 3 sequential infernal dragons that favor them. A Baron buff will come online, and that will most notably grant them a 10k buffer over their opponents as they look to now get their sights set on claiming a lane inhibitor.
Man, how much damage is that extra for the Victor right now? I'd love to know the exact number.
Yes, 700 AP. He's a bit of a monster.
Yeah, but then you plus the 3 Infernal Drakes.
So what are we looking at? 3 Infernal Drakes, that's an extra 12%. That's starting to add up.
I don't have good math, so I'll leave that one to the mathematicians. But even now, Urgot's winning the side lane, and Azus is just struggling to hold him. So it's gone from a lane where Clint couldn't get any priority to Azus is just under his tower getting chunked out and not being able to hold. And Dazayami is kind of hesitating. He doesn't know whether to go bot side, whether to go, top and defend. And teleport comes through. Looks like they're going for the engage. Might see the flash forward here.
Philos doesn't have a flash, but he will have a stopwatch now. Buys so much time, so you try and kill one carry, but we've got a second carry waiting in our wings. Season's going to go for Season shenanigans. He goes for all the damage he can as Amatul's got his own device to try and make something happen. That's the double kill to open up things, but it's not going to be enough. As Dazayami tries to turn things around, he will fall on down eventually. The raid boss of the Malphite will live to tell the tale and walk away. And much like level 1, it could be a bit of a slogfest here as they look to try and whittle him on down. These are the 2 targets in particular that will have the resources at their disposal to take him down, and they will, as Clint flashes over the wall and takes him to the dry cleaners.
There's clean team fight coming out of UQU. Again, it was like one of those scenarios what we talked about. They're pretty much going to be playing into like a disengaged basis. They don't really have the tools to just, straight brute force a team fight. Think of all the team fights that they've won, right? It's them getting engaged on. Unshackled's been getting hooked. In this scenario here, them flashing on Farmer, but they have enough in their kits, to disengage and then successfully win the team fight. So well played from them.
Bot inhibitor has been taken and the other two are exposed, so the ability for Union to press their advantage and basically put UTS in a bit of a checkmate position is becoming far more apparent, and the timing's starting to favour them as well, with a minute now on that Infernal Dragon. You mentioned before, what would that actually represent? Well, essentially, the bust at this stage represent a free large rod, if not more, as he's now got himself the Rabadon's cap as well, so he's definitely loving life right now is the narrative here, Juves. He's packing a punch.
Yep, and it's still crazy that we're seeing this game go down to the Infernal Soul. And yes, they're 10,000 gold down, but like we said, stranger things have happened. You know, a really good shockwave out of the side of UTS, followed up by a Malphite ultimate, can win you a team fight. When it gets to 39 minutes in, it's all execution. It's all execution, and if UTS can really just like execute properly, you know, look at the Oriana's items. It's enough that a shockwave would win them a team fight. So really, like, the key word is execution, and whether or not UTS can find it, and whether or not you can disengage the initial onslaught and win the ensuing team fight.
Here it is, Juves. Here it is. The dragon that will decide who
misses.
gets themselves the soul. Out goes the Night Vigil. It does nothing. The pillar, it gets dropped on down. They're making a play for it right now. Out goes the Wukong, because he's not here, but everyone's getting knocked up as if we got Cyclones, because there is damage from afar on either end of the scale. This is beautiful League of Legends. It is team fighting galore. And in the end, the carries of the Union is just too much to deal with. Another triple kill in the same location as last. And with the respawn timers being this high at this stage, this is going to be the Union pressing for a 40-minute win.
Did you see that that Luden's proc? So that was actually double Luden's proc, right? Luden's and then the Infernal pop too. So, you know, that was a really nice team fight from UQU. Again, using Subjugate on the correct target. UTS getting a little bit impatient, not actually correctly disengaging, but ultimately, UQU just team fight too strong.
A game that favoured UDS to start off with, but they hit a hurdle in the middle of that game. They went searching for picks. They lost at an all-important Baron fight, and that had to be the turning point. And from that moment onwards, the Union said, look, you've got a wombo combo, but we've got power. We're scaling. We got ourselves 4 Infernal Dragons. Ludens upon tickling damage that essentially spelt disaster.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it was both teams really just picking compositions that suited themselves, and it's something we've seen both teams play all year round. One just coming down to cleaner execution, right? You know, both teams actually were in very good positions to win the game, and ultimately the one that won it was the ones that could remain consistent throughout.
It was a game that showcased a ton of scaling, and I believe we had a Victor that finished off at around about the 1100 AP mark, so definitely was deleting people's health bars with those Chaos Storms, but that is a fault that I'm sure they'll want to try and forget about as we now get ourselves ready for game number 2. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, the first banger, the real banger, if not, we've already had one to start off with. It's going to be Mammoth Academy taking on Pentanet.GG Rise.
Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your fall. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harvest will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thunder will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
And welcome back to the OCS as we get ourselves ready for game number 2. But first of all, a fantastic win there for the Union Jews. A 40-minute fiesta of just teamfight shenanigans, and one that will really benefit them as they continue to secure their spot in the standings at 5th place.
Yeah, and those games are really hard to recount, right? It's like, okay, you know, you see a nice little 4-1 game or a split pushing game, and you're like, oh, this is nice. I can recount this, and we can talk about it post game. But it's so hard to talk about games like that because it's like, yeah, okay, like there was one team fight where Victor really popped off at Baron, and then Victor got really far ahead, and then after that, it was just a blur because it was just ultimates upon fights upon misexecution, and just really, Amateur for me was the MVP, and Farmer just hanging in there, being able to get himself back into the game. So, you know, really good game coming out of them.
A game that obviously wasn't too easy to start things off with Zeus and the Malphite on the opposite end. You know, really accelerated, basically one-shotting anybody. Went for the grass build, so went for the innate tankiness. But something that you raised, and obviously we're not going to read into it too much, but, you know, press the attack, whether or not that could have been a deciding factor. How many times were there moments where he was looking to try and execute on the Trundle? You know,
yeah, there was definitely one.
That could have potentially been a game changer.
There was one where for sure PTA probably would have killed the Trundle, but, you know, other than that, I don't think necessarily the rune choice was a problem there, you know.
For sure.
But I really think the main problem for them was just that, you know, they got a little bit overzealous. They thought they needed to end the game a lot quicker than they needed to, and they threw it Baron. But now we have Mammoth Academy, Pentanel. I know this is one that you're really excited about. And
yeah.
What's your thoughts on this game?
Well, it's the battle for 2nd and 3rd, right? It is Pentanel.GG Rise that, you know, we saw them come into the split and we had high expectations based on their OPL experience, based on their experience in pro, in a pro setting full stop, right? And I think for me, you know, Loops came into the mid lane, filled in for Luch that has returned here today. He did a fantastic job, right? He kept the identity of Pentanet, which is pick a mid lane scaling champion in the Corki, be an influence and be a target. And he definitely fulfilled that, you know, the first 15 minutes. Was able to find a strong lead and get amongst pretty much all those kills. So looking forward to seeing what they can do here today. It's going to be obviously another big test here for Mammoth. They keep themselves locked in at 2nd.
Yep.
But after 2 consecutive defeats, will be looking to, you know, hang on to that position themselves.
Yeah, and, you know, we're seeing Mammoth Academy week upon week looking a little bit, you know, more human. Because at the, you know, first 5 weeks, we thought, okay, no one's beating this team, right? They're just clearly the best. They're just beating it. They're everyone in lane, and it's not even close. And each week that goes by, I don't know if they're trying to expand on what they already play, but it seems like they're going a little bit away from their identity, playing a little bit, you know, too much of a diverse champion pool, and trying to go, like, they're stretching themselves thin. I would like to see them just go back to basics, back to fundamentals, and, you know, a first pick Varus is definitely that, because Extend and Fruitcake, you know, we haven't necessarily known them as the type of bot lane that gets all of the resources, but, you know, Varus is one of those self-sufficient ADs and will just do just fine.
Don't you find it very, very interesting, the fact that one, Varus has been let through, but the fact that Fiora has actually been banned in the first rotation? We've never seen them ban it in the first rotation. We know that teams will always ban the Fiora and the Camille in the second rotation, but Maximize has almost been forced into the Ornn role. Last week showcased what he could do with the Lucian, but the fact that they're saying, we respect you so much, this has to be a must-pick or a must-ban denial in the first start of this match.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me is that Camille was left open and Maximize hasn't yoinked that one, because he's definitely a proficient Camille and arguably his best champion. And, you know, it's interesting that these teams really let it get through, right? You know, it's a best of one, and I'm of the opinion that, sure, it may not necessarily be S tier and first pickable, but, you know, in these competitions, there you go. Okay, never mind. I'm going to stop everything that I was about to say because they ended up doing it. But it's good to see them go back to their comfort, right? Vengeance on Graves, Extend on Varus, and so far we have Maximize on that Camille. And on the other side, though, we have Luch playing again and the Karma locked in. So potentially we see Karma in the mid lane here, Skimmy.
Potentially, they are quite keen to flex it, you'd have to imagine. We've yet to see a mid lane Karma come out from Luch, nor from the supporting role as well. So quite curious to see what lane they do look to prefer to use this in. We've seen a lot of teams use it in their mid lane role to facilitate this sort of hard diving initiation style. Last week they actually played the top lane Poppy with the jungle Volibear, so whether or not they want to sort of run it back,
well, they can flip
this kind of same style again.
I mean, you can flip it. That's the beauty about Poppy and Volibear. You can put either or.
It's a triple flex.
Yeah, you know, Volibear probably has a better time into the Graves than Poppy does, but by any means, I don't think that Graves has a bad matchup. It's just much of a muchness. Which one would you rather lose on in the jungle, I guess? Or, they'll probably put Poppy top lane this game, actually, because, it's into the Camille, and you negate the hookshot from Camille. The laning phase is quite fine. Poppy does have a very good time into it early, so it would make the most sense to put the Volibear onto Seb and Shaw onto the Poppy.
Well, we're now going to see what Pentinet's response is to the fact that they've allowed this Varus to go on through and some diving champions to complement it to find some kill threats. The Thresh and the Brom will be denied away to make his life a little bit easier in the laning phase, some targets or some supports that can prevent the collapse that Pentinet will be looking to try and turn around things with. Their response is to deny away a couple of these AD carries, but the response instantly, without hesitation, is Zenk wants to rock and roll with the Kalista.
Kalista is
Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa, yes. Kai'Sa is a champion that did see a slight buff on 10-13, and sometimes it just takes some figuring out, and sometimes all it takes is a buff in a champion to receive a small buff for people to try it, and then for people to be like, wait, this champion was actually good. It's not necessarily the tiny buff that puts the champion over the line, it's the tiny buff that makes people try the champion, then get happy with it and think, oh, we need to play it, and then it turns out to be good. So, Kai'Sa here, sure, nice, but again, Kai'Sa is one of those short-range ADs that does take a little bit of time to ramp up, and it's kind of playing into the cards, if you will, of the Varus, because the Varus is not a champion that takes time to ramp at all. It's just got a strong lane, strong mid-game, and can Kai'Sa survive it?
It's definitely not going to make their life easy, is it, right? The fact that they've now locked in the Bards, the amount of kill threat that could happen if they were to present themselves. Well, you had to imagine it was to be the case when the Corki is available and it is allowed. It is a staple for this Pentinet roster. That confirms that the Karma will be the bottom lane, looking to try and use that movement speed and shield mitigation to prevent a lot of this damage.
So this is a good... this is a very good Syndra matchup for, in terms of laning against the Corki, but Corki, if he gets through unscathed, if Corki makes the Merc Treads or whatever, no, he won't go Merc Treads this game most likely, but if he makes no, he wouldn't even go Hex Drinker. So his itemization becomes a little bit tricky, because in games where you can itemize Hex Drinker against the Syndra, you really start to take over the matchup quite early. You can't necessarily go Merc Treads this game either, because there's so much AD threat. I mean, it just diminishes a lot of value, but there is a threshold in which Corki takes over the matchup if Syndra doesn't do anything. So I'm going to be looking at Zaita to, flash forward aggressively, flash forward in a skirmish, or move with his jungler to get leads elsewhere or in his lane. Otherwise, Corki and Luch on Corki is going to become a massive problem.
It's what he's known for, and it's what he's very proficient at. Whether or not he can look to try and execute on those fronts here today, or if Luch will be afforded the opportunity to passively scale up, hit those break points, and be an absolute menace, especially when the package is available for some decisive teamfight skirmishes. One that we tend to see a fair bit of utilization around. Maybe the timing at times been a little bit critical as to can they try and find maximum value out of this one. I feel like a lot of the time we're seeing the package when it's maybe not so obvious for a team fight or for an objective contest, more for the ability to say, I don't have a flash right now, and if I have this package, you just don't want to gank me. They just put up a big sort of hotel do not disturb sign.
Yeah, and I think that's why Corki is good. I don't think Corki is like an A-tier mid laner by any means, but I think that there's a realm in which Corki is good in the meta, because you just get package on each neutral objective, and then it should almost be a one fight if the Corki is ahead, right? And so I think this is what Pentinet really like, or they like the idea that Luch, is comfortable laning into anyone in any matchup. And if you can outlane someone, then why, and get away with Corki, then why wouldn't you? It's one of the hardest scaling mid laners in the game. And if you, like I said, if you get away with it and get to a point in which you're just accelerated, there's nothing that's really going to stop you. So, and you talk about the package and Dragonfight influence, it just becomes a mini Rumble at that point.
Essentially will be, and that's definitely one to keep our tabs on as it stands. It looks like he's gone for the summoner choice of Cleanse to make sure that he can be nimble and a big threat coming into these team fights. Also, I want to bring it back to the bottom line discussion, the fact that now we've got our confirmed rosters here with the Fiora being banned away. Do you think that Pentinet have done enough here to make their life tolerable, if you will, for lack of a better word, into this Varus, given that he's got the range, he's got the CC, he's got the sustain into a very low range Kai'Sa matchup? No,
it's not going to be a pleasurable lane if the Mammoth Academy bot lane play it correctly. Yes, Karma is going to answer back with a lot of poke herself, but once Varus gets that first serrated Dirk and is able to just full channel 1Q onto the Kai'Sa, it's almost like your next one, then you become almost lethal. So, 2 Qs. I just think there's a reason that Varus is just perma-banned, right? And if you play it properly, then you're just going to lose lane, okay? But, there's a difference between playing it properly and not playing it properly, and Mammoth Academy aren't a team that traditionally protects their bot lane. They often get weak-sided, and if you do that with a Varus, then the game can become quite volatile, especially because they don't have any mobility, and it's a Volibear that has point-and-click CC, can trade flash with you. So I think Pentanet have a composition that definitely answers Mammoth Academies, but I think the Mammoth Academy, in terms of their comp, the ball is in their court. Graves should be the one that's proactive in terms of not proactive in terms of ganking lanes, but proactive in terms of keeping the jungle matchup on lockdown. Syndra has the agency in this mid lane matchup. Camille has, the scaling or the side lane pressure. Their bot lane has the playmaking ability, has the ability to win lane. So Mammoth Academy has the tools. Pentanet have the tools if Mammoth Academy do nothing.
I think what I'm curious on to add to your point is the inclination, right, to favor what Maximize can get. If you can get one of those comfort champions, always pick it regardless of the matchup. And if they look to try and play around that fact and say, we want to make sure that he gets online as quickly as possible to hit that 2-3 item power spike, where Camille can look to try and take over the game either from a team fighting aspect or from a split push. Kind of banking on the fact that, hey, the Varus is being let through. It's insane. You don't need any influence from us. You should just win that on your own merit.
Yeah, I mean, he should, but it's a matchup you win. It's a matchup that you don't win until you do, right? Like, the Poppy definitely has outplay potential, right? The Poppy can negate a lot of Camille's kit early in lane, right? With the W, Camille can't hookshot off the wall, can't get the attack speed steroid, can't do much with it. So, it is a bit of a skill matchup and a bit of a mind game in terms of, you can burn hookshot on the wall, force Poppy W and hookshot away and do things like that, but it's the ball is in Poppy's court early on.
Let's see exactly what can happen as we get ourselves ready for the second game of the night. Mammoth Academy sitting in second spot right now on a bit of a rough patch as they've suffered 2 consecutive defeats in as many weeks, but Pentanet.gg Rise, as the name suggests, they are on the rise. They are on the flip side of things with a 2-win streak in themselves, and they are hot on their heels, only 1 game away from dethroning Mammoth Academy. Let's jump into it. Game number 2 here in week 8 of the OCS. Mammoth on the left-hand side with Pentanet on the right. We brought it down once again to the all-important question as to where do Mammoth look to prioritize their time? Where does Vengeance want to be active?
Well, Vengeance is quite happy playing into this game in terms of counter jungling and not necessarily influencing lanes, right? Because it's going to be very hard to kill Shaw. Shaw has to significantly misplay on the Poppy to die because he can just stop the CC that comes through from Camille and just run his way out. And he doesn't necessarily have CC in bot lane until 6, right? So most of what I would like to see Vengeance do is keep tabs on Seb. If Seb's not doing anything, then you will outscale the Volibear in terms of the jungle matchup, right? Once you hit the Warrior, once you get your Black Cleaver or whatever route you choose to go, then you do start to take over the game. And it is really about just following Seb around the map and taking camps where you can, because he will have or should have priority in the mid lane.
Let's see if it plays out in that fashion here, Jubes. We get ourselves ready. We'll see both junglers start top side of the map, so potentially some early interactions to assist Pentanet here and at least stemming the bleeding that could come out from this Varus. We'll keep tabs on how he looks to try and be a nuisance from afar. Both have gone for the poking kind of style of gameplay. Guardian will come online here, but it's going to start with the hail of arrows, so looking to try and be a nuisance with some healing cut to try and prevent what could be some good starts into this laning phase.
Yeah, the Hail of Arrows is just what you start generally level 1 because it gives you... Oh my goodness. And this is what I talk about Varus. You know what,
just throw out the script,
yeah,
it's gone already.
It's like Varus is S tier, but when you lane like that, Varus isn't S tier. You're level 1, you don't have your Q yet, and that's what Lethality Varus does. And again, it's just a lot of misplaying on matchups, right? The way Camille wins this matchup in top lane, by the way, is by all-inning you level 1 and level 2 when you don't have W. And so Shaw actually let himself get abused in the one window where he couldn't, and X then got abused in the one window where he couldn't, and now look.
This is the case. What we wondered would happen. Seb coming bot side is going to force out the flash here from the Varus. So now in a mobile AD carry, but will be able to just teleport himself back to lane.
Yeah, look, I don't want to harp on negatives, okay? But, potentially prior to this, Zenk could have killed Xden, didn't identify Xden, didn't have TP, because if you flash first and cast auto attack, then there's a buffer in which they can't flash it. Your auto attack will follow them.
We'll just travel with them.
Yeah,
and we're going to see now what the response is from Mammoth against a show face mid lane. Flash will be used, as will the cleanse, but it's now Seb's going to rock up to the mid lane and offer some protection with both junglers having the double buff.
Man, I can't get a word in.
No first blood here.
I can't get a word in. I can't talk about what I wanted to talk about, and then the next thing happens, and double summoner's burnt from Luch, so he's in a really rough spot right now. Zaita has teleport, so very good mid lane situation for Mammoth Academy. Very bad bot lane one for them, and you know they're even in the top lane.
Luch had no mana, so had to call on his jungler to help him push that wave in so he can try and get a desirable back.
Seb doesn't get the crab either, so potentially going to get double crabbed here, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from Vengeance, right? This is what I was saying. Follow this Volibear around, make his life miserable, don't let him get any successful ganks off, and then you will be the first one to outscale.
It tends to be a bit of a namestay that we see, especially when tank junglers are coming into the fold of things. If you're playing somebody that can be quite disruptive to start off with, you know, talking Lethality, we're talking Black Cleaver, we're talking pretty much carry jungler if you were right, looking to try and get in their face and do as much as you can before 6.
Well, because tanks generally like outscale, right? Jungle isn't a role that, in my opinion, scales, right? You know, you think about all the S tier junglers right now, none of them really scale. Like, you know, there's an illusion that Graves scales. Graves doesn't scale. The problem is that Graves is level 18 when the rest of the team's level 15, right? That's not scaling. That's just Graves being ahead. And so, tank junglers with CC will always outscale carries, especially in a competitive environment where there's comms and you need to peel your carries because you're not going to be carrying outscaling a Kai'Sa and things like that. So, oh no.
Well, they've done a fantastic job of show facing mid now, but it's now going to be a 3 versus 2 as they look to try and turn around. Same spot, same action. First blood will go the way of Pentanet.GG Rise.
Yeah, and we did see Zaita flash forward, right? I mean, that's what we know the guy for. And unfortunately, yep, not keeping tabs on the Poppy teleport and just committing that little bit too hard for Luch. And in all honesty, it looked like Zaita just overshot there, overestimated his damage. Because even if the Poppy TP didn't come on through, potentially not even getting the kill onto Luch there, just looked like he had nothing left in the tank.
And I was just going to touch on the fact that the double crab didn't actually occur. The fact that Seb returned back, was able to get himself the top scuttle, and was able to then showcase himself mid. And also going to work wonders here for sure to try and make his life a little bit easier into the Camille matchup. You discussed how rough it was given the nature of his trading, and that can also that can sort of be seen here by the 15 CS lead that has been found.
Well, I think a bit of the CS lead too just comes down to the fact that Shaw actually teleported in the mid lane, and it may not have been a good lane state for him, but hey, you know, he's the one that picked up the kill, and potentially just like he's probably even gold or because he got the first blood, so he's not too worried about it. But lane state quite dangerous here for the side of Mammoth Academy because their lane's pushing and they really need to call Vengeance here to come hover, and that looks like that's what he's trying to do right now. They do have good bot side control. Yeah,
both junglers were showcasing themselves mid. I was wondering if Seb was going to try and sneak in there as that ward was just about to expire. Regardless, it will be Vengeance that starts off this. Dragon can pull his bot lane away to assist him, as well as Zaita, who has the unleashed power, so will have a fair bit of damage at his disposal, will be acting as a deterrent, hanging around the Pixel Brush. But that will be the Ocean Dragon going their way, with the Infernal to follow.
And this
Mountain
is what,
and Cloud to play for.
Yeah, and this is what Pentanet's comp does, right? They lose until they don't. They just play their lanes out, extend laning phase for as long as they can, hit the items that they need to hit, and then eventually they take over the game. But the game is in a current state where Mammoth Academy have agency in most of their lanes, and they're just happy to, you know, pick up neutral objectives and really push the tempo and push the pace. Because if this game does get to 6 items, yes, they're going to have a win condition in the side lane, but, you know, Pentanet, for me, by far outscale.
You're going to be quite terrified if the top half of their draft at least can get into a very desirable space. You can see the harassment. That is what Varus is so renowned for, starting to come online. Stun into the wall there with the binding too, and it just makes it quite difficult for the Karma to try and respond and find revenge.
And that's the question you asked me in James League, like, oh, does Karma negate the Varus? And it's like, well, there's your answer. You know, Karma doesn't have that trading power like Varus there.
Yep, definitely gets punished by the CC and harassment before they can look to try and force a response. Will be Seb that shows himself topside as he has the ultimate, but we'll just look to recall after clearing out that vision. So Maximize is going to find himself in a nice little spot, returning to this laning phase into a timid Poppy. Now he's got a Sheen. The trades become even more desirable in his favour.
Yeah, Poppy's got a big reset though, right? He came back to lane like that and Maximize ended up having a good laning days and got the cheetah base and buy this Sheen, so he's definitely in a very good spot in this lane right now.
Zyder has himself the blue buff and continues to be the one pushing those waves on in, keeping Corki locked at the turret. You said this was going to be the case for the most part here, and how Luch would look to try and play around it, and for the most part it has been calling on the protection of Seb, which tends to be an interaction between the two of them. Burning summoners to make sure he doesn't fall on down.
The way this matchup goes is like once Zyta has blue buff, he just gets firm prio, and I'll hold that thought because we'll probably see a fight here. No, disengage.
A little bit too late there as Seb rocks up. Vengeance will pick himself up the Herald.
Bard's on his way up too, so they need to be careful, but basically how this mid lane matchup goes, once Corki gets tier and potentially the blue buff, then it becomes like a war of attrition. Zyta has unlimited mana because of the blue, but he obviously needs the 100 to 0 Luch. If Zyta lands an ability, it's 100 to 0, it's not a I'm just going to poke you out. Whereas Luch needs to land like maybe 10 to 15 rockets to poke Zyta out of lane. And then he can do that, but the agency is always in Zyta's court, and we see the all-in here.
This is going to be an all-in. The tether will connect. That's going to be Exodus locked in place. He's going to receive one heal. Going to go across the second into a third. Sustained flash. They're burning everything to keep him alive. And once again, he jukes Death from afar, flirting with danger. And they have to force a disengage away now because Vengeance is on the hunt. He's got a flash. He can commit. The smoke screen goes down. And the punishment is real. Pentana unable to find the kill. Exodus once again getting away with his life intact.
Yeah, that was really good, really well played from Fruitcake. I actually was playing solo queue earlier this week and had Fruitcake play Bard in my game, so definitely something he's been practicing all week. And you know, that was a Bard carry in that scenario there, and you know, I would put it down to probably a little bit of a mis-execution from Zenk. If you're being hypercritical, maybe the cleanse just a tiny bit late. You know, the Q auto maybe just wasn't there, and well played from Mammoth Academy.
A big win for them, as we don't stop the action there. Zyta's now roaming top side to answer and find, essentially, vengeance across the map. The response will be the Poppy Hammer, but it's just looking to try and do a dab underneath his turret, and just lifts the tail to tail. Hooks away.
Yeah, Poppy's so cute. Look at Poppy.
What do you reckon of the skin? Skin meta on point?
No, I don't think Poppy has good skins, honestly. That, like, what? I can't tell what the skin is.
Surely Candy Poppy is just MVP, no?
Yeah, I guess, just because it sounds good. Volibear, the police Volibear skin is just PogChamp. I was playing it the other day, and the sirens go on when you press Q.
Do you play your game with sounds on?
Oh, bro, you can't game with sound off. Who does that?
I know some people that have no sound on and just listen to their own music.
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that
really
crazy?
Weird. What? How do you game with no sound? What rank are they?
I don't know. I've just heard murmurs, rumors. I've seen clips.
They need to take a hard look at themselves in the mirror.
Be a bit more of a concern, I'm sure, in the likes of FPS, where you're looking to try and hear as much as you can to find an advantage. But as it pertains to this game here, it will be all things Mammoth Academy as they break themselves in a very healthy lead. Up by 2,000, get the first dragon as well as the first blood.
Listen, Mammoth Academy bot lane laning extremely well despite the early hiccup, right? Like, you know, I was like, oh no, this is dangerous. This is very close to being over in the bot lane if they did die and lose priority over that wave. But they've done a good job pulling the lane back, and X and Fruitcake are the ones that are being played to, right? You know, every time we say that they don't necessarily play to their bot lane, they end up doing so.
Really rough there for Sebi, fully invested in that top side, as it will be another perfectly orchestrated play here from Mammoth Academy. 12 minutes in, they hit the 20k gold mark, and they have the ability to rotate around this map with ease. First turret as it transitions into the second dragon of the game. And we have a map, once again, familiar setting, familiar scenario. It is a cloud sort to play for.
Yeah, Resident Sleeper. But it's also not that bad this game, right? Varus can utilize it well, Bard can, Graves, you know, Camille, they all use it pretty well, so. Probably see Xden and Fruitcake set up shop in the mid lane here, put Syndra into the side. Syndra doesn't necessarily like being in the side lane, but in this game she's quite safe. I think the fact that Corki will be there or Kai'Sa will be there means that she can't really get punished too hard.
Mm-hmm. You can see that they can afford to sort of make these plays across the map right now. Bard is got the mobility boots and is looking to always find opportunities to assist, act as a second jungler to complement the Graves, and why not, given the fact that Exodus right now has the makings of a second lethality item coming online. Has the Boots of Lucidity as well, so a ton of CDR to continue to be a nuisance and bully out the fact that Zenk is looking to scale up, going for the Muramana, going for the Cull as well, just wants to farm away. He's shown glimpses of trying to connect and collapse and had 2 opportunities to look to get kills that have taunted him, really, from afar.
Yeah, it's the game's been so close from Zenk being 2-0 as opposed to 0-0-0 and his support having 1 death, but yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you just get outplayed.
As they say, the prophecy of you do get that sometimes is what we're going to see right here. As Zenk will be the focal point, he's going to be the target. Tempered Fate starts things off. He cops a bit of a beating from the skill shots, but then looks to go on the offensive. He ults back in. Out goes the Graves ult, but it won't be lethal. They survive, and they find the kill. The Bard who started things off is the first one to fall.
Well, it's wild because this game is just basically whoever makes the first play first ends up losing, right? Both times it's been Pentanet made the first play, and sorry, no, not both times. One time Pentanet made the first play, Mammoth Academy capitalized, and vice versa. 2 times Mammoth Academy have made the play, and Pentanet have countered. So maybe the hidden message here is do nothing and win.
Yeah, counter-engage meta is starting to come online.
I mean, I really thought Zenk was dead there, but they just didn't have, I feel like I say this a lot, but the juice in the tank. But it's a nice Kaiser ulti, right? Reposition to safety, get next to the support, and Volibear coming on in. And we're seeing the strength of Volibear, right? Like, Volibear is just such a strong champion right now in most skirmishes, because when you compare Volibear to the bot lane, Varus, Bard, Syndra, Graves, the base HP of those champions isn't really high, and so the damage from Volibear is just consistently relevant because base HP and stats is so low.
He will have a fair bit of mobility as his ultimate will make him unstoppable, so the ability to try and juke out all the CC that Mammoth have.
No, second Rift they're all
to a
picked
target.
up, so potentially they drop it mid lane here and look to break the turret. Couple more hits and yeah, that turret goes down, so stun lands and Luch
has no mana, he can't do anything.
Oh.
He's taken a big beating as well. They've sacrificed the bottom lane, they've brought resources mid, but that turret will fall on down. The question is now, can they prevent their second headbutt? Answer is yes.
Yeah, prevented. Job done.
But look at
Do they dive top lane now though?
This is the mobility factor, right?
He's package up.
The magical journey, out goes the Poppycopter, but it won't find anybody today as the Guardian procs, and that gives them the nimbleness to chase on through. And actually, Shaw was quite concerned with how that was looking. He's going to flash himself away, buys himself some time as Pentanet themselves look to try and be offensive, and they do it again! What on earth is happening here today, Jubes? It is a day of opposites really attracting, if you will. You do something, you get punished.
Yeah, that's a really good punish from Pentanet, right? They knew they couldn't save their top laner there. Plus, it's a Poppy. Who cares, you know? Just weak side him, it is what it is, but pulling the trigger on mid lane. They knew Zaita had flash, but just chain CC to perfection. Zenk just pulling the trigger on the ultimate, and all of a sudden, Kaiser becomes a bit of a win condition. Seb having a really good game as well.
He likes his champion. Played the same matchup last week, and to good effect. Why not? You know, stick to what's working for you, and it continues the momentum that they've worked to achieve here.
Well, it's because it's... So, I think it's dangerous when you draft a composition that consists of 1 damage source, in the sense that Syndra is sole AP. So then, like, Volibear can just build Cinderhulk, can build Tarbis, get Giant Spell, and then the champion itself has enough inbuilt durability so that Syndra can't send him from Summoner's Rift, right? You know, a full combo from Syndra isn't going to delete Volibear at this point in the game. So, the fact that Seb has these items and it's so cost efficient means he's just an absolute raid boss when it comes to skirmishes like that.
Some big power spikes starting to come online now as we see Trinity Force for both the Corki as well as the Camille.
Yep,
major moments for them to try and execute on the package, as you say, and an important time as well because there is going to be the Dragon that they're looking to contest for double Valkyrie. Instant access onto Exodus and says, hello, you can't do much to do this.
Oh, the volley.
That's why we let Varus go on through. That's a 1-for-1 trade so far as both junglers get in on the action and look to deny as much of this bot lane as they can. Flash is being burnt like you would not believe. Mammoth actually the ones that come out on top as a 3-for-1 trade. But will they be able to take down Maximize? Will Shaw go for the 1v2? He manages to prevent the disengage away there with the hook shot.
So both
are still alive though.
Both teams kind of just sacked their AD and said, you fend for yourself, you're not worth it. I mean, you know, X then getting soloed over the back end of that red buff. I'm pretty sure Zenk was getting solo killed by Maximize there, and Dragon secured by Mammoth Academy and puts them on 12 points.
It felt like they were on, a vacation in the Bahamas, going snorkeling, going deep water diving, because they were just completely disregarding their surroundings and said hello to anybody in their sights, and that is a Poppy that will have no chance of surviving. Every angle completely covered.
Bit of a nothing kill, right? It's not going to establish anything. It gets the blue buff here, but here we see the replay. Probably a little bit aggressive from Luch, and it's honestly Pentanet fighting on windows in which they're not on their power spike. You know, this game, sure, you can give this dragon away. I personally believe that this dragon's fine to give away because, you know, they still haven't hit their item threshold. It's still one item Kai'Sa, right? It's still one item Corki. You know, it's thresholds in which they don't need to be fighting on, and also keep that in mind there, it was a little bit of a late TP from Shaw. He wasn't able to get in there and heal his ADC. So again, proactive TP wins games, and that's what we saw there. So Pentanet a little bit further behind than they'd like now after that play.
But the replay there very telling as to what these fights are looking to try and play out to be.
But look at these items, right? You know, imagine a world where they give away the dragon, they don't have 3 members die, they're probably only 1k behind, they're 3 drags down, sure, but you know, the next time dragon rolls around, they're going to have 2 items on Corki, 2 items on Kai'Sa, and 2 items on Volley, and 2 items on Poppy, right? But now they put themselves in a little bit of a hole, made the game a little bit harder, because they just, you know, they weren't willing to give away that dragon.
And what's interesting to me is the fact that you've allowed this Graves to be a menace. He's now another carry added to the fold of things. Maximize will continue to be a nuance in these side lanes pushing through. And they have obviously the disengage potential there.
There you go. Poppy runs up.
Focus, but can just look to try and disengage away. Tepid fight completely ignored. Now can they try and find a target to jump on? No, Zenk will not connect. Missile will not find it smart, but a 5-man jump on through.
No man's land.
Karma to good effect. Excellent has no flash and very immobile. He can do all the harassment. He can be a lethality build.
But how did he end up there?
Fall down.
How did he end up on that side? Did he just split with his team and didn't?
You'd have to say so.
Yeah. I have to watch that back, but you know, good proactive play out of Pentanet. You know, Poppy roaming up. Syndra in the bot side of the map has TP, so looks like we might see a fight here still, Skimmy.
Will they look to contest as the Baron spawns at that all-important 20-minute mark? You can see Syndra kept to his own device, looking to farm from afar.
I think she was freezing.
His bot lane.
I think she is freezing, was freezing. Potentially she messed up the freeze now, so has to push it back, but it was just a freeze that Syndra kept, but, you know, Luch being Luch is still 10 CS per minute, and, I mean, you can freeze as long as you want. I just feel like you're never going to out-CS Luch. I don't think there's a mid laner in the league that's going to out-CS him. Luch just finds CS in places it doesn't exist.
Certainly does. And we talk about CS, well, let's talk about objectives as well. He gets himself a second turret on the map.
Yeah.
That's going to allow him to have far greater rotational ability to match that, which is the pressure Mammoth are looking to try and utilize right now, and the weakness, no doubt, to try and execute on the likes of a Varus and a Syndra, especially when they have no flash.
Now, the problem with Syndra freezing here on that health means that she could never really teleport to the play. Again, I didn't see, you know, he probably took most of his health in damage freezing, so like this, right? But if a fight broke out like it did in the top side of the map, then you just don't have access to it. So, yes, I understand the freeze. Yes, the freezing makes sense, but, I mean, I want you to freeze when you can still be somewhere, right? Like, if you can still make it to that Baron play, or if you can contest something, if you're just a teleport away, then freezing is fine. But when you put yourself in a point in which you're freezing and you're also technically, quote-unquote, off the map because he's not going to teleport in, then for me, that's a little bit problematic.
Let's see what they can do here, Juice. A minute on the next dragon spawning. One that would put Mammoth Academy on assault point. We talked about it before. The movement, if they already have it before, is going to be made that much worse to try and deal with, but the ultimate reduction to allow them to find those pick targets and execute upon. The 4th game in as many weeks here for Vengeance on that. Graves loves the champion, and why not?
I mean, I think Graves is S tier, and if you can get it, why not?
My counter argument to that would have to be, at this stage of the game, being a jungler yourself, we can see that, yes, Seb is down by roughly 40 CS, but matching it in terms of his relative power, down a level, but, you know, you take into consideration carry versus jungler, has Vengeance done enough at this point in the game?
Look, Vengeance is in a very good spot, right? He's still very strong. I think Vengeance is happy with where he is in this game, but there's a very big difference between solo queue Graves with if I took 2 screenshots for you, or if I took a screenshot to you and said, hey, does this Graves carry this game, right? and we didn't know this was a competitive game, and we just thought it was solo queue, I think 9 times out of 10 someone would say yes, right? But the fact that it's a competitive game and team fights are so swung on like the damage dealers and peeling them, potentially Graves doesn't have that luxury, and we're seeing an inhibitor traded for Dragon.
How many times has Maximize done this? Games ended on his own accord. When he sees a moment, he goes for it, and that's going to be the Hextech Ultimatum, locking him in place. Tempered Fate also acting as a disengage tool, as they have the ability to be so much of a nuisance, especially now that he's got the Ravenous Hydra. So much sustain, so much trading potential, so much pushing power. They've broken open a window for a win condition topside. They traded the Soul Point, and Sep will lap up those opportunities.
I think Poppy should have been down at top side. Ooh, that's a pick. They should start Baron here, actually.
That's a big one.
Yep.
A very big one.
Should start Baron. Look to just turn and team fight. Olivier can turn, and the open in hip top actually doesn't matter too much in the sense that Baron is always going to be the main objective, and Camille is never going to be pushing on the same side as the main objective. But I'm going to hold that thought because
hold this fault for 2 seconds because he's not up and available for another 15
Poppy
seconds. Can Memphis Academy do enough to try and hold the difference right now? Exon's going to receive a heal. He's going to receive some disengage potential to try and get himself out of the situation. They will get Pentanet off the Baron. Zinc, very low right now. He's going to get flashed upon, and Unleashed Power will follow him through into the jungle as he falls on down. And Mammoth find opportunities. They find time and time again the ability to punish anything that goes against them.
A wise man once said, unleash it. And Zyda just unleashed it onto Zinc, and that's going to be Mammoth Academy Baron buff, and now you have a very big problem. You have Camille, who's well ahead of the clock, 240 CS, 10 CS per minute, 2 items, Baron buff, open inhibitor. It's a very scary game state for the side of Pentanet now, because again, they drafted such a negative composition, right? And what I mean by negative, it's like they win the game if nothing happens. And a lot has happened, and the game is in a current state where you can't just free farm your items. You can't just get the Corki items you wanted. You can't just get Zenk's the items. So gonna have to see how Pentanet stop the bleeding here.
He's definitely up against the clock right now. We'll have that 2-item spike of his own with the evolution of the Muramana, and couple that with the Winsus to give himself a bit of armor shred to add to the fold of things, because that's exactly what Vengeance has Graves gone for. He's got himself the Mortar Reminder coupled with the Black Cleaver, so will be an absolute menace to try and deal with. Going to make the lives of both Shaw and Seb just that much armor, given the fact that they've gone for the double tabbies. But with the Baron buff, the opportunity to press their advantage and force out these lane states. Really desirable right now. You can see Maximize is left to his own content and saying, top lane, we don't really care. It's an afterthought. Let's break open every single outer.
Yeah, I like that call with Baron. Baron, a lot of teams, default to the open inhibitor when they have a Baron buff, but think about it like this. If you have the Baron, you're probably stronger than the enemy team, and you can take that inhibitor any time. But what you can't take at any time is a turret. And so using the Baron buff to break turrets is far more important than break inhibitors, because also, if you break the inhibitors and then you have a little bit of a hiccup or you just reset, then you're just giving them free gold. So turrets first, and then inhibitors. But
he's got a teleport. He can join into this fight. He gets an opportunity. Zyda had no flash. He gets punished, caught out of position once again.
How did he get caught there?
I don't know, but
it's just so questionable. Sometimes, like, you're seeing his body inside there with no flash, and I'm looking at the Pentanet roster, right? And I'm like, okay, maybe someone flashed on him. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But there's no flashes up. He didn't get flashed on.
He's a man that likes to do crazy things, as the Bind will connect, and a Tempered Fate will follow him as he Valkyries away to safety. Has to burn the Cleanse.
Not on the same page.
Not on the same page at all. Vengeance quite content pushing away these lanes. The silver lining obviously has to be the fact that the Jews, with all things said and done, it is still Mammoth in the driving seat with a healthy 5,000 gold.
Oh, they're in a really good position to win this game still, but it's just unnecessary deaths that slow the pace of the game down, that then let Pentanet do what they want to do, which is catch minion waves, get level 16, and get 3 items. And the thing I would be looking at is I'd look at, okay, Luch is 60 CS up on his lane opponent. Luch has a BF sword sitting in his inventory, probably has the makings of a pickaxe, and he's not far from an Infinity Edge. Once he dings the Infinity Edge, he's got like bonus 80 AD in terms of like the way that the Mirror Mana interacts with the Infinity Edge, and so he becomes very scary, and you never really want to coin flip a team fight against a team with the players that Pentanet have, right? You don't want to, even if you're... he's fine. even if you're 5k down or 10k down, you just don't want to flip it on item power spikes.
He might not be. He has the magical journey to get himself out of harm's way, and the smoke screen will go down too to say you don't want to follow that. That would be a very bad decision. I think it becomes a race as
and look
to
at this,
what
look at
power
this,
spikes
look at
can
this.
be achieved.
But look
Infinity
at this.
Edge is there, and that's the fact that Maximize does not have the Death Stance.
But he's the
So will
strongest
be-
member.
Not able to match that power spike. Or will he? As the Valkyrie goes away, and he just one-shots him. But the burn damage is enough to make it a 1-for-1.
That Skimmy is worth for Pentanet. If you 1-for-1 and 1 sec, hold that thought, team fight happening, potentially. Does he get in?
So get this one.
No.
He will not get this one. Temper Fate will be used. They will get the disengage. Lighter, what on earth
Yeah,
are you doing?
like-
Locked in place again. Complete different page to the rest of this team. We'll burn this, Seraphs. Will go to a shallow grave, and a second time now in uncharacteristic fashion. He looks to flash forward, but without the flash, stands amongst all the action.
Zydo's I may be lagging this game, but the one thing I wanted to talk about why that was worth for Mammoth Academy was because, you know, I thought potentially they were going to contest that dragon, and having Camille not there is more worth than Porky being there, because Zenk for me right now is stronger than the Varus in terms of a team fight. Because think about it like this, Skimmy, when you're setting up for a dragon or when you're doing the dragon, you can no longer utilize what Xden wants to do. Xden wants to poke. Xden wants to charge Qs and throw them at you. But if you've started the dragon, you're already initiating a front-to-back team fight. So that scenario there was really good for Pentanet. Unfortunately, they lost the dragon, but it's really good signs for them because Luch can now answer, maximize into the side lane. I think Luch misplayed a little bit there, but, you know, 3-item Camille, 3-item Porky, who's your money on?
Well, that was going to be my my narrative only moments prior to the actual action happening itself. Now begs the question as to, yes, we've now got an Elder Soul to play for. Mammoth did pick themselves up the cloud itself. Will Pentanet now, given you went for this argument that they are playing a negative comp where they just want to hit these power spikes, they want to try and get themselves into that point of power at the 30-minute mark.
Well, they're there.
Will they have enough in the tank to really force a contest at this next Baron?
So they're down 4,000 gold, right? But majority of the gold that Mammoth Academy have is on Camille, and then the gold that Varus has is slowly becoming irrelevant in the sense that, like, Volibear really isn't taking any damage from these Varus Qs. If they still hit Kai'Sa, it's still gonna hurt, right? Don't get me wrong. But you know, this Varus pick starts to lose value the longer this game goes. Sure, the ultimate is still good, but in terms of damage, the ball is in Zenk's court right now. If Zenk goes for the 1v1 here, he wins this 100% of the time. He doesn't even need to play it well. He can take every ability to the head, and Zenk still wins. And here we go. Look, as I say it, it's not even close.
Love it.
Yeah,
You just
but
love it when you say something and it happens. That's going to force that teleport. Teams panic.
Oh.
As they realize what is on offer now. It is going to be set that's locked in place right now. He has a flash and we'll just disengage out there. No stuns.
Look at Luch,
will
look how
happen
strong
here
he is.
on his watch.
Level 17.
Seb, looking for the stun, going to go straight on towards this bar. Luke's going to aggressively Valkyrie forward and say, look, we want to delete you. We want to make it a 4v5.
Yeah, and Shaw, so the important thing to note there was that Shaw was able to keep Camille in the side lane there. They didn't lose the turret, and hang on a minute.
Okay. Well, Luke's going to try
Zonia's
and
is
answer
just
it whenever
MVP here.
fashion he can.
Oh, Zenk!
He's going to find one, going to go for the cleanse, going to go for a double kill. Absolute clean performance out from the madman himself.
This Kai'Sa is mega online.
Excellent survives. He's disengaged away. Now looking to try and offer some protection to Zaito, who quite honestly has nothing left. And one rocket will do it, and Luch says, thank you very much. Cool as a cucumber. Now can answer the side lanes, and now can buy more time for an Elder contest.
Man, this game's getting very dangerous for Mammoth Academy. I know it's still winnable for them, right? Like, they're in the driver's seat, okay? I'm not trying to say Mammoth Academy aren't in the driver's seat, but they're making some fundamental incorrect decisions. Here was a very nice pick, right? This is a very good pick, but overreach, right? You can take the 2 picks, disengage, leave Camille in the side lane, and Camille can get some work done. Instead, they want to get more, right? They want more because they think they can get it. But what you got to remember, the 2 picks you made, they weren't the damage dealers. Luch and Zenk are still alive, and they managed to turn it around, and it's huge in the context of this game if you're a Pentanet fan.
Zenk's a sniper. He does not miss those missiles at that
No,
stage
he's playing
of the game.
really well. He's playing really well.
Really game. I mean, that was our question, right, to start off this game. How would they navigate the early game? And it looked pretty rough. He had opportunities to try and get that 2-0. But despite all things considered, yes, they've lost a few of these objectives. He's come into this mid game and showcasing, hey, look, this is what happens when an Lethality looks to try and scale out.
And this is, excuse me, this is why I was saying the top lane inhibitor actually doesn't matter that much, but I'm going to hold that thought because...
Big package dividing, and Mammoth can't do anything to this one. The Bruce come online. That's a Lucha with a double kill. This is what he's known for. He is the late game monster. That's a triple kill. And can they look to end the game of this one? Respawn timers are 40 seconds and longer. Surely they just turn to the Baron.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? I was saying before, you know how we were like, oh, top lane inhib's open, mid lane inhib's open, this is terrible. And I go, no, it's actually not that bad for Pentanet, right? Like, sure, you don't want to lose the gold, but in terms of game state, it's fine because Baron is the major objective that they're playing around, okay?
They can maximize.
Yeah, he's just going to take inhib, but, you know, Baron recalls, that means they won't lose their top one.
I don't think Poppy can do much to try and stop him right now, and Vengeance will not be able to go for a smite still. The opportunity...
look at the Cloud Soul off the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, he can just run away for so long right now. There's the great chase, if you will.
But if Maximize dies here, this is game ending. Because Elder Drake is in 30 seconds, they should be stalling his kill. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is very bad for Mammoth Academy because 55-second death timer, Elder Drake spawning in 30. What Pentanet need to do is just go straight to the Elder, start it on spawns so Camille can't enter that team fight.
This is very dicey right now. You talk about the the respawn timers, but the relative power spikes of one, the package used to fantastic effect, secures them the Baron, gives them a triple kill that allows that play to happen, maximize responding, but now with that core component of this is a maximized champion, this was let through for a reason.
He hasn't done enough, to be honest, with the lead that he's got, but it's not his fault. It's his team's fault, not playing around him. But, you know, this is kind of just a burger flip moment. Now we're just flipping the game here at this Elder Drake, and this is what it's come to. Who's going to execute better?
It's 5v4. Ultimates are soon to come online.
10 seconds on Maximize.
The Poppycopter, the Stormbringer, everything that the Bruisers of Pentanet need to try and zone away the opposition.
Oh, Crazy's getting
Crazy is very, very low. He has to reset. The reset on the Elder, that's a worst case scenario. Unleashed Power goes on out, but it does nothing at this stage of the game. He is very weak. Sep jumps in, finds one, gets a shutdown. Now going to chase and zone out Zyta. Maximize has been afforded an opportunity to respawn and come straight in with the exhaust on his head. Hextech ultimatum, you aren't running anywhere. That's a double kill. The Elder will be picked up, however, by Pentanet. Do they have enough left between these two targets on your screen to find execution? Zenk,
if it lands,
to drive a dive a backline target. He has the cleanse. He'll have flash up very soon as well. He's nearly max level. He goes for the respawn back to his base to clear out the mid inhibitor. Juves, I'm losing my mind here. It's so close to try and call at this stage.
It's definitely worth for the Pentanet, right? You know, they got respawn timers. Sure, it's eating into their Elder Drake, but now what you want to see from them is to just go straight down mid lane. And the really good thing for Pentanet here, kept the Elder Drake. So you know how we were talking about, you know, Poppy not being able to match Camille in the side? All of a sudden, maybe Poppy can. Yeah. Maybe Poppy wins the side lane with the Baron buff and the Elder Drake. Not maybe, I'd actually say, you know, there's a very good chance that Maximize can't win the side at the moment. So we probably just see Pentanet group run down mid, utilize this Elder Drake and just force a team fight because it's very hard to lose a team fight when one of your carries have the Elder Drake and the execute.
How did Mammoth look?
So I see that. Have you ever seen a bigger burger flip in your life of that Elder Drake?
I mean, I tell you what, if I was playing for minimum wage right now, I'd be very upset. It's a McDonald's moment for sure. We're flipping burgers.
I flipped burgers at Macca's throughout my teenage life, and I've not seen a burger flip like that in a long time.
The finesse, the stress, it's all coming to a close right now. How do Mammoth look to play around the fact that they don't have a teleport, they have a fed Camille, and they've got an exposed inhibitor they've been able to take on down, but that's exactly where Pentanet are going.
And this is where Corki shines. Just sitting here, no threat really of anything. They can see everything, right? Camille's in front, not worrying about a Camille flank. And oh, the dive comes on through. Volibear disables turret.
And Mammoth can't do anything about that. Vengeance chokes as he looks to disengage into the team. The target gets disabled. That's a very easy attempt for them to go through. As Short just takes 0 damage. Elder is still online, but a triple stun. And as Lee Zen goes forward with the missiles into a stopwatch to make sure that he does not fall down in a heartbeat. The defensive flash away, but a mid inhibitor will be the response. It is a trade even between both teams, but still there's too many threats up and alive for them to go for the end.
Oh, cheeky, but do they know that's warded? Potentially not a good one from them, but you know, maybe you know, Skimmy, we probably see this game go to a second Elder Drake. Like, I don't see anything getting done in the time that the next dragon spawns. You know, maybe Camille has has a good time in the side lane. But at this point, they can really just send Corki there to answer, and they're not going to get anything done bot side of the map, so maybe a bit of a stalemate unless someone gets caught.
You said at the start of the game, if this would get to 6 items, we could be in for a world of pain right now. We are getting to that moment right now. We are hitting a point where Luch is sitting on one final cloak.
Well, I would argue that Pentanet have outscaled them in almost every position. It's just compositionally, Mammoth Academy have the one win con, which is Camille. But in terms of like a straight 5v5, there's just no chance that Mammoth Academy can win a team fight. The way that they win this game is playing through Camille, because Camille is going to have a very easy time in the side versus Poppy. You know, Poppy will be able to do the job, be able to clear some minions, but she's just going to two-shot a turret, walk back to a minion wave and lifesteal. But in terms of, it really is going to come down to, can Mammoth Academy execute the 4-1? Can Pentanet just find the team fight?
Excellent, definitely a non-factor at this point in the game. His damage relative to what Zenk can do is night and day. You can see that from the stats and the item builds.
It's 2 levels
themselves.
as well.
He's going to be a Chain of Corruption bot, for lack of a better term, as he looks to try and assist the rest of his team. But the bruises of Pentanet, assisted by the Karma, are making it so difficult for anybody to survive.
And this is what can Mammoth Academy do here, realistically? They're down 2 levels in ADC. They're down 2 levels in mid lane. But
Game of rotation.
Luch isn't here!
Luch's not here. This is so bad. He has no teleport. He can't join in. Crazy's going to fall on down short of next target as he gets surrounded by 5 members. This is disastrous right now. Mammoth playing the 4-1. They get collapsed upon, but say, hang on a minute, you don't have your full 5-man squad.
They can end. They can end. Look at this minion wave. They got to protect it. Varus is basing. Varus is going to TP onto the wave, most likely. I'm fairly certain they can end. No? Oh, maybe Corki has package.
Does he have the package? We'll see in a second. He's
Oh,
going to
they're
look
just
back
not committing.
in. He does not have it. The 1v1's going to take place between Eddie Carry and top lane Bruiser. He's not going to be able to disengage there with the hook shot. Falls to flash away from one of the rockets as he's looking to try and get himself a little bit of lifesteal on towards that blue buff. Baluch says, what on earth are you doing? Do not respect us. Do not disrespect us, I should say. So he looks to disengage away. Buying time, playing the great chess game of chicken. As Mammoth start up the Baron. Seb is waiting in the wings. He will not have a flash. Could use that blast cone to get himself into the pit if he looks to try and make a contest happen. Tempered Fate sidesteps it. It's too little too late. Baron goes online. 50 seconds for the next Elder.
It's so funny because now Mammoth Academy are in control of this game. If Camille was hard to deal with before, now Camille has the Baron in the side lane, and this is perfect. Now the top lane inhibitor's open, mid lane inhibitor's open, so now we'll see Camille run straight to top lane, play for the top lane inhib, play for the mid lane inhib, and give his team a point of pressure, you know, for this Elder Drake, because now Pentanet need to make the decision, right?
They are.
What do we do? Do we burn this Elder Drake, or do we run the risk of losing the game to a Camille split push? So it's funny how this game's kind of flipped now. Now Mammoth Academy are the ones.
Look at Luch's build though. He has 2 full items over the Syndra. The guy's being greedy in CS. It's what we know him for. But can he make it matter? Can the
Well, they just got mid.
be enough of a buffer to try and prevent the Baron itself? How do Mammoth look to try and play this one? They're going to run around this map. They're going to say, Elder, forget about it. They're going to split the numbers apart. They're going to go for a 2-pronged attack on towards these inhibitors. They want to try and end this game. They want to buy enough time before the Elder can go on down. Very cool, calm and collected. Have to be Pentanet here as to how they want to play this one out. They're still locked in place at the Elder Soul. It will now be taken, and that will give them a nice little buff to prevent the base from falling on down. One Nexus turret survives.
It is never worth giving Elder. I don't care what anyone says.
The collapse.
Yeah.
This is scary right now from Dragon Pit to mid lane. They're going to look to go on Dexter, and sweet dreams for him. He sidesteps out the Cosmic Binding. Oh my gosh. 2 inhibitors for an Elder.
I've never been in this scenario. I've never seen this scenario take place where one team has Baron, takes 2 inhibs, and the other one has Elder. In my mind, it's not worth, because Pentanet have Volibear. They can just go down mid and turret dive and deny both turrets. But also, stranger things have happened. Camille, I don't know. This one's just gonna have to play out.
We've broken Jubes as we've broken this game state as well. 42 minutes in, nothing separating these two at 75,000 gold apiece. But where the gold matters is what these teams are both playing around.
Well, it actually looks like they're just going to use this Elder to stabilize and to just hold in hits. And then probably play for the 3rd Elder. I
I
mean,
think we've had one game this season that's gone to a third elder. Both, as you say, both teams finding it very hard to try and find an opportunity to end the game. But I think also respecting that one mistake, you're out of the game for a minute.
yeah, I mean, the thing about Pentanet's comp and where they are in current game state is they don't need Elder to end. They don't need Elder to win a team fight. You know, and Mammoth Academy have got the game in a state now where they don't need Baron to win either. They actually have both of their win cons enabled, and that's a very nice poppycopter, but this is where we'll see
the maximized
packages
backdoor.
up.
How many times have we seen
Yeah, we're
them
gonna
do it
see
now?
it.
Pentanet flipped the script.
They're
They're going to say,
committing.
we want to go for the end. You need to bring this Camille back. She has to teleport. She can do something. Goes to collateral damage, but the first turret gets denied. It gets exhausted. Because you can use summoners on turrets apparently there as a fight goes on two different fronts.
He's dead.
Maximize will fall on down. He has to try and join back into this fight. Both bruisers are about to fall on down. Luch has so much damage, but he needs a front line to assist him in making that a reality. They're fully committed to this one. Still Maximize commits to the top side. Out goes the Valkyrie, and there goes the package. That's enough for the execution. Where on earth is Maximize? He's going to come in for a very late little teleport. Oh, and hang on a minute. That damage. Where on earth did that just come from? This is a coin flip upon burger flip. It's everything, Juves.
We've just flipped everything. It's game. That's got to be game. Mammoth Academy should end this one in the top side. Varus TP'd in.
That's the ace. The game of mental resolution, of discipline. It was stressful. I hate to imagine what it was like for the players themselves, but that's going to be the big one that allows Mammoth to break their losing streak. They will continue to be your team locked in at second position on the leaderboard, and they will disrupt any plans Pentanet had of upsetting them here today.
This was a game that was born and bred in another dimension, in another galaxy. That's what we saw. We just saw something unfold that was mesmerizing and it's going to go down in the history books.
Crazy in the sense that at a point, we even lost any understanding as to what the real game plan was.
What's crazy is that, like, Mammoth Academy lost all agency in that game, right? The game wasn't up to them to win anymore. And then Pentanet made that one decision to try and kill Maximize in the side lane. And then Mammoth Academy got Baron as well. And then they flipped the game back to them. Then Pentanet had no business winning the game. Then Pentanet got Baron. And then they had business winning the game. And then Mammoth actually just won the game. So it is what it is.
It was a game. It was Galaxy Gaming, essentially. It had it all. From flips to craziness to farming to split push.
We just had some full-time gamers just gaming it out, dude. And that's it.
That's the best way to put it. We're going to get ourselves ready for game number 3 of the night. It's a battle for the middle of the table as Gravitas Academy look to go up against the QT Tigers. Welcome back again for game number 3, one that we should continue to look forward to as we ramp up our efforts into what is going to be the playoffs here in the OCS. And Jubes, I mean, we'll return back to it once again. Game number 2, I think it was telling really of the stress of wanting to try and break into the top 2 to get yourself the best spot going into those playoffs. But ultimately one that had very different approaches to the draft, very different approaches to playing out the game. And you can make an argument to say that, yes, whilst the Varus was let through, it got shut down and sort of a non-factor to consider, but just the ability to work around, be it the decision-making to split push, go for inhibitors, or trade out buffs, and not to really pull the trigger as to what really has to be that focal and final fight.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Mammoth Academy really bring to the table and what suits them very well, right? And it's like when they play around Maximize, you know? And ultimately, he's the one that ended up getting them the win. He was the rest of the team, honestly, didn't have the best games. There was a period in which they played decent. They all got themselves to a point in which they should have won the game. Then I think the rest of the team significantly fell off. But the one thing that didn't fall off for them was that they knew how to play around Maximize, and Maximize knew how to play around them. And they were able to identify a win condition and win that game.
They certainly did, and it's going to be one that will keep these teams in check for what has already been a very exciting week number 8 as we get ourselves ready for game number 3 of the 5 best of ones on offer for you here tonight. Gravitas Academy taking on the Tigers. Both teams on a win streak from last and looking to try and continue that form coming in, as I'll quickly jump to before you jump in yourself there. Tigers, Hingubi showcasing that Shaco. Maybe a case of frustration for them with how form had been, but it definitely sort of reset the palette, if you will.
Yeah, and one thing that I wanted to mention or tell the viewers to feast their eyes on was that the top laner of Gravitas Academy. Who's that coming in?
Yeah, Big Kwaku. So obviously was on the main roster coming into Split 2 of the OPL. But they've had a bit of a shake-up, unfortunately, the performances that they were looking for. And they've changed things about, so nobody has been promoted. Well,
we don't know that yet, right? Like potentially nobody has been promoted. I mean, I haven't seen an announcement. Maybe they have another top laner waiting in the wings, a development program over there in Gravitas Academy. Like they have the big 10-man roster, and maybe there's another player that they've got their eyes on. But Kwaku is here now, and I'll be expecting big things from him, right? And this is a good test for Kwaku, right? Coming down from the OPL versus someone like Nightfaller, but it's like you don't just verse Nightfaller, you're also versing Hingubi.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy introduction to the OCS as he gets himself into this matchup here. Quick stock check of some of the bans that come online. No, one thing I want to talk about. One thing really briefly, being a jungle connoisseur yourself.
You know me.
The Nunu ban. Now, I know on 10-13,
that's a
buff. Is this a mid lane Nunu?
That's a mid Nunu ban.
Of it.
Yeah, that's a mid Nunu ban. So what Nunu does is like, Nunu, I don't know the ability name, but when he gets the big snowball and just runs down someone, if you do that in mid lane, you actually clear the wave. And so that's why people have been playing Nunu, because you clear the wave, his AP ratios are decent, and like you just clear wave and roam side, clear wave, roam jungle. And it's just like, you're just a constant threat on both sides of the map, and your wave clear is really good. So we just that's what the Nunu is for. And it's probably a little bit of a flex. Hingubi, if you don't have a matchup you like in the mid lane, then you can flex it elsewhere, but for the most part, that's where the ban comes through. Oh, sorry, Bambi rather, not Tekka.
It had buffs obviously to its consume, so it's heal. So much like the middle stick's quite hard to bully out of the lane. And hang on a minute, we've seen this pick before. Hingubi's just going to run it back once again with the Shaco. Very surprised by this one, but perhaps saying, look, I'm having fun with it. Let's not fix something that is not broken. And the question that we asked last week is, what kind of build will we get out of this one? And we did see he went for the Ignite and the Smite, went for the Phase Rush, rushed the Cinderhulk, and then just went for straight damage. So it was a stealth Olaf, I think is what we coined it. A DPS bruiser.
Yeah, just bruiser Shaco. And Hingubi is the best Shaco on the server, right? Like, I think that's fair to say. Man's challenger Elo, but he got there playing a lot of Shaco, so I think it would be rude not to call him that at this point. Sometimes you just play a champion so long you earn your stripes on it. And he just plays. Okay, when you're a one trick, sometimes you get bored, and then you do different builds and variations. And I like to think that's what happened with Hingubi. I don't know if someone did it overseas first and he picked it up, but I'm going to say that he started Tank Shaco. Okay, for the sake of the broadcast, that's what he started. And he just found it to be working, and he was winning a lot of games in solo queue, and now it's his thing. Now it's now it's what people are doing. So I'm going to confidently say that it's a Tank Shaco we're going to see skimming. That's what I'm going to say.
Same like last time, and that could very much be the case. As what is already interesting for me is iconic champions when you think of Quaku here on the side of Gravitas is his Ornn as well as his Poppy. They've picked the Ornn, they've banned the Poppy, and they've also denied away the Mordekaiser as well. So they're making Quaku's life a little bit hard. We have seen him utilize the Fiora in very rare circumstances as well, but I like to see this Tigers continue to innovate. Alistair is actually going to be coming in as a engaged support right now. It just means they have so much diving potential.
Ali got buffed, but Ali got buffed on 10-14. Didn't get buffed on 10-13. So, and the buff was only a 2-second cooldown on Pulverize. So, potentially just the Fiora coming out of Quaku, and this is something we're not used to seeing from him, right? Like he kind of got delegated.
Once, I think.
No, I think nobody played Fiora. I don't know if Quaku did. But you're right, maybe he did in the OPL. I mean, you cast it. But, Quaku historically plays a lot of Renekton. And in all honesty, it hasn't been to great success, right? Haven't seen a lot of good Renekton games. But, flipping the script here and trying something different when he drops down into the OCS could be just what they need. And, probably something that we've forgotten to mention is that it's Ezreal mid lane.
It is an Ezreal mid lane. That's quite interesting to me. I know that Bambi likes to play champions that can pop off, and no doubt is going to be looking to try and find a performance like that here again today. My question, though, Juice, is it AP Ezreal?
Well, I was about to say their whole composition is AD into Ornn, Tank Shaco, and like Yasuo, who can build like PD and can build tank stats. So like, for Gravitas Academy's sake, I'm kind of hoping that it is an AP Ezreal, but I also am not too well informed on AP Ezreal in general because it's not something that's popular, because it's not something that's strong.
Let's see what it does. It screams ARAM to me. I've seen a fair bit of AP Ezreal in there, but no doubt going to be looking to try and edge out some kind of an advantage to give them so much insane poke from afar, the like of that, as well as the Ashe. We've seen Ashe really come to fruition when the likes of Varus have been denied away. Feels a very similar position, if you will, and especially when coupled with the likes of Akama, but that was banned by them. So looking to try and be quite strong from a standpoint of if we can make you low enough before you go for the engage, we might deter you for that one, as the final pick that came out from the Tigers was the Yasuo. That makes a little bit more sense now while we're seeing the likes of an Ornn coupled with the Alistair, just to make his life a little bit easier to access a squishy backline target.
Well, the good thing about an Ashe too, right, is it forces a cleanse. Like, you force a summoner spell that they didn't want to take, but now they need to take. Unless you want to play full disrespect, and then if they don't take the cleanse, you pretty much just won anyway. So it's almost like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario when you draft that Ashe. Look, I'm not going to knock the Gravitas Academy comp until I see it in action. Maybe this Ezreal mid's going to do something that I'm not used to seeing. It's probably going to have a good few early levels into the Yasuo, but once that win wall comes up, it might be a little bit of a rough lane. And again, I think Yasuo is something we haven't really seen Tekka play, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes on playing that one out. And interesting to see, this Trundle pick, though, has a lot of value this game.
I think before we jump on to the Gravitas breakdown, I want to say once again, it is Russell here playing for the Tigers. This will be his third game for the team right now, and I think each week he's continued to grow in terms of his confidence and his ability to sort of merge and mold himself into this team. Right, started off on the fresh with landing hooks, was fantastic. Then played the Rakan, that's been banned away from him this time. He loves, and I feel like he flourishes on these engaging champions. Now playing the Alistair, I mean, I'm expecting big things from him based on how he's sort of slotted in and showcase that he's not afraid to press the buttons, as funny as that sounds.
Yeah, no, he's played very well, to be honest, coming in for Akira. And, Akira, again, don't know how reliable Twitch chat is. Sometimes I choose to ignore Twitch chat, but Akira is, from all reports, injured his hand. And so I'm wondering if, he's still healing, or if, in fact, they're quite impressed with the way that he's been playing in the bot lane, and they've decided to keep him in another week. Sometimes it takes a tragedy for you to earn your spot, right? Like, a bit of an injury. No, like an injury, right? He's injured his hand, and an opportunity presented itself, and he's kind of taken it and ran with it.
Going to be quite interested to see, because I mean, it sort of screams a little bit like like traditional sport, right? You're talking the likes of, say, football or, rugby, basketball, whatever it may be. When you've got these big rosters, you have these injuries and you've got to sort of fill the spot whilst you're waiting for that to heal. And, you get that opportunity, right? You're looking to try and prove yourself. That had been the narrative for the most part when we started off the OCS for Bambi, especially, signed on for their OPL team, never got a chance to play, but has really made it very difficult, I'd imagine, for the Gravitas coaching staff behind the scenes to say, look, if I'm able to put in these performances week in, week out, that's going to make your life a little bit more difficult. I think what's interesting for me is the continued trend towards what I want to call like a double 80 setup. Last week it was the Ash coupled with the Karma, and they had the Lucian mid. So maybe this is a style that the OCS squad are trying to adopt, where they just got carries between these two lanes.
Well, I think it's a bit of both, but it's also the fact that Bambi is an ADC main. Like, you can't sugarcoat it. He's not a
for sure.
He hasn't played majority of his career in the mid lane. So what's comfortable for him? You change the position. That's one form of uncomfortability. But then now you're also changing the champion pool, and then you're changing the playstyle, and just the whole thing becomes really uncomfortable. But to someone that's uncomfortable, you can give them comfort, and that means that giving him ADCs in the mid lane probably makes it a little bit easier for him to lane and to worry about the jungler, to worry about macro, because I know when I autofill and I play a champion I'm not used to playing, there's two things that are in the equation there, and then that means that I forget about the jungler, I forget about when I'm going to get ganked, I forget about all these timings. But if I'm playing a champion I'm very comfortable with, in a role I'm not comfortable with, then I find it a lot easier to play.
I mean, you'd say, just looking at his stats for the season alone, about 60%, give or take, have been on an AD carry in some form or fashion, right? Corki traditionally was, but has had those moments where he's looked to shine on the more bruiser-oriented styles, the likes of a mid-Irelia or a mid-Nocturne, something that can add a bit of spice into the mix. And when he has found those moments, most notably in week 2, that was the Irelia Penta kill. So definitely a lane to look forward to. But I think really from a standpoint of what the highlights should be for Gravitas, it's going to be how does Kwaku look like coming into this roster? What does his form look like when he comes in here? And obviously a big test given the what I want to call a 2-lane setup, given the tendency for Hingubi to protect Nightfaller. But on the flip side of that, how does Russell continue to impress? Another engaged support. They've got the Tekka Yasuo wombo combo there. Can they come together and find themselves a big lead like last week where they were ahead by about 5k gold at the 15-minute mark?
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. We see QUT do this a lot of the time, and it's funny because I actually equate this QUT roster to that of the Mammoth Academy roster that we just saw. I think they're very like I'm not going to say exact, but they share very similar. They share the same similarities. English is hard.
It is hard
in the
after
sense,
a long day, especially.
Yeah, I mean, I've been Englishing today for about 90% of my day, and I know that didn't make sense. So everyone just calm down. But Nightfaller, right? The person they play to most of the time, Hingubi in the jungle that plays those like aggressive junglers, and a bot lane who they really just kind of leave on an island. And so we probably got a nice little sneak peek of what we're going to see this game.
So, a few questions obviously to raise and discuss. The fact that we don't have a cleanse. They're not going to take it into the Ashe matchup. They're going to go for the heal. They're going to go for combat summoners. They just want to be aggressive. And they want to make sure they have the mobility as opposed to the durability and the prevention.
It feels really disrespectful. Like, it feels like you're just relying on not getting arrowed at any point in the game. Or you're relying on getting arrowed, surviving long enough so that you can just outplay it with your ultimate, or you're just hoping that Trundle doesn't come bot lane at 6.
I'd be quite curious to see what the itemization is coming out of the Alistair to then try and assist. I don't commonly see the likes of Mikaels coming out from these bruiser engagers, more notably going for the likes of a Zeke's or a Knight's Vow.
Well, that actually is a good point that you brought up, right? The Alistair blocking it. At level 6, Alistair does have the is it Unchained Will.
Yeah, so he's got his ultimate, obviously makes him break out of the CC.
Yeah, so he can just
not
tank
always
the
be
ult.
there. So are they banking really on the fact of a wind wall or an Alistair to always be a meat shield?
I guess so. Like, that's what they're playing at, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they'll make us eat our words.
Very curious to see how things play out. The Kaiser presence continues to be high here, as Rakan has definitely found himself back into the meta in the Oceanic region. Things obviously keep our eye on. Some of the weaknesses for an Alistair, at least before level 3. He needs that WQ combo especially. How much damage can he cop? And how much damage can his partner cop as well? Because that is a level 1 into a level 2 trade that forced him to burn through all the potions.
Yeah. But I mean, they didn't get the kill, right? And he has the Doran shield, he has the pot ticking now, and they probably lose a lot of kill threat with that Ignite being down, so it's not all that bad for the side of QUT. No summoners burnt.
So no kill threat, but that will allow them to then be free to roam around the map, given the lane state being pushed on against them. Gonna say hello to Shaco. Unable to get that blue buff still, however.
So, Ezreal, we won't know what build path he's deciding to go until we kind of like look at this game later on, right? Because he could be going AP and we just see Doran's Blade, but yeah, Shaco here.
He is. He's got double buff, and now it's going to be very easy. Oh, that's a beautiful engage there by Russell. Flashes in, goes to the pulverize. Naps an execution. Can they donate it across? In the end, it was Russell that picks it up. He's going to look for a double kill as well, but at this stage of the game, very difficult to dive down underneath the turret. But that is the kind of turnaround they were banking on. And it's a fantastic start once again from the Shaco connoisseur.
Yeah, but it's, like, my problem with that gank, and yes, well played Hingubi, but they knew Shaco was in bot side of the map. And it still managed to work. I mean, well executed, sure, but Gravitas Academy need to be a little more aware of their surroundings and aware of what Shaco brings to Summoner's Rift. And sometimes this is what happens. Trying to hold that thought, potentially Flash being burnt from Tekka, but...
He's just going to jump into the minion wave, going to be able to dodge out all of those skill shots as a result. I'm quite curious, given that 110-13, where Conqueror has been nerfed and now stuck up 12 times as opposed to the 10, not going to have the instant power to shred through those tanks, whether or not we're going to start to see the likes of Electrocute start to come back into the fold of things?
I'm not sure. I think Electrocute... A lot of people... I'm going to hold that thought again because Trundle is going to get feared here. And
no time to talk once again. There's the Shaco box, but Jinx will just walk out of that one. Bambi now going to go in a situation trying to assist him, but Jinx is in a whole host of trouble, and that's going to warrant the Summon Heal to come on out as Trashly goes roaming. Flash forwards, Blaze, looks for the execution, and will find it. Bambi donated the kill, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as both mid laners get in on the action as he looks to juke and drive through that minion wave for as long as possible. Maybe pick up a few extra CS before he falls on down, but a turret shot will say thank you. That's the double kill. And now we're going to get a bit of an understanding as to what this Ezreal build will be.
Very good spot now, and it's almost like whenever we question a pick, or whenever you're just not sure it ends up just getting a significant lead in the early game, and you're all for it. I want to see an Ezreal mid pop off and see where it takes us.
Well, we're going to see exactly what that could result into. He's going to go for some very instant online power in the AD department with the pickaxe and going to opt for the cull as well. Make his life a little bit easier when it comes to CSing. But action once again in the bottom side of the map as Jinx shows himself ready for the first dragon of the game as the sweeper goes on out to make sure that the bottom side of the map all belongs to them. Continues to be very much forgiving when it comes to the camp clear. He just wants to gank. He just wants to say what's up, and he wants to abuse the fact that Tekka did not burn that flash moments prior. That's going to warrant out a teleport response here as Nightfaller says hello. They won't have the ultimates, but that will force Bambi to respond in his own fashion. So many gank attempts so early on, only 5 minutes into this game, and summoners are being used to great effect. See what happens here as we get ourselves ready for the 6-minute mark as Hingubi is going to show himself once again. Both junglers still so keen, both playing on the fact that we're not looking necessarily for kills, but more so looking to try and find any kind of advantage that would favour us in a Herald or in terms of a Dragon player. The mismatch, not only in numbers, but in terms of relative power as to what the items and the summoners represent. The wave is going to be pushing here for Gravitas, and they're going to do a good job here of looking to try and freeze it the best they can, looking to try and delay the backs, the recalls that come out from the Tigers. But they were recalling on vision, so they'll be well aware as to what the play was. Kwaku now hits level 6, and that's going to be a deep wall down onto the enemy red buff. Looking to always keep tabs as to where Hingubi is. It's going to be paramount. They banked a lot of their success, did they, the Tigers, when they were able to get that level 6 online first, and well, that's going to be a dead Yasuo. Kwaku, literally as cool as can be, welcomes himself into the OCS and says hello, that's my kill, and that's my mid lane. Going to go for the riposte, but the ignite, given the fact that the Shaco does not have the flash, will be just enough to turn things around, and the Conniving Devil does it again, the Darkstar Demon of the Shaco, looking to break the meta. Last time he did go for the Cinder Hulk, and was able to be a force to be reckoned with. then opted into the Trinity Force thereafter and had the sort of fine balance, the fine line between damage and durability. As now 2 members have the call online, as it will be Heki returning to this matchup to look to try and CS as best as he can, add not only into the mix of CSing, harassing, being a nuisance, but looking to accelerate himself ahead of the Sheen, Tier, Muramana variation of AD carries. It's becoming more and more apparent now as to who can look to try and find their lead between the triple meta, if you will, of lethality into tier stackers, into crit builds as well. Now Ash is going to be left to his own device down bottom side for the meantime. Trashy does have the Moby boots, so much like Russell, is looking to try and be across the map and keep tabs as to where the opposition is. First Dragon did go the way of Gravitas Academy, but that's not without the Tigers looking to put up a fight of their own. They're going to go for the third hero. That's going to be the hook that lands. Russell is level 4, bear in mind. He's not going to have that unstoppable just yet with his ultimate. Going to go for the pulverizers. Eden lands the missiles. Now, an enchanted arrow from across the map. Pixel perfect as the flay goes out, and that's another kill spoon-fed to the mid-Ezreal. Bambi, you give him the resources, and he will give you back a reward. That's another double kill. The man is so far accelerated at this stage of the game. What build will he go for? That has to be the question, as Heki's going to get caught in the rotation here. Nightfall is going to be the one to respond with that, as he goes with the call of the Forge God, but he's only got a Bramble Vest. Not enough damage to warrant the use of his Ignite. There's the Summoner Spellbook. So very much gone for that kill threat possibility. And that's now looking to be a connect and a collapse. And a punishment once more. The flash used to great effect here by Russell, always looking to try and eke out any kind of advantage that can be afforded to him. And I think both teams have clearly got their sights on just wanting to fight. This is not pretty, quote-unquote, League of Legends. This is just flexing. This is showcasing that maybe I have better mechanics than you, I have better rotations, a better game sense and understanding of the map as a whole. As, well, 10 minutes into this one, we've nearly got as many kills as we've got minutes.
Isn't that the best part of the game, Skimmy?
Certainly is. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and the Ezreal's just picked up a cheeky 4 kills.
Yeah, so back-to-back doubles. It's been a little bit disgusting.
Back-to-back Michael Dublays.
Yeah, back-to-back Michael Dublays indeed. You know, it's not even Christmas yet, so the guy's popping off.
That's what that's my trademark comment, by the way. I always say that when I get a double kill, I call it the Michael Dublay.
It's gonna be clipped. It's gonna be stolen, and so this is my question, right? We're not going to get the AP Ezreal.
No.
It's looking far more apparent now, based on what he's showing here, that it's not going to be the case. I start to wonder if the Gravitas roster can get themselves in a position where they are so far ahead that scaling, resistance, and mitigation is just not even a factor to discuss.
Well, they're well on the way. I mean, they're definitely well on the way, but they aren't there yet. Because the thing about when you draft an all-AD composition is you need to play the game out, not flawlessly, but very close to perfect. And so, whilst they may always look like they're in a good position, and in the current state they are, there's always, the chance that the throw is right around the corner. And it's not because, in every game, players make mistakes, right? Like, you have some mistakes happen, but you also punish mistakes. But the all-AD comp means that their mistakes are far and few between in which they're allowed.
I think the buffer or the lead that they're looking to achieve and find will become a little bit more apparent once these coals are fully stacked on up, a bit more CS, and they'll be in that point of power, because as it stands, only 500 gold is separating these two teams, with the majority being on this man on your screen. Going to be very happy as it stands, as the lane states force him to go down to the bottom side of the map, and with a blue buff, it'll be very easy for him to stack up that tier as quickly as possible.
Oh, he's going to be having an early Muramana upgrade, and the armor doesn't really make much sense. Not make much sense, but doesn't do much when you have the Muramana stacked up that early. So, I'm kind of excited to see how Israel transitions into the mid game and how they start playing around fights. Nice little plans, but it's a Shaco, so it doesn't matter. But real problem QUT have right now is the Yasuo. And there's certain champions that have certain kits that you can be a little bit behind on and still be relevant, like specifically like a Shockwave, some Syndra Stuns and things like that, but the one champ that you really can't be behind on is Yasuo, because the only way for Yasuo to do damage is be on the backline. And, if you're not fed and you're really weak and down 20 CS at the moment of 4 kills, then nearly
That was
yoinked
very
that one.
close.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was actually Shaco that went down, but it was one half of Shaco.
A lot of what you missed, there was a fight that happened around the Herald, started by the Tigers, and it was a cross-map arrow that came from the bottom lane that actually connected and the kills. Yeah, essentially spoon-fed to Bambi. So
Wow. Who
he's
did it
been
hit?
pretty on point so far.
Did it hit Yasuo or did it hit the Shaco?
I forget exactly who. I know it hit 2, and they were in a spell of bother. There was no level 6. There was no ability to get out of that one. They were locked in place.
That's wild. That's a big brain arrow.
It was a gaming moment, that is for sure. As we get to see exactly how things look like in the top side of the map, and business as usual for Kwaku. He's up by 20. He roamed himself into the mid lane, and hang on a minute, the camera's just wandered away because the Call of Forge goes out. Riposte, it's clean. It negates it completely.
And Nightfall didn't bait that well, but Kwaku also played that well in not committing there. You know, and there's a, you know, Nightfaller was never killing Fiora there. Fiora, if anything, would have the lethal on Nightfaller, but Kwaku just gave him the respect and.
Still hanging around. Out goes the Ignite straight away as he swaps himself through to teleport. The flash will be a response because he doesn't have the repose for at least another few seconds.
I think in the heat of the moment, it's very easy to forget it's a Cinderhulk Shaco, but I actually believe that if Kwaku, you know, was aware that it wasn't a damaged Shaco, he wouldn't have flashed because, you know, Shakers had no flash, couldn't get in auto attack range, and all he had was the shiv.
It's going to return back to that lane phase now. With a Ravenous, the first of many power spikes that Fiora loves. We saw what it did yesterday, or actually, sorry, in the game prior to this one on the Camille. Split push shenanigans. And this is the kind of gameplay that, you know, you're not the biggest fan of, are you, Jubes? I mean, we've had 2 games so far. It's all been about team kills. It's all been about rattiness and action.
I mean, I don't mind skirmishes, and this is what Yasuo and Ezreal offer, right? Like, you know, it's fun watching an Ezreal get ahead and skirmish and play team fights in a mechanics max situation, and you know, I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see once Ezreal gets this Frozen Fist and has the Man Immune. But again, what I'm more interested about, and I keep looking over at it and trying to not make sense of it, but try and figure it out, is Gravitas Academy's composition and how they came to this composition, right? Like, you know, sometimes there's legitimate reasoning as to why, and part of it I think is because Bambi's an ADC, but, you know, I'd love to get their thought process about behind the composition and how they think it matches up against QUTs, because, you know, when I see double tank composition into all AD, I know I keep touching on this, but I think it's going to be an important factor in this game and something that, you know, could potentially be crucial or pivotal in which way this game swings.
Yes, as we've seen time and time again, based on Ornn's passive and his ability to buff up all those resistances that he receives, as the game continues to go on and further, he will be a wall that just cannot be taken on down. No doubt for injured armor and excess.
Ornn is just a lose lane win game champion, you know, and some lanes he actually wins. But what I mean by that is that I played a game of solo queue today, right? It was like a Challenger Grandmaster lobby. So like the players in there are decent. And we were down 10,000 gold, down 3 inhibitors, and we won the game because I got all upgrades onto 5 members of my team. I made level 18. And we just outscaled, no matter what. We were versing a Kayle, a Victor, and everything, and we still outscaled them. And that's why I'm just such a big fan of when I see teams pick Ornn, because, you know, he's down what? He's down 10 CS here, and he's going to offer so much the more levels he gets in this game. And so I really want to see Gravitas Academy just put their foot on the pedal a little bit and start pushing neutral objectives, start pushing turrets, and start forcing skirmishes around this Ezreal, specifically when he has this Man Immune upgrade and the Frozen Fist, which is going to come through now. That's a interesting decision from Kwaku.
Well, Kwaku is going to pay the ultimate price and fall on down there. That top turret will survive for the meantime. Assisted there by Hingubi, who's in a familiar situation once again. You give him the champion and he will put in the work. He's now sitting at 3, 1, and 2, and with a Herald in his hand, he holds all the cards as to where he wants to go to break open this base and look to try and negate the 1k deficit they currently suffer.
You know, but at this point in the game, right, you know, I'm laughing if I'm the Ornn, in the sense that he's in such a good spot. Look at his items.
He's having a good time. It's going to be an upgraded Sunfire.
Yeah, but
the question to me would have to be, you know, what item is the Alistair looking to get upgraded? Is he going to go for something like the Locket?
I don't think game
Redemption.
I think it'd be very hard for the game to get to that state, but generally it's the Redemption. I mean, the Locket It's either Locket or Redemption. They're pretty much the only 2 support items you can do. I think the Redemption is... I'm not sure which one's worth more in value. I think they're both pretty bad, but yeah, it's better than having nothing. I want to see, again, he's in. Yeah, he's in.
Still attempt was there. They tried to go for it. I believe the wind wall would have just been enough to prevent the 2-pronged attack that went in there, but Quaker will return back to where he started in the top lane, doing what Fiora does in the devious way.
Aside from the smite steal, or attempting to smite steal, it's a pretty disciplined decision from Gravitas Academy. So Ornn came down to that play, had the heal. They're never going to win a team fight with Ornn there versus the Fiora, right? So, they're able to give that dragon away because it doesn't mean much in the context of the game. And they're just happy, taking fights on their own accord. The one thing they should notice is that, Ornn doesn't have the heal, so they can look to make plays on this Yasuo side of the map, but right now, Gravitas Academy, in a really good state in this game, aren't doing anything with it. And what I mean by that is, they're getting priority on these mid waves, right? Not now, okay, because Thresh has left and is wanting to base, but before they were. And so once that dragon goes down and you see Ornn topside, they need to take all those pink wards you see in the bot side of the map there, Skinny. They need to get rid of all of that. Then Yasuo farming the wave becomes, a bit scary, and then you can start to punish the Yasuo. But at the moment, they're just trading minion waves, and they're not really doing anything to abuse the lead or abuse the strong part of the map.
And there is a massive lead that has just been achieved, right? 18 minutes in, Muramana has come online. This is a incredibly fed Israel, fitting of the score line at this stage of the game. 2 items, an absolute menace. Couple that with the Blade of the Rune King here on the Ashe as well. And they have a backline that is very much capable of shredding a front line. And that's a pick. And that's Nina using his ultimate. That just can't do much.
If he has cleanse there, he probably lives as well. That's what's crazy.
I agree.
But really nice hook from Trashly, and hopefully this actually, springs them into some action where they're like, okay, now they have a member down, let's be a little more confident with it, because I think they're just being a little bit too safe. And they've seemed to have changed their lane assignments, and they're going for the ARAM mid, but what does this achieve?
Very clean, fresh hook, though, to start things off there. Trashly finding an opportunity to showcase what they can do and definitely slow down the Tigers' advance to try and close out the distance as it continues to build in Gravitas' favour. Now up by 2,000, and they have their eyes, as you say, firmly fixed on breaking down the first turret in the mid lane. Yeah,
but they took Bambi out of bot lane, and I think he would have had a very good time with Red Buff and Frozen Fist into the Yasuo. But I guess, having Fiora there just eating farm and trading whatever it needs to be traded works too, but I want to see Jinx V be a little more active. This is one of my kind of criticisms of him. He's very happy to get, he gets his team an early lead and plays the game well early, but then he kind of just rests on his laurels and he thinks it's enough. But, having the Fiora with the Ravenous Hydra, the Sheen, the Tarbis, there's no reason you can't dive this Ornn with Subjugate. You know that? If you tank turret as the Trundle, it's a very achievable dive. We've seen Trundles dive tanks on less, few vital procs, Subjugate, then I don't think there's a way where Nightfaller survives, but we're letting the game get to a state in which...
Oh, clean. Fantastic riposte there to prevent that. And as you're saying, Jinx is playing this one so very patiently.
Yeah, and
the question is, how much of this time... what is the opportunity cost, essentially, for what he's losing here?
The beauty of Trundle is really nothing, right? Because Trundle is just... Hang on a minute. Bambi's just got the 1v2. And you see what I'm saying, though? But this is how... That was the clone he hit. But you see how strong Ezreal is? He's genuinely 1v2ing a Shaco and a Yasuo. And Trundle is still sitting in bot bush. Look, Trundle is still in bot bush. He sees Shaco top. So, what... The hover doesn't... He sees everyone on the map, and he's hovering his Fiora. Do you know what I'm saying?
So from a standpoint of, if I look at this scoreboard right now and go, okay, Shaco up by 50 CS, up by 4 kills, what on earth is the Trundle doing? Is he not falling behind? Are you saying that, look, he's hit what he needs to do, his role is to be a Subjugate, pot plant bot,
yeah,
okay what he's doing?
10 minutes ago, I would have been sitting on the Ezreal and trying to force a 2v2 because we're going to win every single 2v2 with my Subjugate. Because Trundle base damage early is really strong, plus combine that with the Red Smite, and combine that with the items that Yasuo actually had, there was just no way they were going to win a 2v2. But now it's, when your most fed member, right, is isolated and playing weak side, then there's a problem with how you're playing the game fundamentally. And when QUT can trade 1-for-1 but get the 1,000 gold shutdown, whatever it was, or 800 or 700, then there's also a fundamental problem. And so all I want to see from them is be a little more aggressive with your strong side of the map, or your strong player, if you will. But at the moment, Bambi's done a very good job to get himself the lead, and he's kind of just being left to his own devices in a game where he doesn't need to be left.
Out goes the arrow. They won't be able to steal this dragon, however,
Oh,
but there's a big power spike online for Russell. He's going to flash on forward. There goes the pulverize. There goes the damage. There goes the knock-up. And the two-man diving threat to try and assassinate the back line. They're unable to find it, but they do take down Fresh, and the Tigers grouped up as a full 5-man unit. Just take anybody in their sights. They juggle the aggro. They put a man in front of themselves, and they act as a buffer. You've got to kill me if you want to get him. Nobody from the Tigers falls on down, but they take 3.
You know what I think that comes down to? And I'll have to watch it back. But I really think at that point in the game, it's just a little bit of comp gap. They have, what? It's just an all-idea comp. Fighting into an Ornn, fighting into a Yasuo. So we'll see here, right? You know, this looks very good. Gravitas Academy, in terms of micro, play this very well. Look at the Trundle Pillar. Denies Nightfaller's ultimate. Nightfaller starts this fight on half health. Yes, Jinx V dies, but he actually, like, stalls a decent amount of time. And now the double AD carries are just are looking for Eden, but they're just not doing damage. You would expect far more damage coming out of these double ADC comp, right? But the fact that the fact that Ninja Tabis is so efficient, Shaco has, you know, Ninja Tabis and Warden's Mail now, Glacial Shroud, and Ornn has double sun. Like, look at the armor. Where's the mixed?
Well, that was going to be my talking point, right? Given the fact that what has Nightfaller gone for? He's gone for the double Sunfire. Make that a Forge Fire cape at this stage of the game. He's got the Bramble Vest as well. The guy will be hitting, no doubt, 250 armor and plus. And, you know, he's not going to fall on down. Hingubi is so far accelerated, up by 4k gold. He can just look to try and find picks, go for objectives. He doesn't care. It's hitting that scary moment in the game.
This double Sunfire shenanigans, I've not watched the video, but I believe it's an LS thing. And it's Sunfire is the most cost efficient, like, Ornn upgrade item, right? Or one of. And so the idea is you just get both, but you obviously don't get the stacking on the Sunfire passive. But it is what it is, and who cares? Because the upgraded Sunfire is just, like, so cost efficient.
So it's 90 armor on each.
Yeah.
So that alone is pretty meaty to sink your teeth into.
Yeah, I've done it a few times, but in solo queue, I'd rather just prefer the sheen and damage. I think
fishing.
Oh, the hook lands. Very nice.
However, Trashly will land that death sentence. That's exactly as name says. It spells disaster. Continued fight, however, as the Tigers back-to-back run it down as a full 5-man squad. They stay together as Hingubi baits and charms them with his clone from afar.
That was an extremely good pick from Gravitas Academy, but the scary thing for me is, like, they killed the ADC at the start of the fight, and it's still so close.
Quaku, though, looks to jump in and try and cause a bit of action. He's going to go for the riposte. Actually stuns out the Alistair. And without the ultimate, unable to do much there. Very, very squishy. The wind wall goes up, and that prevents a potential Mystic Shot execution. That Bambi, I'm sure, is screaming at his team to say, I am so far ahead, let's do something.
Well, he's got his Bork now, too, which is actually wild. He's genuinely a full item up on the Yasuo. If anything here, just E forward.
He's like a conductor in an orchestra. He's deciding how these fights work.
Bambi.
Okay, there's a flash. Okay, Arcane Shift, I do it all.
Bambi.
I will win this game on my own. What on earth was that?
I guess Bambi is the mid lane faker on Ezreal.
What on earth was that?
Potentially, this is maybe Baron? Maybe they're a little bit too low. We'll have to wait and see. But does he E forward here?
Clip it, send it, add it to the resume. Jubes will review it. As that is a montage in the making if I've ever seen one.
I think they just flip it here. They actually should just flip Baron. They can't stop Shaco from getting into the pit. Obviously, Shaco's Shaco, but that was a little bit of a misplay there from Gooby. He tried getting the clone into the pit, but are they going to flip it?
Oh, he Hex flashes out there with the Fresh. Are they going to go for the steal? Against the seal? Nightfaller wins those.
Double smite.
Double smite saves the day again.
Yeah.
As the Tigers still see the light. He's going to fall on down for his efforts, but he's done such a great job of keeping his team in after a montage, noteworthy performance from the Ezreal.
And so I was thinking to myself that, you know, this is potentially a flip that Gravitas Academy do want, you know, and what I mean by flip is that you just 50-50 the Baron. But, you know, Yeah, Ezreal just had a huge pop-off moment. He's getting some armor penetration now. Maybe they didn't need to push the pace as fast as they wanted to. I know I've been saying that they need to push the pace all game,
Yeah.
but double smite, that's not really a flip then, is it, when you're versing a double smite? No longer a 50-50.
It's a crazy game. It's a very crazy game. And we're starting to see the signs of life as the ornaments come online. That's going to be the first one with a very fed Shaco.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit troll doing the Shaco first. I know the Shaco is ahead and everything like that. Like, don't get me wrong, he's having a blinder, but I think Infinity Edge is too hard to go past in terms of upgrade.
Dragon will go ahead to Gravitas. The third Cloud Dragon of the game. What's interesting to add into this is the mix damage that the Tigers are continuing to invest into.
We can't see that, right? Is that a spectator bug on the Kai'Sa W there? Are you seeing Kai'Sa W or is it just me?
I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's a little bit of a spectate glitch.
What I was going to say is the AP damage, the poke build that is coming out from this Kai'Sa, making it hard for Gravitas to respond. Especially into the early carries, could look to just try and one-shot them with the ultimate.
Yeah, look, it makes sense, but for as long as there's a minion wave, it doesn't matter too much because double bulk builders are just going to life steal up the next wave. You got to kind of get the fight happening around like a neutral objective, somewhere where they can't really just hit a wave and sustain. I
imagine that's what they're banking on, right? Is the ability to go for the fight around a Baron or a Dragon and just instantly take somebody out.
Yep, for sure. But gold's still even, so that's this game's still very close by all means, and Tekka's just being a pest in the back line here, and W lands, chunks Ezreal for a good chunk.
I've been quite impressed, as it has been once again here from Russell, another standout performance from the young man coming in here. He's going to look once again for the flash knock-up, and well, that's an Ezreal. That is a win condition gone in the blink of an eye.
I believe he used his E and traded really aggressively there. But Nightfall is on the turret, maybe doesn't want to be there.
He's going to fall on down, gets a shutdown before he goes, takes out Fiora with him. Let's make that a 1-for-1 as both the bruises will not be present in this mid lane siege.
Yeah, I mean, still a very favourable situation for QUT, managing to pick up 2 turrets for just 1 death. Obviously you take those.
I'd love to see if we could check out actually how much armor Nightfall has when he's next up. Now he's got a full mail. So if it was hard to kill him before, he can continue to be the man that stands in the front and acts as the bulwark and says, okay, sub you out. Almost like a wrestling match. You know, you can sub out the Alice and say, you don't have an ultimate? Don't worry, I'll soak up these skill shots. Let's get into a bit of a scary situation now, 30 minutes in. Going to be very much reliant on both the armor penetration as well as the Blade of the Rune Kings that come from both these AD carries to try and act as a difference maker, given they have virtually no AP damage.
Well, the thing is, Skimmy, too, right? We look at the gold lead and we see it as 3,000 gold, but or 2,000 rather. Well, I didn't know it is 3,000. But what we don't see in that gold lead is the ornaments and how much value they're providing the team. So, like, you know, there's a possibility that QUT is up about 2,000-3,000 more now. So
for sure.
And we don't see that. So it's definitely an uphill battle right now for Gravitas Academy. But if Bambi can find, you know, a couple of those picks that they found earlier, then potentially we have, you know, a sole point for Gravitas Academy if they manage to do it around Dragon time.
It was a rough start in this game for Tekka. Was the focus for the most part from Gravitas, but he's got those 2 items online. Now has GA as well. Going to be very hard to try and take on down. Trashty goes roaming. Trashty tries to achieve a bit of vision, but is going to pay the price as QUT were waiting in the wings, and with 1:30 before they can go for a sole point of their own. That is all they need for an invitation and an assassination attempt. And yep, the W bug is there.
Yeah, that's
spectator glitch.
It's actually so annoying.
We're never going to know if he lands
or
not.
No, because Shaco was in these next to them, and I'm like, wait, how's Shaco doing so much damage? And then I realized it's the Kai'Sa. That skin needs to be. I think it's the skin, because I'm pretty sure the Kai'Sa last game we were seeing it. I think that's a skin bug and probably something that Riot need to investigate.
Yep, the skin meta-analysis coming out here from Juves. You know, sometimes that happens at the start of the game. Sometimes that happens at 32 minutes into the game. You never know when you're going to find out. But one thing we do know is that it's 40% CDR, so we're going to continue to see a whole bunch of it as they now go to jump onto the Ashe. And, well, that is a flash having to be used.
You could take Dash.
Fall on down. Look, maybe it's been a long day for all of us.
But I just was trying to be really careful about how I pronounce that word.
Yeah.
That's a danger word.
There are a few of those. We don't want to have one of those moments.
No. We only have professional moments here.
We certainly do. That's what we do in the Oceanic region. We have fun. We have banter, we have rowdiness, but we have team fights as well.
We have professional fun. We're professional funners. We are for fun, but professionally.
For fun, professional gamers.
Yep.
Well, that's what it can do, if it is going to be any fun. Because that's going to be a headbutt forward. It's not going to connect, but that's a three-man pulverize. Okay, Russell. That makes it all too easy for the Tekka Yasuo to join on into the fight. And a Trundle, he's in the jungle, but he's running away. And he's left his AD carries to their own device and said, well, we can't do much to help you. That's the Ashe gone, and now a Bambi playing with the Frozen Fist. He wants to control the fire. He wants to make it work in this favor. It's not going to happen.
He's doing damage slowly. He's done a bit of damage to him.
That's a bit of damage.
I don't know, man. QT really need to give Russell a pay rise. He's absolutely having some blinders, setting up that engage for his team there. And, QT looking really, really sharp with Russell in the mix.
The Tigers bounce back once again and repeat Shaco performance in as many weeks, and they make it happen. And okay, well, that's what AP Kaiser can do. Just jumps into your back line and you're locked in your fountain. You're not going to survive. The wind wall goes out. One final stretch of imagination. But that will be the game said and done. Gooby turns up once more.
Yeah, Gooby.
The respect picks, things are going to change up.
Gooby having a really good performance again, but, not to mention Bambi having another blinder as well, but unfortunately I just don't think the draft was in the favor of Gravitas Academy that game.
He's going to have to be so upset based on how that game worked in his favor. The fact that he got a quad, I believe in like the first 5 minutes essentially, and so far accelerated. So much damage was on my head that one crucial montage moment, but then for it to be completely forgotten about and undone by the double smite that came out there from the Tigers, and then from that moment onwards, they hit that scaling moment right. They were just far too durable to do anything against it.
Yeah, and sometimes when you lose, you're just happy you're not the problem. And Bambi can hold his head up high because he had a good game.
He'll be sitting in VOD review, like arms crossed, and be like, "Oh no."
Yeah.
It's one of those moments.
They're the best one reviews though. When you can sit there and no one's gonna say anything to you. No one's gonna be like, "Hey man, you could have played so much better in that scenario." Bambi's just sitting there like nodding his head. Yes.
Yeah, you could have. Yeah, you could have. Feels good when you're not the problem, so to speak. But that is going to do it for game number 3. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, what were you going to say?
I've been the problem one too many times in my career, that's for sure.
When we return, it's the Dire Cubs going up against Legacy Genesis for the second game in as many days as to really see, can we get another challenge for the throne? We'll see you soon. And welcome back. Here we are, Jules, you ready? Game number 4 of the night. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be the Die Dubs, as we've called them, the undefeated kings of the OCS so far, taking on a red-hot form coming out of Legacy Genesis. It's been a 3-game winning streak for them. They've taken down some very impressive opponents, notably Mammoth Academy, to really sort of put themselves in that contention of, we could be the best, if not the second best in the region right now.
Yeah, I mean, this game will be an explosive one too, because we're seeing Legacy Genesis almost, without being there yet in terms of standings, but almost solidifying themselves as like the second best team, right? They've been on the up and up, and they've convincingly beaten teams that have been above them. So it's hard to not consider Legacy, one of the kind of big dogs in the league as well.
And it's going to be one that we'll have to look at from a standpoint of creativity. It's been a night where we've had a few different flex picks from teams having a bit of a different understanding of different identities to what they want to try and use, and very much very possible, I want to say, I suppose, in a best of one where you can be creative, look to try and catch your opponents off guard. And I think, Legacy are one of those teams that look to continually, innovate crazy plays and look to try and, cause chaos amongst their opponents, right? We've seen the middle sticks. We've seen the ability for them to flex, for the most part, around their esteemed bottom lane as well. And that could be a sore point that Dire Cubs need to try and address.
Well, Dire Cubs, for me, too, have one of the best bot lanes in the league as well. But important to note that I believe Cupcake is not playing today.
Yep.
Cupcake is, in fact, being subbed out for
Big Kimchi.
Kimchi. Yep. Okay, Kimchi's got the call up. I think we've seen Kimchi play once before, so, yep. whether or not Kimchi 1v9s or not, you can't understate the experience and the importance that, Cupcake gives this roster. And important to note too that Why Not is in fact playing. No Ubisoft again. So, not to talk or dismiss the skill level of the Dire Cubs roster, but you would find it hard to argue that they're going into this game with not their strongest roster, right? Like, for me, their strongest roster would consist of probably Ubisoft as well as Cupcake, if they could get that.
Yeah, if they want to talk about veteran status, that no doubt would be the case. I guess it becomes maybe more from a standpoint of development, right? Looking to try and give these rookies their chance to really make a name for themselves. And what better test than up against a team hot at your heels to try and take that advantage, the opportunity away from you. Kimchi only played 1 game so far for the Dire Cubs this split. That was up against the Union a couple of weeks ago, and he played the Tom Kench into a Varus to complement him, so he did not get 1 shot. But very different story already coming out here. The Fiddlesticks will be banned away. They're going to go for a first pick priority on towards the Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, Volley this patch is just extremely broken. On 10-13, Volibear actually had no losing matchup in the jungle in terms of statistics, right? So across every single champion that got played in the jungle, Volibear had a positive win rate. And I think it's rare when a champion is actually that unbalanced or that strong rather. And Dire Cubs have picked that one up, and keeping in mind it can be flexed in the top lane as well.
Yep, it's going to be the first time we've seen Volibear for this team. We've yet to see them really showcase what they can do on it, as it will be also for the Galio as well. So there's no denying they have bruisers that can look to try and determine, control, and mold the fight in their favor. The Kaiser presence continues to be, I want to call it 100% at this point. We see it every single game, but we've had the variation between AD and AP. So far, the response from Legacy Genesis is a look to try and get ourselves a very strong AD with poke harassment from afar. We're going to complement that with the Kindred.
Yeah, I mean, Faulkner is a very big Kindred player, so it just makes natural sense. That's something he'd opt in for. Kindred does have a very good time into Volibear, but because Kindred can kite the volley, but important to note that Kindred, Volibear just gets a lot of move speed, runs at you, slaps you, and press the attack procs you, and you're very close to dead in the early game. So it's not a matchup where Kindred just mega wins, level 1, level 2, level 3. But it's a matchup that just progressively gets better and better and better. But it's also a volatile one that if Kindred falls behind and if Volibear falls behind, they're both just going to, I think, run over each other. So keep an eye on that jungle matchup. Of course, we see Ezreal versus Kaiser, 99% of the time in the OCS today. So don't really need to touch on how that lane plays out. But, Wei on Galio is an interesting one for me. He definitely is a type of player who likes to roam around a lot. I'm surprised we didn't see them put a priority on Orianna. Wei does play quite a lot of Orianna in solo queue and has some very good success. I would probably argue maybe his best champion, and yet he hasn't decided to opt in for it.
These are some very smart bans I want to touch on as well. The fact that they ban away the Karma so that it's not that easy ability for what is already a very scary tri-pick coming out of Diacubs to, one, access that backline very quickly, but also, two, to make the bottom lane rather hard in that laning phase, right? Brom's not going to want to do too much in that state. He's just going to want to keep calm, cool, and collected. The response, though, is really, really cool coming out of the Diacubs. They're banning away the Kale, which was crucial, really, in ensuring that when Buggy did play the middle sticks, he was able to live long enough to rotate through those cooldowns again.
Well, Sally, that's just 2 target bans at Sally's champion pool. Sally is, I wouldn't call him a 2-trick, but they're definitely probably his 2 best champions in terms of the Kale and the Mordekaiser. He has been putting a lot of time, though, into Camille in solo queue, so wondering if that's something that they're saving for a counter pick. But Orianna being hovered here, maybe the Galio is going to be flex support.
It'll be interesting. Will it be a day of flexes when it's come to that role? We'll have to wait and see. You start to wonder when the likes of Orianna, Syndra, and Zoe are available. They tend to be the trifecta of power picks for the mid lane in the Oceanic region.
There you go. So after I talked up the Orianna of Way, we're going to see it. No pressure now.
No pressure at all.
So Galio's
doing that one.
Most likely going support, and Galio doesn't necessarily like laning into a Braum, so it's interesting that they send Galio that way, but probably just confident in their 2v2 laning, knowing they can get away with a pick like that. But Braum, obviously Galio wants to go in, and once Galio goes in, just gets tagged by the Braum, stunned, and Wukong.
Okay, Wukong is going to be the final pick right now, and this is another wombo combo comp, right, which makes it so easy for the Shockwave to be coupled with anybody, but just the area denial, and I think the crucial fact is going to be how tanky can this Galio get to taunt as many people to make everybody's life that much easier.
Well, this is flexed kind of 2 ways, because Volley can be jungle and Wukong can be jungle, and I say Wukong jungle because Why Not has played a lot of it in solo queue, and he's also played Wukong jungle in the OCS. So I think it's kind of like what matchup they prefer most, and they'll go for. But judging by the Kale bans and the Mordekaiser ban, for me, it says Volibear's going top lane.
We've had Wukong supports, but obviously that's very far out the equation. Tends to only be when you're rocking a fasting center. Not going to sit here today, as we're going to wait as we tend to do, because we start speaking and they look to try and flip the lanes around a few more times.
I'm 100% certain it's going to be. Actually, I don't want to talk too soon. Wait.
As you say it with conviction, you're like, hang on a minute, let's backpedal a second, let's wait. There's another 20 seconds.
I was going to be wrong. I was going to be wrong. Okay, I guess I wasn't 100% sure. I thought they would take Volibear into, Wukong into the jungle, but whatever. I'm wrong, dude. I'm sorry.
So it brings us back to your point, really, about the Volibear and the Kindred matchup as to how volatile that can be in terms of what they can look to try and achieve.
Yeah.
I think the big thing for me that's pretty exciting is mid lane set. We've
mid lane set. I didn't see that.
Yeah, top lads, and we've got a set in the mid lane.
Oh, okay.
So there's another week of crazy shenanigans. I suppose
Look, mid lane.
At this point,
Mid lane set.
expected coming from Legacy Genesis, right? Like last week, they flipped their mid and jungle and said, "Hey, these roles are interchangeable."
Yeah, but mid lane set actually sounds miserable into Orianna. Because Orianna takes phase rush, so you never really are actually able to gap close and just get, in range to actually rip Orianna back and do any damage. Yes, set's always going to be nice in the skirmish, be nice in the team fight, but I think Orianna is going to have a very free time in the mid lane unless it's a flash set Kindred gank.
I wouldn't be surprised if we have a phase rush response, as it tends to be the case. Kind of like dipping into a set support kind of style.
Well, play. Yeah, no, we probably will see set take phase rush because Conqueror again wouldn't make sense. Like, who's he going to be hitting? But it still doesn't. My problem isn't that it's set mid. My problem is that it's set mid into Orianna, especially because Kindred wants to play with priority, and so he's going to have no priority in mid lane. But in saying that, right? In saying that, set has really good gank setup. And so maybe we just see Kindred just hard focus that lane.
No doubt going to be looking at, the trifecta when it comes to just insane mobility. We're talking Nimbus Cloak, Celerity, and Water Walking. Just try to be as much of an influence as Falconer, no doubt, in looking to try and assist these lanes. Either go bot side to try and prevent the Galio from getting out of hand and being an absolute menace with the likes of a Stone Plate and all the rest of it, so we can literally just go for dives, taunts, and anything else you expect to see. But maybe even looking to try and go top side to make sure that Sally hits that late game power spike that Vladimir is also notorious for as early as possible.
Can I just say too, Calrock has to play with a new support every week and how hard that must be.
The guy's a monster. I'd hate to imagine what it must be like, going into each game and having like a different play style to adapt to each time.
Well, because you start, when you build synergy with a player, you start actually not having to say anything. You start having, you just pick up on, I'm not even going to call it verbal cues, but you just pick up on cues and he's going to walk forward on this minion. And you start just like being able to really play lane without communicating and only communicating when it's crucial. And, Calrock, I don't think has that luxury with any of his supports just by the nature of how frequently they swap out. And
the last 4 weeks, he's played with a different support.
Yeah,
each week's been different.
And then you look at someone like Styled and Nausicaa. They've been playing together for, I would say, the best part of a year, and I think that's being generous. And they would be a bot lane in which I think that they're very, very much so on the same page, and could be. I don't think it's going to be disastrous in the bot lane by any means. But I think that Calrock has got his work cut out for him because he's coming up against, close to one of the best performing bot lanes we've got in the OCS, and he's doing it with a support that's just being changed out once every 4 weeks.
And this is going to be a big one, right? Because it's the first time these two teams have come together, and it's going to be a big form check for really both bot lanes, right? As you say, Start and Nausicaa, they are the combination duo that always you look to sort of rely on to get the ball started, to try and find success in their own matchup to influence the team as a whole. But as you touched on quite correctly, right? The fact that the Diacubs still remain undefeated, they're quite willing to flex out both support and jungle as they do see fit. But how much of that is going to be a disruption when you're going up against a formidable opponent like this? We're going to get to see because the Galio not typically seen in the bot lane.
Yeah, Galio bot, again, it's kind of fallen out of meta for a reason. Galio used to have quite a short ult timer, so he could really just access mid lane and access skirmishes that took place in the bot side of the river, and to take off. They also just took away like a bunch of numbers from his kit and kind of just made it like less viable to play. But, they probably see something in this Galio pick and potentially they picked the Galio and the intention was for it to go mid lane, and then they just decided, we can't do this anymore. We need something else. And they've just got the luxury of flexing it, because sometimes it's like you just take the both options both options are poison, and you just take the lesser of the poison, and that sort of feels like Galio going into bot lane is.
How many times have we seen teams look to first pick a Syndra or a Karma, and even afterwards said, hey, look, we didn't even know where we wanted. We just knew we wanted this pick. It was only once the draft was completed, we're like, hey, this is, these are the lane assignments. This is what we've decided to do. So, definitely a champion that could make a case for him sort of fitting into that category as we get ourselves ready for the fourth game of the night. A big banger. Will the Diacubs remain undefeated, or will Legacy Genesis challenge them for that throne? That's what we're going to find out here today. A wombo combo for them to try and showcase their mechanics from the Diacubs, but a bit of finesse with a touch, with a bit of spice is probably the best way to describe it, with a mid lane set.
Well, most comps, in the OCS tonight have just been a wombo combo. I would argue that, both compositions are a bit of a wombo combo comp too, right? Kindred's got like Set's going to go in, take a Galio into the back line of Diacubs. Vlad's going to be on the flank, just popping the ultimate, and they're just going to have Braum peeling Ezreal. So I love that, by the way. I think that sit-up is the best taunt in the game.
I agree. You're just flexing on your opponent. That's what we all wish we could do if we went to the gym. Do sit-ups that quickly, that many reps. Perfect form.
Man, the guy's too chiseled. I look at his body and I look at mine, and then I see similarities, but just not the same.
He's essentially a 24-pack hold the coke. He's a monster. As is Kimchi, especially when he's forced to flash away like that. Goes scouting out for some information. But the roaming squad of Legacy Genesis is far too annoying, and he's forced to burn a very valuable combat summoner.
I'm surprised that we didn't see a flash over the wall to, kind of follow that one up and pick up first blood, because it was one auto attack from Braum passive, but looks like we're just splitting map, and it's not a bad thing to do, to split map against the Vladimir, right? It's a decent enough weak side champion, but Buggy's just, you know what? I'm sacking lane to make sure you don't get that red buff, but looking to dive bot lane. I don't know. This is a weird start. Kindred kind of looked to dive bot lane. Buggy wants to protect his red buff, but maybe not the right call here from Legacy Genesis. Potentially could have denied red buff off the Volibear instead of just looking for this bot lane dive, but oh, Kimchi just getting a little bit low there.
mean, it's been a day, really, hasn't it, of weird events where, you know, we've seen narratives not necessarily play out the way we want to, or, you know, games really be flipped about 52 different times over.
Yeah.
That's already Legacy Genesis trying to showcase their experience in this bottom half of the map to try and find that edged advantage.
But would you have it any other way?
Oh, why not?
Just flip games, dude.
That's what the viewers want to see, right? They don't want to have it all too predictable. It's like a movie that you just, you already know the plot.
I got to
You've got
Grandmaster
another 2 hours to watch.
I just got to Grandmaster flipping every single game. Because eventually you just start winning. And then you lose, but you start winning sometimes when you just flip.
You know, I've enjoyed watching your streams when you're playing some of those games. That Ivan one I remember I tuned into where it looked like it was all against you.
It was against us, and then we just won one team fight.
Every lane winning, and you're like, oh, well, I guess that's just how it is. Then just like that, a fight gets won.
But I did jung diff him because the enemy jungler finished with like 22 kills, and I won.
Showcases it's not all about the kills.
But I see this is very good here from Wei. He's got the lane in such a good spot, and I'm going to hold that thought because we're going to see first right in the bot lane.
Taunt goes out, exhaust for exhaust, as Kimchi is forced to try and dash back, and very lucky that his body did not collide into the Bron. That would have spelled disaster.
See, now this is weird to me. How come they're not trying to stop Braum base, Galio base rather, and Kindred dives? I feel like that was a stoppable base there. Very greedy base from Kimchi. Was definitely in Braum Q range or Ezreal Q range, but you know, not wanting to commit to that dive.
I'm going to freeze things and like slowly crash this one in for the meantime. It's looking like Legacy Genesis have a bit of a stranglehold of the bottom lane as it stands so far. Top side of the map, it's going to be the Vladimir going into this Wukong. Nice Chrono skin. I played so much TFT recently. I'm corrupted now when I see these skins.
Yeah, I go through phases of TFT. I haven't played it in a while, but we're going to see a little bit of an all in here. But once phase rush gets procced, kind of the end of that one. But both junglers in top side of the map now.
Yep, he's playing off that dash, but as you say, both junglers are here, both now drop down to half as the storm comes out. But that will be all it is.
Yeah, Vlad's extremely happy with that, burning the Wukong flash. Loses that little bit of mobility, potentially that, you know, little bit of lethal, and Volibear's having to help push the wave in, and so this is just EXP that's being shared, and Wukong's going to hit a later 6 because of it.
So a win for Vladimir.
And he probably gets the freeze this too. So yes. So now Wukong actually has to TP back to lane. So Vladimir, current lane state, very good. He's going to TP back. Lane's frozen, no flash, potentially doesn't want to walk up because Kindred could just be waiting and revisit this. So Wukong is actually walking. He's walking back to lane on a freeze.
Okay, potential case now to see where Why Not looks to try and play around, if he's going to come topside to try and help break this, or if he is going to look to try and assist in the mid lane, which is currently winning, and much to be expected as it is a range into melee matchup. But I'm sure Buggy, just waiting to hit his stride, hit level 6, and be an absolute menace, has opted for the heal as the summoner.
I mean, the set will never really win lane if you're putting it mid lane and it's versing a mage. But, you know, Set is a champion that does function quite well, you know, slightly behind gold, just by the nature of his kit, and probably, I wouldn't say it's overtuned, but definitely strong.
Okay, so this is the shot call. They're going to say that I'm not going to walk back to lane. I'm actually just going to fully commit. We're going to go for a 5-man dragon. At 6 minutes in, now I can go for the recall. Now I can go for another item to complement that rejuve bead. And down by 10 CS, he may just be able to catch this with a teleport back to topside.
I don't think this is a good call from Diecards. I think that's at the expense of Zoranus, and yes, he's going to catch the wave that is bouncing back, and he's going to be even in CS if he can CS like efficiently. But you have to remember, he was up CS. So not only did he let the waves, Vlad freeze that wave, but yeah, look, he actually traded quite decently, but
not bad considering he had to burn flash and had to burn teleport. He's facilitated the team to get the first dragon of the game, but look, he traded here for Legacy, looking to try and achieve a bit of control.
He's level 5 still. Vladimir is going to be very close to level 7, and now Vladimir is up 3 CS in a lane he was behind CS. So for me, that was just it's almost one of those times where you know that your lane's frozen, and it's definitely not a good lane state for you, and Kindred might not be top lane, but it almost feels like that's the scenario where you just
set. He's on the way right now. He's going to come through Tribush. He might just look to just run straight through. Nope. Guys, we'll spot him out.
It feels like that's the scenario where Wukong should have just TP'd top and just said, you know what, if Kindred's here, he kills me. Because I don't know. He's down a full level now.
Let's see what it means and how Legacy look to try and play around that, given they have that advantage. Both of them have the teleport, obviously, but the flash is there for the insurance if a Volibear was to come topside to assist in trying to put the advantage back in his court again. Although, all things said and done, the CS is dead even once more.
I was definitely expecting a more explosive game between these two teams, though.
Feels like both teams are very much waiting to hit that all-important level 6 mark before they decide to go for a full-on commit. Might see some action if we are going to have some lane flips, which is to be the case, as both are now in going topside.
You know what sucks about set mid? You have to lane against a blue buff, which significantly benefits the mage, right? But like, you don't get a buff. So your lane just gets harder, but you don't get anything that makes it better for you. Don't you think that?
Would you say you're content in a way, as you can use your grit to act as mitigation and you can look to try and snowball your jungler further as a result? I mean, Kindred could be ideal for that scenario, yeah?
Yeah, probably. Probably just fine letting Kindred eat those camps and get that slight level lead that Kindred does possess until that Rift Herald went down.
It is going to be the bear himself that has the mark. That is what Falconer is looking for with a double buff. They're going to look to try and achieve that. That's going to be a blast cone that disengages both of the Dire Cubs back to the safety of the top lane turret.
Surprised Wukong didn't go opt in for heal cut there, so those trades that he's doing like that, just stick that little bit more.
Yeah. Got tons
Kimchi
of
was
potions
actually-
right now, so he's going to
Kimchi
probably
was
have
ahead of
movement
the bush.
speed. What was that?
Kimchi was actually accidentally standing outside of the bush. So they saw him instead.
Slightly griefing. But very close to level 6, and that's when the fun really starts to begin, where you can look to try and make cross-map plays. Provide a bit of mitigation with the shields to make it a little bit easier for those taunts to land as a result as well.
I'll be honest, I'm not a real big believer in this Galio pick, but in his defense, he kind of did get ruined at level 1.
Yeah, it was pretty rough from the very get-go. Been a day of craziness with the likes of a Fiddle support and a Galio, but the Fiddle won in the end, so will the Dire Cubs remain undefeated? Hard to say, only 10 minutes in with no kills just yet, but 2 objectives going the way of them so far. I think Lamb's Respite, the ultimate from the Kindred, if afforded the opportunity, could actually be a game changer here, buying enough mitigation and time, more than anything, to act as a pseudo Terra Cult to cancel out the entire wombo combo that Dire Cubs have.
It could be a game changer in both directions though, right? Like, your Vladimir lands a big Hemo Plague and you're the one, Kindred's about to die, Kindred pops ult and keeps Dire Cubs alive, right? I've seen that happen before, so... Don't want that anti-synergy happening, that's for sure.
Certainly don't. And we had a good laugh at that. I can't remember what the exact comp it was, but it was Legacy Genesis, and they had the Bard with... I'm trying to remember the other pick was. They had the Bard, and you say, look, we don't want them to overlap this.
Yeah, I think they did, right?
The Bard and the Fiddlesticks, I believe it was.
Yeah. Oh, this is what we're talking about.
Right, so that comes the showstopper. Now, Wei in a 1v4 situation, gonna get collapsed upon. And gonna fall on down.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the pick set offers, right? Down 20 CS, doesn't matter too much, not really in kill threat of Orianna, but can offer that gank threat, right? You know, Orianna using the Shockwave, using the flash, and it really didn't matter. Still falling down there, and you know, the next time it's that little bit easier now because Orianna has no flash.
No flash, but we'll have that teleport up only moments after respawning. Maybe able to just join into this team fight to secure the second dragon in their favor. That's what both teams have their eyes set on right now.
I think we see a 5v5 here, no?
Shockwave gone, Showstopper 2, as well as the True Shot Barrage. But the Hemo Plague, as well as the Cyclone, could be big determining factors here from an AoE standpoint of who gets the zone and who gets the ability to force a numbers advantage.
Weird that they're sharing, it's really weird that they're sharing 3 waves of farm between carries. Normally this isn't something that you see, but that usually means no team wants to give away the dragon.
So, Selly is parving topside. Will have the ability to join this fight if called upon. Falconer is being left to his own device as well and saying, look, you can just respond and match the lane. But why not is going to come to really push the advantage and look to get as many of these turret plates as possible in the next 2 minutes. That's why we're going to summon the Herald as a result to get the first turret of the game.
Yeah, Falconer's
enough map pressure to get the dragon.
Yeah, Falconer's not really in a position either to fight. So Yeah, potentially this is just the dragon going away as well, but our Diacup's going to pull the trigger.
Seems much the case that Legacy are very happy just continuing to farm, not really rushing things, and it feels almost like a Legacy as a whole, an organizational stance on sacrificing the first 2 dragons and ensuring that you hit power spikes. And you know, are we fighting when we want to fight as opposed to because the game suggests that we should?
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. It does seem like an organizational thing. Potentially they're just passing on PDF files and saying, hey guys, study this.
Maybe need to open the door and get Carbon on the mic, eh?
Yeah, I see Denyon in chat, so maybe Denyon can just jump on as special guest and start talking about Legacy ideology.
We'll flick him into the voice call, and you know, we'll get a live interview on the spike of things. Maybe we can just get some an interview happening in Twitch chat. You know, we'll just make this happen live.
Hey Denyon, what's the philosophy surrounding Legacy and how they play the game?
Yeah, we just understand, you know, the ability for Legacy to sacrifice the first dragons regardless of game state. But no, from a serious standpoint, you're right. In terms of Legacy and iCubs being poised to be, you know, that explosive matchup. But a lot of respect shown both ways. Only 1 kill in the first 14 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking this game would be over fast. I thought the teams are both just really fast-paced teams that like to fight, and you know, this was going to go one way or the other, but they've actually just slowed the game down completely.
And it makes sense in a way. You know, you're looking to try and make sure that your Azrael hits that spike first. And you're looking to find the Vladimir in a spot where he can jump the backline with that Proto Belt, most notably. So it's really putting the burden of execution onto the Diacubs to say, well, if you're going to push their tempo and make sure that you can get that Soul around the 20 to 23 minute mark, that you've built enough of a gold gap between the two of us.
Well, the Wukong's also just taken over in CS again, and Set is falling more and more behind in CS too, so you know, I don't think Legacy are going to be okay if the trajectory remains the same, but in saying that, they do have, you know, the jungler Faulkner being up in CS as well as Styled, so it's almost just like a 2-for-2 trade. You have 2 lanes ahead in CS and we'll have 2, but you know, you definitely don't want to give Orianna just free time and free farm, and just the, you know, the time to stack up that Seraphs.
Becomes a question, right, as to perhaps playing on tier evolutions as to who can hit those first, especially between the 2 AD carries. Big power spike for them to keep in mind.
Looks like
full spawn.
Yeah, I was about to say, looks like Legacy are moving towards that Herald and potentially want to start a fight there.
Does beg the question though, because Diacubs have been the ones that are so keen to always be there first by achieving priority in their lanes, by farming up a Storm as a result, and that's what you were mentioning beforehand. The only lane that seems to not be favoring them so far will be the Kaiser into the Ezreal, but they've got major leads elsewhere.
Yep.
But no, the restraint is shown once again. We're not too phased, continue farming.
Yeah, both teams are stacking up tier items, so they're probably just both fine with waiting this one out and skill checking each other when the time is right, but looks like Volibear is going to contest this Herald, but Diacubs really aren't in a position to contest, but Galio can cheat tempo here with Galio ultimate.
He's going to jump in there with the ultimate right now, instantly gets exhausted. Everybody's getting knocked up 1, 2, and 3. They're in the sky more than they're on the ground at this stage. That is major turbulence. The Cyclone comes out, but Lamb's Respite tops them up. Faulkner flashes on her and jukes them with the Fog of War. That's not a kill attempt that you can chase on through as he now goes into the Blood Plague. He goes down to the ground as he looks to try and take one more with him, but it's going to be Kalrock that survives on red HP. Faulkner finds one. He takes out the Wukong. And the Herald is a distant afterthought. That resets. The fight certainly started. And, well, that was 5 kills, just like that.
Yeah, in terms of execution, I think Diacub significantly misplayed there. Kalrock going over the wall, not staying with his Orianna and pumping damage out, not picking up the kill either. And, you know, it's just... Wait, I'm going to hold that thought because potentially Buggy just...
He could be in trouble right now. He's going to get drawn back in. Way's going to look to try and get that phase rush on as quick as possible, but the same comes out here from this. The Flash going to dodge out of that Haymaker. Now comes in the teleport, and Buggy is in a world of trouble. The Orb can chase him down, and Zernis will just jump with it and say, thank you very much. That's a shutdown for me. You can share the gold.
I mean, is that worth? Is the teleport worth? Maybe it is. I guess they're going to get Herald for it.
Continue pressure top side.
Yeah,
maybe pressure towards the turret, back to the Herald itself.
So here's the fight. We see Nordica go in with the exhaust, and why not Duds just die for free, but Style is in the back of the pit here, channeling an ultimate. Faulkner getting the ult down, flashes over the wall, and see Calrock. Calrock just flashes over the wall, leaves his team. He's losing so much time with damage. You have to think, if he doesn't kind of just blast cone over into death, that fight is a clean wipe for Diacubs. But the fact that Calrock just got that greedy for 1 kill really means that Legacy kind of, you know, traded up on that team fight.
I think you have to take your hat off to Faulkner as well. The fact that he put down the Lambs, respite baited everybody in. The shockwave came out, but he flashed out already. So that was a waste of cooldown. Then wraps around again and actually gets the kill onto Wukong. He was essentially the puppeteer determining how that fight worked. Yeah,
I mean, Faulkner on this Kindred, like I said, one of his most played champions, really proficient on it, and he's showing us why, right? You know, this is one of the, you know, one of the probably first Kindreds that we've seen in the OCS. I mean, we've probably seen one before, but it doesn't come to mind, so it can't be too recent, Skimmy, unless I'm wrong, but he's having a very good game and showing us why Kindred is kind of this powerhouse pick that we see in solo queue nowadays.
It certainly is. It's lucky to say that you can carry from the jungle. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't say that you're resigned into a tank duty, if you will.
I mean, I would still beg to differ that a shockwave hits Kindred's going down. You know, it's weird because solo queue jungling is so different to competitive jungling, I feel, right? You know, if, again, this same analogy, if I see this Kindred with these items at this point in the game, in a solo queue, I'm like, just go next. This guy's just going to 1v9 my team, okay? But in competitive, things are a lot more front to back, a little more structured, less skirmish heavy, which means you get less access to backline. And so in a pure front to back versus a Wukong, a Volibear, and a Galio ultimate, I don't know how much value a Kindred is going to have. Obviously, the Land Respite is still going to be a huge help, but in terms of just putting damage numbers out and killing backline, Kindred isn't going to have an easy time.
He's definitely going to be assisted by the fact that Styled has been the one to evolve first. He's got that over Calrock on your screen as well. But the same could be said for the Orianna that also hits that tier evolution at the same point. But here it is, once again, running at top side. Buggy is looking for an opportunity. Doesn't have the angle to use the showstopper to bring him back to the runes of that top turret. Action does take place across the map, quite honestly. Top and bot side, both Brewers wanting to force a little bit of chaos. But as the dust settles at 20 minutes in, it will be the Diacubs up by around 2k gold.
Yeah, and I think most of this gold lead really is the CS discrepancy that you see in the mid lane now. It's about a 60 CS lead. Buggy's not going to be able to close 70 CS now, basically. Buggy's not going to be able to close this, right? Like, this CS lead is as, I mean, you know, you talk about CS being within arm's reach. That's long, that ship sailed for Buggy. So Diacubs are just in a very good spot. You know, they have the front to back team composition. They have the Wukong who's accelerated. They got the Orianna who's just happy scaling in a side lane, and you know, you can't help but feel like the onus really is on Legacy to make something happen. And, you know, the one kind of, you know, thing that they really don't have going for them too is that dragons aren't on their side.
Cloud Dragon at this point of the game, yes, more ultimates, and, you know, who are the major benefactors of that? I think the biggest one has to be the Vladimir at this point. If Sally can reach that insane point, the movement speed, the ability to use that Hemo Plague essentially on cooldown, could be a big determining factor of not only negating the wombo combo, but looking to try and turn things around as Diacubs clump up to facilitate it happening. Yeah,
but Sally is a very far way away from influencing a team fight like the Vladimir that we do know.
A good 5 to 10 minutes away at the minimum. Well on his way to getting that second item online. The first, obviously, the major power spikes will be that Proto Belt. Going to have a very tough time of trying to match, however, because this Wukong at 3-1, no doubt very close to getting that Death Dance online, and that with the Trinity.
Oh, he's unkillable. Next team
you
fight?
You can't do much against him.
Yeah, on next team fight, it's just going to be a Wukong 1v9, and, you know, again, the buzzword, but relative strength. If you look at relative strength of Diacub's composition right now, I think it far exceeds the strength of Legacy Genesis' comp, right? Like, you look at the Kai'Sa, 2 items, same as Ezreal, but you have to say that in terms of if the Rage Blade's fully stacked, then Calrock's going to be doing more damage. Wukong right now, hitting the backline, there's no way Ezreal's going to get through the Wukong. Pair that with the Galio ultimate coming in, it just looks like a very hard fight for Legacy Genesis to take right now.
Certainly is going to be, and they've hit power spikes, they've hit their stride, and they've hit the first turret down. And as you can see, as it stands, they've got 3 kills and 3 turrets to none that Legacy Genesis have been able to respond with so far. 30 seconds on their next dragon to put themselves on a potential soul point.
It's another cloud. I actually think something's wrong with OCS.
It happens every week. That's all we get.
OCS is broken.
I wonder. Now here's a theory. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So, the Dire Cubs, the Dire Wolves,
Yep.
they have a ton of Kiwi players.
Yep.
So, New Zealand, otherwise known as Aotearoa,
Yes.
the land of the long white cloud,
Is that
Cloud Soul.
actually what it is? Like
true.
known as? Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's a good
There you
lesson.
go. Is that some 5-head right there?
That's a good history lesson, right?
There you go. It's
Was
a big
that,
conspiracy.
Is that like the Maori way of saying New Zealand?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go.
That is some big brain right there,
Yeah,
right?
you
And it's
are-
going to be a big acquisition. You know, Third Dragon, it's online. There you have it.
You are the intelligent one of this relationship, and I'm just the mechanics.
Oh, mate. Let's put our girlfriends aside. It's just you and me now.
Yeah, we could. They're not watching.
They're not watching. Yeah, they're not interested in League, let's be honest.
No. I'm just wasting my life away, apparently.
I get told the same. Hey,
Yeah.
it is what it is. It is what
Oh,
it is.
well.
Passion. Passion for what we enjoy, mate.
When I'm a millionaire and I own my LCS team, I'll be the one laughing.
When I'm a franchise owner earning millions, you'll be the one laughing, man.
But Mum, you have to believe me. I'm almost there. I'm only $100,000 away. As I say that in my bedroom in my basement.
Yeah, waiting to get some crowdfunding coming online. But yeah, I mean, as games go, 24 minutes in, only 7 kills. It's been very, very quiet. First real signs of a skirmish was around that Herald. But a lot of that was the Legacy show as they look to try and maneuver, out-juke. Since that point, it's been Dire Cubs just playing the map.
Yeah, and you know, look at their gold is just growing and nothing's been happening. And it's just because they're being a lot more efficient in how they're eating minion waves. They're putting jungle camps on cooldown far quicker. They're also taking some of Kindred's as well. So, you know, you look at Vladimir and Wukong were even 5 minutes ago, but now Vladimir is down CS again. Mid lane CS is almost a flame horizon, so really feels like Legacy Genesis need to make something happen because they're not eating the minion waves correctly, and well, they're just not allowed to, right? Like Dire Cubs aren't letting them. Look at Wei, able to play that far up in lane should be a crime.
Should be. And you were definitely very vocal about how rough it was going to be really for the set into this matchup.
Yeah.
Well, definitely allowed Wei to have that pop-off performance. You said no pressure, and it feels like he's got none at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Wei's done a very good job, but I'm pretty sure I could put you in this game, Skimmy playing Orianna into a set, and you wouldn't get punished. So.
Put me on Corky, and then I can just pick up the package. And,
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all had those games. Let me
you know
tell ya.
what? I can feel valuable. Can't say I'm a mid lane connoisseur, but you know, we could try.
I get
We'll have a lot of damage.
I get flamed for how I say connoisseur, but I think I say connoisseur, and you just said it, and I think we said it similarly, but
It is what it is, mate. It's the English language. At the end of the day, you got Australian, you got American, you got it all.
and then you got Juventus's language, and
We all say it. We all know what we're talking about at the end of the day.
that's what I'm saying, man. Everyone's just got to relax a little bit.
People just want to cause arguments. That's
I don't get. Dude, it's not like I get paid to cast. Okay. Again, I don't need a talk.
Let me do the talking here, dudes, because
That's
that's
a
what
fast
we're going to
Baron.
see right now. 26 minutes, and it's going to be a Baron attempt. But it is a Baron dance. It's Kimchi on zoning patrol. He goes in for a 3-man talk, but that's out coming to Wukong. He gets locked in place here and gets exhausted. Can't do much. Buggy goes
Oh, the
gold. He
blast.
buys some time. The Hemo plague in the backline onto 3. Taunt goes out, and Taunt going to connect onto 2. That's the Buggy execution. And that is a double kill as the Set and Vladimir fall on down. Lamb's Respite tries to buy time, but Zerenis doesn't fall for the same tactic twice. He flashes over. He picks up the kill. He takes out another one. They are flawless in their execution. Nobody dies. The Baron can be started up once again. And this is a big reason why Dire Cubs are the first place team.
Normally I would argue, oh, Shockwave is still up, or did that just come off cooldown? Wow. I mean, that's Baron going over, but, you know, it's a fight in which it's very smart from Diacubs actually, and I'll explain why. So the one thing you want to do when you fight with a Rageblade AD is let them get max stacks before fighting. And the one way that you can actually do that is by hitting neutral objectives. And so what they did was, Diacubs wanted to force the fight. They're like, okay, we're at our power spikes, this is where we're fighting. How do we get the fight? We start Baron, we make them come in. And so Calrod probably had max stacks on Rageblade before that fight took place. And it was just really well played, really well executed, and really well identified. The fact that they realized that they were strong enough now to take that fight.
We're going to see how it all started off here. It was eventually a Diacubs ace with not a single member falling on down, but just the amount of pressure.
Oh, they disengaged well, right? Yeah. They actually stopped Wukong from getting backline access, but look at Calrod. This is a Vladimir that's meant to just be cleaning up a team fight, but pretty much just getting not soloed out by the AD, but not able to kill the Kai'Sa. And then, Lambda's fight probably does more harm than good there, but obviously it needs to go down because Faulkner is going to die. And, Zoranus is just an absolute menace right now.
Certainly is. And we mentioned he was going to be unkillable. Well, he's definitely hit that stride and well on his way to going for the Styrics as well, at which point you say, how on earth do we keep this man in check? He's a tough one to try and respond to, even harder when there is a Baron buff in his back pocket too.
And he might be going Titanic Hydra.
Very real possibility, actually.
Yeah, but, either or, whatever. It is what it is. I don't think it matters in the sense that he's, once he's got his Triforce and his Death Dance, that's the only thing that matters. And the team fights are just going to get harder and harder for Legacy Genesis. They really needed to make something happen early, right? You don't draft the set pick to just trade farm with an Orianna, because let me tell you, that's not going to end well. Yes, they killed Orianna once, but I think it was at a point in which it was just a little bit too late.
Hasn't had the easiest time. We're being really given too many opportunities to look to play to those side lanes to force those ganks. And definitely can't do much to win the 1v1, especially in the mid lane up against the Orianna, and that results in a 100 CS difference between the two at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's
what
we call...
6 turrets to 1, it's Diacubs' game to lose.
Yeah, that's what we call a Flame Horizon.
Hold the Flame Dragon, because we just don't see them.
I don't know, I don't even know where that comes from, what you just said. But I assume it was a good
Infernal
analogy.
Dragon. Infernal Dragon, Flame Dragon.
I've definitely heard you come out with better.
Yeah, it's a pretty poor joke, wasn't it? We'll go next on that one.
I've had a few bad ones, so it is what it is.
Sometimes you just got to try the arc. It is what it is, as the Diacubs will be very content with how things are playing on out. They've got themselves the soul point. They've got the ability to now break through and open up some inhibitors, as with the assistance of this Baron-inspired cannon, the bottom turret will eventually fall on down.
Yep, and I think that turret actually just survived by one wave. If Baron buff was up for one more wave, it would definitely go down. I mean, Wukong's just going to brute force it, but...
It'll fall down eventually, but this is a squeeze if I've ever seen one. The first inhibitor falls on down and 2 open inhibitors for the taking if the Diacubs desire.
Well, the problem... Shockwave lands onto one person there though.
It does indeed. Lamb's Spike comes on out. That's going to be Galio jumping in for a grand entrance. And he's just going to look to try and do a CC chain after CC chain. Buggy survives to tell the towers. That's going to be Vlad in the backline. Finds one, goes gold and gets the shot down. This could be big to try and turn the tide of this fight right now. Cyclone comes out as a disengaged tool. Not too bad. All
I've seen
things
worse.
considered.
Good shutdown for Vladimir, but their base is in a shambles. Top inhibitor down, bot lane inhibitor down, and mid lane, you'd have to argue probably soon to follow. Probably just a little bit of an overstay from Diacubs there, but close to a 10,000 gold lead now, and going to go base and pick up some big items. But, the one kind of saving grace for Legacy right now is the fact that Orianna did lose her Magi stats.
Yeah, down to 0 stacks now, but very well protected with the itemization that he's gone for. Stopwatch, the Zonias, as well as the Seraph's shield. It's going to be very tough to try and take him out, very strong in his ability to try and determine how the fights play out, but that's not to disregard what the Vladimir now represents. Much the same in terms of itemization. Going to really pack a punch and could be a turning point if we're playing for another Baron or potential Elder up in 2.5.
Yep, and Diacubs may not want to push their luck, right? That might have made them want to just sit back and relax and wait for this Elder Drake, because they probably realistically could just brute force that middle inhibitor and 3 inhib the Legacy Genesis lineup, but sometimes better safe than sorry.
Yeah, it seems to be right now. Their sights are set on vision control. We've got the superior turret count. I mean, there's no denying that. 9 turrets to 1. They own the jungle. It belongs to them, and that's what Legacy are banking on right now because they are setting themselves up. What appears to be a bit of a bush party.
Generally, when you play set in a solo lane, you actually build 1 damage item into tank. But what we've seen here with this set too is just pure tank. Pure tank. So he's very confident in the job that the Vladimir and Ezra are going to play.
Seems to be very much the case with double support as Norzga leads the line and essentially tanks the entire Diacub's squad. He just pulls up the shields and walks out and says, well, I guess we're not fighting here, boys.
Stand behind
15
me.
seconds.
So how do they contest? They have to go through mid wave. This is the one place where they actually have, neutral minions. There's no super minions. They've got to go through mid and then contest. But the problem is when you have no vision control and you don't know where this monkey is, then monkey can just, find the backline and peel you like a banana.
Certainly can. They've got the Jungle Book composition between Bear and Monkey.
A level 18 Orianna, QW, Kindred, half health.
They're having a lot of fun right now. They are 2 manning this Baron. As the rest of the team can just act as scouts, act as human wards, and they will zone out their opposition. That is a Baron now online, the second of the game. That might be just enough power, given the fact they're up by 10k gold, mind you, as well, for them to not only go for an end, but if they want to, look to break the final mid inhib.
I think what they'll do here, Legacy Genesis, is they will just have one last hurrah, This is the Elder Drake, we need to fight it, and...
Yeah.
Oh.
Has to be the one. Norzga was waiting in the wings, but that's going to be a grand entrance coming on in to make it a 2v2, and instantly Karok jumps and snipes them from afar. Laser vision, a teleport too, because all the boys want to get in on it.
Yeah,
that's
but
going to be an exhaust onto the sea. He's going to fall on down as well. Eventually, there's nowhere for him to turn or hide. And that last-ditch effort, it's not looking possible now.
No, there's just no damage on the set there too, so it was kind of a bit of a... praying Hail Mary play, if you will. There was no real danger in Orianna dying there, Dead Man's Plate, Stone Plate, just a lot of plates, but not enough damage.
Not enough damage, but it will be damage to the turrets themselves as the Diacubs continue their undefeated streak. Up comes the shockwave, but that is a Vladimir. Picks himself up a double kill before the second of the turrets fall on down. He is rotating through those cooldowns, buying so much time, negates out the taunt, then looks to try and make this a 1v5 effort. He's playing out of his mind right now. He wants to survive. He wants to win. But the second game tonight, a challenge at the throne, will be stopped. These teams will remain still undefeated at first place.
Yep, and it just feels like whatever roster Diacubs use, they can just do it, This was a team that we were expecting Legacy Genesis to really just make a surge up at the top of the ladder, but Diacubs just put out a roster and it seems to win at the moment.
Big showing once again from Karok. You mentioned it from the drafting phase. A new support every single week, but he continues to impress, and a big reason why they and the team as a whole are the ones leading the line. A representation of the strength here in the Oceanic region. But that's going to do it for Game Number 4. We are going to jump to a quick break, our final break of the night before we kick off with the final game of Week 8. After the break, it will be RMIT's Redbacks taking on the Chiefs Academy.
Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thought nail will help us breathe and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all.
And welcome back for the final time tonight for week number 8 of the 2020 OCS. As we get ourselves ready for game number 5 of all the best of ones on offer here tonight. And Jews, RMIT up against Chiefs Academy. For RMIT, it's going to be a big game for them to continue the evolution of what is our style, what are we looking to try and do. Sitting at 1 win, with their only win being up against a pretty strong organization in Pennet.gg Rise. I mean, I look at this composition, I say we've had moments where Frost has just popped off out of his mind on the likes of, a Protect the Vein composition, to say the least.
Yep.
But we'd like to see, I'd imagine, just a strength more tailored towards the early games. It feels like a lot of these times when they are playing for their Frost type train, they sacrifice so much. One fight's lost at like the 30-minute mark and the game's over.
No, I agree with you there, right? They tend to just give up too much. Like some of the compositions we're seeing earlier today, right? They tend to just give up too much. And then it's just, it's too big of a mountain to climb for Frost. We've seen him absolutely bring games back from the brink, but obviously you can't just say it's one man bringing them back from the brink, right? It's a team effort. Sure. They draft around it. They play accordingly. But, you'd just like to see them be a little more even come late game, come team fights. But it's not something that they've been able to do in recent weeks. But, maybe they'll not necessarily learn their lesson, but play accordingly. Play an earlier game draft or play something that facilitates, a better early game.
Something that allows them to be a little bit more proactive on the map, so they're not going to be able to give up too much of that, because Chiefs Academy are a team that will be looking to punish them. Mincam now in his 3rd week playing for the organization. Showcased last week that, he's getting quite comfortable already into the position. Debuts himself as a Javan player, then comes out the gate swimming with a Kane performance. And that's a jungler that wants to be proactive early game, right? He wants to force fights, and it fits the Chiefs' identity of, we hit an item, we hit a moment, and that's it. We're going for the win.
Yeah, for sure. And what's important to note about both of these teams, Kimmy, is that, and I feel like this is just the narrative of the OCS, is that they actually just play they play a lot of team fighting compositions, right? Mammoth Academy is probably the one team I would argue that don't necessarily play that traditional, team fight composition. They actually play a little bit more through side lanes, whereas like Landon, Malphite, Maokai player. Imperius played a lot of Trundle. Sincha plays control major mid lanes. Frost, obviously Walsh and Frost, we know what they do. Elo, much of the same, bit of a tank top player as well. Mincam plays the Jarvan, plays things like that. Winterer played the Galio the Nautilus. All these teams just play wombo combo compositions. But one player that's been really, really impressing me lately in terms of solo queue, in terms of getting better each week, but more importantly, solo queue, and I'm expecting really big things from him. It's Winterer.
Yeah.
Winter is just...
We saw Winter really explode onto the scene, right? The fact that first game was that mid Nautilus, then followed up by a Talon.
Yeah, and the Talon was leaving a lot to be desired, but just as, recent weeks, I have been keeping an eye on high elo solo queue and even playing in it myself, but Winterer is definitely a player who's just been taking it to some of the best mids in the OPL.
No doubt we'll be looking to try and continue that trajectory, because obviously Claire on the main roster for the OPL team, an insane Orianna player, no doubt about that one. So looking to continue that here. With Winter playing it once again, played it into the Corki last week against Pentanet. We'll be looking to try and find strength once more. But RMIT aren't going to make it easy for them, and this is kind of really what we wanted, right? Some early game shenanigans. It's going to be a case of not playing the Enchanter, Protect the Frost hype train. No, we want to play Blitzcrank. We're looking for kills. Yeah,
and I mean, Blitz, kind of makes sense into Kaiser and Orianna. Both zero mobility. You can also just kind of leave Ezreal on an island in lane, roam up river and help the mid lane. So definitely like what RMIT are doing right now.
Let's see where Chiefs Academy look to try and round out this draft in the first half of it anyway. They're hovering the Brom so far, which is interesting for me, already signaling that, hey, that's a ton of dive. We're quite terrified by it. And I mean, from what we saw in the last game, it seems like the team that have all these wombo combo tools available at them, they get the first sniff for trouble, they get a first kill or a very small item advantage, and they don't really slow down in their control.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? It's but it's also because there's a skill in stopping bleeding, right? There's a skill in just keeping a goal deficit where it is and waiting till the right opportunity comes up to then pounce and grab that and bring back the goal deficit. But I don't think that's a skill that is easily learnt. I mean, some of the best teams in the world can't really do it, and it's very easy to just kind of open the floodgates, if you will, when you fall behind. So we'll have to see if any of these teams are able to just stop the bleeding if they do start.
I like the bans, the fact that they've gone for the Wukong and then banned away the Ornn as well. So it's like it's a case of we want to be aggressive, we want to find picks, we want to get kills, we want to prevent you from hitting that moment in the mid to late game where you might be able to then passively scale, bring the game to a standstill, and look to try and play off that. The thing that's interesting for me on top of that is that, second week now for Sinsa playing the mid lane. He debuted on the Kassadin. That's going to get banned away from, as is the Diana as well, so nothing explosive for him to try and hard carry from.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention that he's quite a good Diana player. I've played a few games with him, and Diana for me seems to be one of his best champions, so it's good to see that one banned away. Well, good if you're a Chief fan, not so good if you're an RMIT fan, but wonder what else he's going to play. It's not really Sinisha is one of those players that has quite a few mid laners played on his OPGG, but then also, third most played Nami, right? And then we see Yumi, and then there's a Vlad. So what does he play when his two kind of quote unquote best champions are off the table?
Going to be quite interesting given the fact that they're going to save, you'd imagine, their jungle pick for the Chiefs Academy till last. They're going to go for the Malphite. You start to answer, what else are they coupling with this to make the Orianna Shockwave have that value? Obviously, the Jarvan is denied away there from Mincam. We haven't seen really much more of what he can play just yet since joining the organisation, but it is going to be the staple in the top lane, the rock in the top, if you will.
No, so it's Maokai mid.
Frost.
I mean, sorry, a Wukong mid.
It's going to be, the Maokai top. It's what they always rely on, right? Just always having hard engage from that top side of their draft.
I could be a Wukong jungle, yeah. Okay, Syndra makes sense here. Syndra is quite good into the Orianna, and Lissandra instead.
Okay.
I think I would have preferred the Syndra there, to be honest, but they're obviously valuing, and this is what we talk about, both teams, wombo combo teams. Look at this, Lissandra, Maokai, Wukong, Ezreal, and then Malphite, Orianna. Like, it's your dream if that's what you love watching.
What do you prefer about the Syndra as opposed to Lissandra?
I think Syndra's just able to bully lane a little bit against Orianna. And by no means is it a matchup where Orianna's going to just get ran over, but you definitely take the skill check into account. Syndra can win that lane quite hard, right? And then you don't scale as well as the Orianna, but you definitely have a lot more agency in the early game. Whereas Lissandra is definitely one of those champs that gets outranged and really can't walk past the ball. And sure, Winter is not taking cleanse at the moment, but it's just really hard for Sinisha to get into team fights or just get onto the Orianna, because Orianna is really good at keeping short range mages at range. That's why Orianna is very good into Cassiopeia, very good into like Lissandra and things like that, but has a bit of a rough time into Syndra because Syndra actually just matches the range and has more burst.
That begs the question now. If, with that in mind, how do RMIT look to try and facilitate the roam potential that Sinsa might want to try and achieve? We've seen multiple times where Lissandra goes roaming, especially if an early turret goes on down, but especially if a fight favors them, where they can look to try and showcase the Frozen Tomb in this, any target. It's a guaranteed hook, it's a guaranteed true shot barrage, it's a guaranteed follow-up from the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of have that guaranteed follow-up that you talk about. I mean, I'm with you. I'm trying to differentiate the two compositions, but honestly, once it comes down to a fight, if both these teams come out of lane at 40,000 gold each, right? Or like whatever number you want to put on the gold. Let's just say it's 1k either side. It's just coming down to execution. Whereas if they drafted a little bit differently, you could probably argue, right, that even gold, the Malphite comp wins with the Oriana because their 5v5 is way better. But the other team, they play 1-4 better, or they use vision denial and then into picks. But both these teams literally just want to start a team fight and just have a 5v5 and see how it plays out. Maybe just close your eyes and press R a few times.
It's very foretelling, right, of the OCS as a whole, right? It's less about the macro game and beauty of playing ping pong, freezing, pushing waves, and sort of really forcing your opposition's hand. No, it's all about we group up, we're going for an objective, we're going to win, and I'm going to showcase that my mechanics are better than yours. Maybe a ton of ARAM practice outside of the scrims themselves, but I mean for me, I'm looking at a lot of these picks and saying we've seen pretty much all of this already today. Just it's been flexed around, and it's almost like you roll a dice and say, okay, what position do we play this?
But this is kind of the meta we're in, where Oriana's such a power pick right now. Then you got to think of something to verse Oriana, and generally speaking, it's another control mage or something like that. And once you just kind of put all the pieces together, it is kind of the comps that we're seeing. The one probably pick we're not seeing in the OCS as much that we're seeing in the OPL is probably Twisted Fate. But even then, Twisted Fate has a poor lane into Oriana. So, like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't kind of scenario. And like we said, Wombo combo or teamfight compositions are probably just the easiest thing to draft and or play when you're not a well-oiled machine. So, and that's what we're seeing a lot of.
Yeah, I think you raise a good point in that, these global champions like sort of Shen, Pantheon, Galio, Twisted Fate, even the GP as well. We see a fair bit of that sprinkled into the OPL, but not that much in the OCS. The ability to work around those ultimates, the ability to find lane states in a desirable situation that, frees you up to make that kind of play. No, this is very much point and click. If I see you, I go for you, right? It's very small, just in your face team fight, slap heads.
Yeah. And who for you? And I know I'm the dude that's meant to have the brains.
You're the big brain, yes.
But who for you, as a player, would you rather be playing? Which composition would you rather be playing?
I always love playing on a comp that has a Blitzcrank because I feel like you could go 0-10 and you can always find a win condition because there's always that one person that's going to maybe get a little bit too big for their boots and always just gets hooked and it's over.
So you're the Blitzcrank comp?
Oh, for sure. I feel like you've always got an invitation to try and clutch a fight essentially.
Well, because I'm actually the Trundle comp. Because I'm a jungler, right? So I talk about from my perspective. Yes, Wukong, whatever, it is what it is. But when I see an Oriana and I'm playing Trundle, I know I'm just going to play around mid, defend my mid laner. And when it comes to a team fight, as long as I ulti the right target, when, it's not that hard to do, ulting the right target on Trundle. If you can't do that, then maybe we need to find a new job.
The role for you.
Yeah. So, no, I'd rather play that comp, I guess.
I think, you raise a good point in the sense that Wukong jungle is definitely not as scary as a solo Wukong, right?
Wukong jungle is more about the CC as opposed to the actual backline threat, if that makes sense. Yes, okay, if Wukong gets ahead, sure, it's going to be able to one-shot a backline, but also anything that gets ahead can do some significant damage, right? Even tanks can. But, jungle is just a low resource role in competitive, doesn't necessarily have a lot of EXP as well. So it's often a role that you don't necessarily want kind of to be your damage dealer in a sense. And there's some things really overtuned. And, we potentially see this Wukong run into that problem this game.
Just it's all like using the baseline kit, right? The armor shred on his Q, the skill shot, or summoner jukes with his clone, his ability to try and jump into the backline, or just use the cyclone to good effect. But how many times have we seen a top lane Wukong? They do all that and then kill. Well, because that's what you're living to decide.
Well, it's because they have the Trinity Force and the Death Dance and the solo lane levels, right? Whereas junglers in competitive that are actually decent are ones that low resource, low income, can function, have one key or two key specific abilities, and can probably build a stone plate. Let's call it what it is, right? Because Trundle as an example, right? No matter how far behind you put a Trundle, Subjugate's going to be useful. Okay, and Wukong. Okay, if he falls behind, still offers the tornado knock-up, offers a little bit of that wombo combo. But then you start looking at things like Kindred and Graves. What do they offer when they're behind?
Not much.
They don't have anything. They don't have anything useful. And then you look at stuff like Sejuani. right? That's been meta for a long time. Jarvan, that's been long for a long. They all build stone plate. They all have a bunch of CC, a bunch of utility, that can either win you a team fight or not. So we're seeing kind of that route this game with both jungles being picked.
No, I'm quite curious to see how they look to try and play this one out. I always get excited when I see the wombo combos, especially with Blitzcranks, because it is one of those picks that you rarely see for a long time. I was a big fan of what was it, Mad Life back in the day.
Yeah, Mad Life's king.
The Blitzcrank Wonder guy, basically, right? That was what really got me hyped whenever I'd watch League of Legends clips. So I always have a bit of a soft spot for when I can see a good Blitzcrank player, and that's what I'll be hoping for here today as we do enter in for the final game of tonight in the OCS with RMIT on the left-hand side and Chiefs Academy looking to deliver the goods on the right-hand side.
Yep, and Winter Eyes picked the Winter Oriana skin. What a surprise.
That's synergy with name. What could you call that?
Skinergy.
It's like a skinergy, like a pageant.
Yep,
Just
Skinergy.
looking good all around. Look good, feel good.
Skinergy is what I call it. But Wash being a little bit cheeky here, looking for a hook, and I don't like. I like it, but I also don't like it. If you know what I mean. I like it because you potentially win the game off this or get a very big lead, but have some respect. They're meant to just dancing in the mid lane.
Well, that's going to be an invade, and they're standing on vision, so we're well over there, and they're going to blast code themselves in.
And so Trundle probably just takes red here and makes a V line for the enemy blue buff. Or not.
What can Wukong do to look to try and get himself ahead as to this Trundle?
It's just going to be a full clear from the Wukong in the sense that full clearing that bot side jungle, and much of the same here. But this from Chiefs Academy, this from RMIT actually suits them a lot more because they have the volatile bot lane in the Blitzcrank and the Ezreal, right? And so you've just flipped the map on your tank top versus the volatile bot lane. So Chiefs Academy probably aren't the happiest with the way that this flip's worked out, but their bot lane's going to have to do their job and just be a real weak side part of it.
Yeah, a small advantage that RMIT are banking on, and one, as you say, is made the life of the Blitzcrank that much easier.
And the hook lands already.
He's going to land that hook as he hits level 2 first. Won't get the second knock up, but will do a lot of damage that will stick onto this Braum. Going to be forced to choke with those potions.
And so what I want to see here is I'd love to see Wukong just double back and look to dive bot lane. He's level 3, full health. Everyone's full health. And Guardian's up. Never mind. I'm incorrect. Window was gone, right? If the pot didn't come through and the wave...
Ooh, max range on that one. This time he'll get the QE. And this time there'll be some damage that can follow up from the Ezreal. But the shield goes up and that negates a fair bit of it. And actually, despite the trade favouring them to start off with, Chiefs Academy get a good bit of harassment back.
So what I was going to say was that if they could get the wave crashed in time, then it was diveable. But the wave was just outside turret. Kanade got to eat his pot, and get healthy enough so that the dive wasn't possible. But there's the realm where the wave crashes, and that's a diveable.
He certainly took his pre-workout there. He's amped and ready to try and do what he can in this lane to make things work.
I mean, Wash is popping off right now.
Certainly is, and this is why I get excited, as we do see Mincam have the double buff, and is going to path top side, maybe looking for a gank. There was no vision there from the Maokai, but will just decide to go for his top camp clear instead.
This is just a wet noodle fight in the top lane. Not much is going to be happening up here, and if it does, someone significantly misplayed.
The battle of the grasps, looking to try and stack up as much health as they can, so they can become a monster. Come in the mid game with that first item spike.
Sinusha was so low, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. He's literally on like 50 health. Nearly died. Look at this mid lane matchup already, right? 10 CS.
That was my point exactly, right? Just to highlight what you mentioned, this is why you would have preferred the Syndra because of that range mismatch.
Yeah.
Since it's forced to sacrifice a fair bit of it, trading health to try and achieve it.
Yeah, and it just doesn't, I think Oriana right now in mid lane is probably S tier or like A tier at a minimum. and you're just matching it with like Oriana, that's just, I don't even think in a tier in mid lane at the moment. Oh my goodness, this guy's had
He
his...
just does not miss, does he? He catches Kim Jin again, but literally Chiefs going to be going the offensive straight away. They're going to connect with the Braum passive and look to try and turn around in some form of fashion. Both AD carries sitting roughly the same, but it's mainly between the supports as to who take the biggest beating.
It's not exactly the same though. Flash here, hang on a minute.
Okay, flashes forward, cleanses that, the Ignite, going to look to flash away as well. Oh, nearly lands, one auto, but there's no longer the Ignite. He will not burn on down, and he will survive. A 5-minute first blood, nearly achieved there by RMIT.
With the one, so Wash has hit every single hook this lane, and then the one that he actually needed to land, couldn't land. But I mean,
oh no,
it's still...
I think he was expecting the sidestep, right?
It's still, yeah, it's still really good for the side of RMIT. They did burn double flash, but it's all summoners burning the bot lane, and if you burn all subs in bot lane versus a Blitzcrank, then he's going to have a field day. So definitely worth for RMIT, and you know, we're seeing Frost and Wash really take over this game.
And this is really good. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them, is look to try and draft yourself a little bit more early game so you have agency to try and do something. And, you know, we've seen the amount of performances that Frost has put in. If they can get themselves a nice early lead, we know that he can look to try and make plays. And, you know, especially once the rest of the team come online as well. Level 6 becomes a very scary time, as they're going to look to try and start up the first Dragon. Chiefs Academy are the ones in the lead.
Yeah, this is...
rotate.
Hear me out here. This is not that good for Chiefs Academy. It's a very big tempo loss for Braum. Braum hasn't based yet. Braum's basing now. Kai'Sa has no summoners, and the wave is bouncing back. So Kai'Sa's going to get frozen on for a little bit. Actually, Braum is staying now. Yeah. Wow. So RMIT are very happy. It's only one Mountain Drake, and at a big loss of tempo for Chiefs Academy.
And to put that in perspective, what, 6% extra armor and magic?
I think it's only 4, isn't it? Or 8, maybe it's more. I don't know.
Yeah, 4 for the Infernals, 6 for the Mountain, I believe, unless I'm incorrect.
But
no, that's what I remember it as. What, 6% of like 30? It's barely anything. So,
yeah.
You know, you always talk about these scaling resistances being very negligible, but as it stands for the laning states, could have big impact.
You know, and the kind of, again, the saving grace for RMIT is the fact that Ezreal has to go tier. So it's not like Ezreal's come back to lane with combat stats. It's just to get Ezreal, you know, scaling to the point of Manamune. And so it's not really anything that's able to be punished. But it's also time in which Frost is getting to not verse anyone in lane when he's at his weakest. Right? Like, Frost doesn't get weaker than tier. Usually, you exploit Ezreal on his base at a tier because you probably have a pickaxe or a BF sword. But he's been able to just sneak a few bases, pick up a tier, pick up boots, he's up 10 CS and matching a flip. So RMIT's bot lane in a very good position, but look at mid lane, 20 CS lead already, isolated, tier as well, picked up by Winterer, so having a really rough time Sinisher is.
Yeah, it has to be the one sore point on the map right now for RMIT, and you know, does have the ultimate, does have the electrocute, so we'll have some significant burst, but needs to have an opportunity presented as a full 5-man collapse, where they can look to try and play around that ultimate as a result. So as it stands, the pressure still continues to be solely in the RMIT duo. How many hooks can this Blitzcrank land, and how far ahead can the Ezreal get in the Battle of the Tiers?
Well, Ezreal will always win the Battle of the Tiers. Ezreal could get the tier late and still win, because just Ezreal has far more spammable abilities like the W and Q every few seconds, as opposed to Kai'Sa having such long cooldowns and needing a minion wave to use one of them. But Battle of the Tanks, nothing really happening.
Not much at this stage. Very calm, cool, collected game. But with this lane flip, it does beg the question of, will RMIT look to make a play for this hero? That is the case. I can see 2 on the minimap right now, but that's not going to be without some form of contest, as both Winterer and Mincam are in the area, and Lissandra has to be careful how she paths to this one. Could get caught on that flip.
Oh, Wash. His hook's down now, though. Oh, first TP in. Again, proactive TPs are the best ones, so we'll see what happens.
It's clean right now. Okay, Landon's going to look to try and find an advantage. Winter completely zone out right now. Well, that's an Nature Grass onto 2, into a cycle, into a 2-man knockup, and that's going to spell so much disaster. There's going to be the flash as well to make sure R2 connects. First blood, second blood, it goes the way of RMIT, and they're going to look to try and pick themselves up the Herald as well. That's a very strong win and much of what we really wanted to see come out in the first 10 minutes.
If there's anything that I can teach someone before, you know, my time in League of Legends ceases to exist, it's that first TP is the most important. And what I mean by that, and I've talked about it all night, but the proof is in the pudding. If you teleport first to a 5v5, there's a very good chance you're going to win. And I think every instance that that's happened tonight, the team who TP'd first and has just said, you know what, I'm coming, they've ended up winning. So RMIT again, Landon just pulling the trigger, getting there first. The fight was over before Elo's TP even came through, and you know, very good heads-up play from RMIT.
And how good was it the fact that, you know, they looked at it and try and capitalize on the fact that the Blitzcrank hook was down when he's at his weakest. As soon as that teleport comes out, like, we can't do anything about this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, to be honest, first glance, I thought, this isn't good for RMIT, but they just pulled the trigger, and all of a sudden, Frost is in just a real carryable position.
Very good situation for him, and as you can see, the Herald was used immediately to look to try and create a bit of catch-up for the Lysandra, down by the 20 CS. That has been the story of this game, so a little bit of instant goal, but still not going to be enough to match. Important
to note, Lysandra is one of those champions that doesn't rely on 10 CS per minute to win, right? You know, if this was Cassiopeia down... If this was Cassiopeia down 20 CS, then we'll be talking a different game. But it's Lysandra that offers just a bunch of utility, a bunch of CC, isn't a hyper carry mid laner, but just offers what your team needs at times. And so Sinistra being down 20 CS isn't that big of a deal, but what's a big deal is the fact that Orianna is close to 10 CS per minute. So you've got to keep your eyes on Orianna, but Sinistra being down farm, not too relevant.
Well, Elo has grouped up with the team as the second dragon of the game has now spawned. Wants to try and find a window in which he can use his ultimate to try and turn around and find vengeance for the previous objective fight that did not go their way. That's going to be the engage onto the Trundle to make sure that no smite steal will come across, but he pops the subject. He flashes away and gets rooted for a second time. Oh,
no. So the Maokai ult me. Oh, wait, was it a second time?
I'm pretty sure it was the second time, which you can do, but that's the worst.
Oh, you hate to see it, Mincam. That's a feels bad man in the chat if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that's not the dream start so far. And this is everything that RMIT will need to give themselves a fighting chance at the 15-minute mark. And it's looking good so far. They will get the second dragon. And they will get a blue buff stolen away as well.
If they stole Baron at 12 minutes, I'd really be questioning the game state.
I really would be too. Then we could say for sure it's scripted.
So, go back to a neutral game state, I think. Not much happening, but RMIT having a significant gold lead at this point in the game. You know, up 2,000 gold. Despite being down 20 CS in the mid lane, they're up 30 CS in bot lane and dead even everywhere else. So, very good spot, RMIT.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the pressure being achieved on the bottom side. That's obviously allowed them to find a good spot of pressure elsewhere. And I mean, these kills, whilst it's not ideal going on to your Bruise, are going to do a lot of work in ensuring that he can be that frontline that can continue to play this far forward and catch up members and you know, sort of be that janitor cleaning up.
Oh, I'm very happy. I'm a firm believer that, like, supports and tanks, getting 1 or 2 kills in the early game is better than your carries getting it. Because, you know, like, Ezreal's on his tier, going to get his man immune, but still needs the tier to stack up, right? As opposed to Maokai going to pick up that early Sunfire Cape or early Spirit Visage, and next time you team fight isn't able to be killed and just perma CCing for you. So it actually, you know, your tanks picking up kills early makes your life a lot easier if you're a carry. And that's the one way you got to look at it, is that, oh, they're going to be alive for longer. Oh, I don't have to worry for longer.
Yeah, they're going to be quick bursts of stats that are going to, you know, really prove to be invaluable. And as you can see there from the gold stats, the turret plates as well as those 2 assists will do pretty much enough to stabilize this mid matchup. Down by 20 CS, it's not really going to matter too much, all things considered. But the biggest benefactor has to be the Ezreal, up by a solid 1k at this stage. And you know, when you got this battle of 2 tier-oriented AD carries, any small gap that gives you that cheap item build as quick as possible, you're going to take that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I love watching. Look at this. Look at this. Bang.
It's a brawl. Just bashing each other on a 4-second cooldown, looking for that grasp.
But like Maokai does win the battle of the war of attrition because the Maokai passive.
Or the sustain.
Yeah. But you know, like no one's out split pushing each other. No one's winning the side. Like, oh. No, you know you gotta. Again, this is very hindsight 2020 and probably a silly thing to say because I'm not in the game and it's very easy when you're observing. But I swear you hook for that juke every time. No?
It's hard, right? Because like, I feel as a Blitzcrank, it's probably most obvious as a Blitzcrank player more than anyone, right? But I feel like you're always trying to observe their patterns. Do they juke to the left? Do they juke to the right? Do they not juke at all? I mean, I heard this like theory once upon a time. People are saying good players don't juke, and then you're getting outplayed.
So when I'm at a certain elo threshold, when I'm playing in like gold to diamond, you juke, okay? But in like Grandmaster, Master, and Challenger, don't juke because they hook for your juke.
That's what I mean, though. Like,
yeah, no, but it's elo. It's certain elos. It's certain elos. I swear, it's certain elos that do it. Like when I'm in Master Tier and I see a Thresh main, I know he's gonna try and montage my flash, so I don't flash. You know, I know he's trying to predict my flash. And it's just you gotta. It's all like a research-based analysis. I swear.
I always find it, you know, pretty exciting to observe how players respond in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
That would have been some very good kills. That would have allowed Lysandra to come online a little bit quicker. Got the Proto Belts. They're going to do wonders in terms of sticking to a target, making sure that they can't do too much. But a kill in Blitzcrank's back pocket will make life a little bit easier for him to get multiple cooldown reduction items and cycle through those hooks as quickly as can be. The Moby Boots, as it stands, will do wonders in ensuring that he can be the first one on the rotate to play the aggressor and make sure that Braum is always, you know, keeping tabs on where he's at.
This is actually really good from RMIT. Putting their bot lane mid, forcing the hook threat against the Orianna, but we're going to see a 5v5 for Skimmy, so I'm just going to stop myself right now.
16 minutes in, 3 kills to none. Chiefs Academy looking for their first blood, but they may just find it as the third dragon of the game starts off here. They are the ones in the driving seat so far, but they're leaving it to a 50-50. Will this be stolen away? A 2-man smite it will be! That's a 4-man knockup afterwards. Imperius clutches it. R2 once again flashing forward to lock everybody in place. And if it wasn't enough of an insult to steal away their dragon, well, let's just go for an ace as well. Double kill into more. Only the Trundle survives. He'll be forced to flash away, but that is carnage, that is destruction, and that's demoralizing.
That was a very wild Lysandra engage. I don't know if anyone saw that, but Lysandra was just sitting behind Dragon Pit or like over the Dragon Wall here. Also keep your eyes on the Wukong, but look at Lysandra. Lands a multi-man stun, multi-man ultimate, which then lets Wukong get the multi-man. It was just perfect, really. They landed all of their abilities, hit multiple members, and you can't get a better team fight than that from RMIT. And that's what I'm talking about, you know, Sintra doesn't matter that he's down 10, 15, 20 CS when you're playing something like the Lysandra and you can play make like that. And again, really well played from the Wukong. And, you know, the Wukong damage wasn't necessarily there, but it's just the CC that we were talking about.
It was clean, and that's only going to get worse now as he's gone for the Silk Boots combined with the Orb as well. It's going to be essentially true damage onto a lot of these champions that haven't itemized into any form of magic resistance. That one-shot potential will be very real, and the Afterlife clones that will spawn could do some serious damage if Chiefs Academy stay around.
Mm-hmm.
But really impressed so far from the performance. You know, you expect it from Landon. This is a comfort for him, but he is definitely utilizing the strength that he's been given. And,
Landon
is always finding success with these Cyclones, always locking up everybody in both R1 and 2.
Landon is every player's dream. He's like one of those dying breeds that just, his champion pool consists of tanks. His champion pool is Maokai, Malphite. You know, every other top laner you see nowadays, they want to try and be Smeb, they want to try and be Naguri, they want to play Fiora, Jace, and they just make your life miserable, you know, in draft. It's like, they just want the carry champs, and Landon's like, yeah, just put me on Maokai, put me on Malphite, it's all good. It's a beauty. It's a beauty to watch. It's a beauty to see.
That's funny, because I in a way draw parallels to like WoW, where you know, everyone wants to be the DPS, nobody wants to be the tank.
Yeah, that's it. It's the same thing.
You get insta queues if you queue up as a tank, but if you're playing a DPS, you're waiting 30 minutes. Everyone wants to be the montage player, as you say.
Yep.
But Juice, 20 minutes in. So a big power spike achieved across the board right now. We've now got ourselves Shirelias, so the whole team can rush into your face and make plays just like we saw at that Dragon Pit. That much easier to pull off. And the Frozen Fist combined with the Sheen and the Evolved Muramana makes life very, very easy for Frost to essentially play to his name and be an absolute monster, control the tempo of the fight, and summon the Herald to make sure that they get themselves their third turret off the game.
RMIT just 6,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes. Ezreal on that 2-item power spike, and the Ezreal... Okay.
Oh, okay, well, that's going to be Kanata getting drawn on in, and that's a perfect target for them to execute upon with the Shockwave, a 3-man Shockwave that looked good. It just did not do enough damage for Chiefs to say we can fight, and they aren't screaming winnable. They look to try and stop the bleeding, and, well, this is RMIT going from strength to strength.
Okay. Skinny.
Yes.
Look at Ezreal's items.
That's what I mean. It's insane.
No. What? Do you know what builds into Frozen Fist?
Where are we going with this?
So...
Oh, the fact that he's gone double Sheen. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Frost has really just had a for fun gamer moment.
Double Sheen. Okay.
Frost has...
As soon as you said
Frost
it, I was
has
like,
just...
ah.
You know what Frost has done? He said to his team, guys, I need to go to the toilet. And they're like, mid-game? And he's like, yeah, you're right. I can't go to the toilet mid-game. Let me do this instead. And he's just bought the Sheen to put in the toilet.
Well.
That's 1,050 gold he put in the bin.
Oh no, it's depreciated so much already. It's like going to a car dealership, buying a car, you walk and it says, lol, 50% off already.
Hey, so literally take 1k gold off their gold lead right now.
Zap. Still a 5k lead. But that is a moment I'm sure Frost will be saying delete the VOD. He won't be too happy with that one when he gets to see it. Whether or not he knows of it, we've had I think we've only had one crazy moment, right? I'm not sure if it was in the OCS or the OUC where we had them forget to buy a support item in the bot lane to start off the laning phase. It was a bit comical, but they quickly realized and turned that one around. But we'll see what can actually happen in this game, because 22 minutes in, they are the ones that are showcasing got a ton of strength. I just wonder if he's going to say, well, I've already got the Sheen, who cares? I'll just use it as a temporary power spike until I can sell it to buy myself something a bit better.
It feels like the Ezreals are having a lot of success in getting Infernal solved.
Yeah. It certainly is. It's a ton of power spikes. And now they set themselves at 3 dragons into this one. It's the dream.
So probably a little bit of a stalemate again. You know, this game's kind of just broken open, if you will. Like 22 minutes in, all the tier 1 outers are down for Chiefs Academy, and there's not going to be much left for RMIT to do. So we potentially just see, you know, 4 minutes of farming, potentially some deeper vision, taking some vision control, and you know, they don't need to do much, right? You know, they're well on their way. The trajectory that they're currently going in means that they'll be able to pick up that Infernal Soul relatively scot-free. So.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 core components necessary for a Maokai to continue to be a nuisance. He's gone for the Spirit Visage. He's got himself the Sunfire already as well. So the Dream already is present for himself. Imperious as well on his way to getting that Black Cleaver as well. That's going to do wonders to buffing up Frost damage that much more. The Morello's complete as well. Combine that with the Stopwatch. Going to be very tough to take down what is a thematic Frozen composition.
Yeah, I just realized that. Hey, Frozen Fist, Frozen Tomb. Is there any other Frozen items?
The name Frosts, I don't know.
True.
Are we pushing it too far?
Let it go.
Yeah, Frozen. Frozen Coke, sponsored by Macca's.
There you go.
I wonder if, because I mean, you can see right now Frost is well on his way to completing the Death's Dance, so no doubt looking at
he would be a lot closer too, wouldn't
Sheen.
he?
Yeah, no doubt, be looking to sell that Sheen as soon as he can get that one online. A response here from Kim Jin is the 2-item spike as well, still working to evolve. And as you say, yeah, the kit for an Ezreal makes it just that much easier. But they're doing what they can as it stands to try and prevent this game from snowballing too far out of control. They've been put on a timer, 2.5 minutes for that soul point and 3 Infernal Dragons for the strength of what RMIT have already. Would spell disaster.
Now, Orianna is, in fact, at the 10 CS per minute mark, so...
Yep.
You know, there is that kind of saving grace or win condition.
Have yet to really see the Malphite have a moment in which he can ultimate. There has been very much RMIT in control.
The one Malphite ulti I actually saw, I was at the Rift Herald fight, and he ultied and flashed out immediately. But the fight was already lost, to be fair to him.
That's never the position you want to be in as a Malphite, but he will get himself a 2-item spike as well. Abyssal into Sunfire. So the bruises are well and truly online. But a Black Cleaver will come online as well now, and will just shock rush damage. It hurts.
He just killed the whole team. And he sold his Sheen and to pick up his Death Dance, so...
There it is.
There we go. Frost just really felt like donating some money away, and that's fine. Like, if anything, what we know from this is Frost is a generous guy and a good guy. So, good guy Frost.
Good guy Frost, indeed. You know, times are tough right now, and he's doing what he can.
He's contributing to the shopkeeper economy in Summoner's Rift.
Keeping this country moving. He's an absolute patriot.
And they're just starting Baron at 26 minutes. Nassandra's TP flank, and that's gone.
They're doing a lot of damage to this. This is definitely not a dance. This is a full-on commit. Sensor blocks out the missile, and that will not be a Kaiser jumping into the fray of things. That's a Baron at 26 minutes, as you say. And if the gold lead is big enough already, this is going to make it balloon even further.
Yeah, it's, what is it now? It's a 3,000, 4,000, 7,000 gold lead, and...
I mean, it's going to be better timing, right? You're going to have a Baron buff going into the Soul Point Decider.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking about right now. It's like, how do Chiefs Academy contest? Because it's something that they need to contest. If you thought Ezreal was hurting before, try giving him an Infernal Soul. It's like the one dragon you don't want to give away to an Ezreal then. They pulled the trigger a little bit too early there. Now they don't have a Maokai ultimate for this dragon. Sometimes it's best just to wait. So, you know,
Imperius is separated from the rest of the team right now. This is a situation where they could actually get collapsed on. This is an invitation potentially for the Chiefs Academy to force a fight. Thankfully for him, he will get the smite off on that Scuttle. Will continue to have vision and not get bullied out here.
So keep your eyes on Ezreal for this fight. Keep your eyes on the Sandra, okay? And we need to keep our eyes on the Orianna ball because potentially can see a big team fight out of Winter here.
What goes out? They're going to hook in the Malphite. The worst case scenario, 3-man knockup. He's going to shut himself back into the fray of things. That's the Wukong knockup, playing with fire, playing with clones, and that's a shockwave that only hits one in the end. Imperius says, I don't care, that's fine by me. He lives to tell the tale, gets a Triumph proc and walks out healthy as can be. Chiefs Academy are evaporated, as once again the sole survivor is the Trundle. And they go for the fight, but they will not survive. The worst case scenario, really, if anything, when a Blitzcrank can hook in your Malphite and you still win.
Yeah, 10,000 gold lead now at 27 minutes. Malphite gets hooked, and I'm like, okay, he's just giving him access to the backline here. But watch Lissandra just get into the backline here. Wukong follows Maokai as well, and honestly, just a really well-executed team fight from RMIT. Everyone knew their job. Landon's just playing disruption, but not so that he dies, right? Like, kites it out just perfectly. Frost is literally untouched, and now they have Infernal Soul.
How crazy is that? He gets hooked in, silenced, knocked up, CC'd, dead. You know, there was really no chance for him to get the full value his kit possessed. So, much like the previous invitation at the Herald, it was an ultimate, and alright guys, I'm done.
And this is a really negative Orianna build, right? Like, you know, I'm not saying he doesn't need it. I'm not the one playing the game, but having the Seraphs into Banshees, you really just lose a lot of damage, and we're currently in a game where he's 90% of his team's damage. You know, he's the one that was 10 CS per minute. So I think that he can't really opt in for that defensive build, and he more has to opt in for playing like Faker.
He's going to have to try and find those moments, as that shockwave unfortunately was only hitting one person, and it hit an Imperius that was very, very low, but still managed to live and get himself out right now. And these are some very convincing team fights, and this is really what we've loved to see come out of RMIT. I think, you know, since his arrival, has really injected another source of strength and consistency to feed this idea of Yes, okay, OCS is wombo combo, but the success rate at which they're getting it off on.
Well, he did a very good job in gracefully losing his lane, right? 15-20 CS expected, but then impacting team fights tenfold. For me, was one of the MVPs in getting this victory kind of snowballing and rolling, and was able to just play team fights to perfection. And him and Imperius really were the ones that just permanently CCing and stalling the Chiefs Academy backline.
30 minutes in, and RMIT are looking to take a middle inhibitor. They will be successful, and that is pressure now consistently swarming the Chiefs base. And well, the question is now, what do they look to try and do to stop this? Because RMIT are not slowing down. Now, they've got bot wave prepped as well, and they may just look to go for a full rotation towards it. Yes, the Baron is gone, but they have an Infernal Soul, and these carries already do a ton of damage. And the harassment from afar is... It's sticking, it's hurting. There's no really way for them to patch it up.
No, like...
No life steal, no spell steal, no life leech, there's nothing. It's a full-on commitment.
I mean, at a certain point, you really... If you're bleeding out like this and you're really going to lose the game 11,000 gold down at 30 minutes, at a certain point, you just kind of tell Malphite, okay, this isn't working, what we're doing. I'll put the ball on you and you just go in and we'll see what happens, because before you know it, your base is open, 3 inhibitors down, and then you're just not going to be able to pull a team fight.
Well, they're going to be banking on the success that this game can be dragged out a little bit longer. A minute and another Baron will spawn, 2.5, and an Elder will present itself. Will the game be left to a state like that? Will the mid inhibitor swarming with supercharged minions be enough for them to get a few more items online? You can see that Winter is well on his way now to getting that Rabadon's cap to add a bit extra power to that shockwave, so if they do find a crucial target, they can potentially look at a successful skirmish favouring them. It's been rough for them, only 1 kill so far. They've just never been the ones in the driving seat.
At least it's not a perfect game, I guess. Right? Yeah, this is the pick. This is the pick you really need to make and want to make. Lissandra's still stalling some time doing it. A lot of damage though.
Can Ultimate, can Zonia's is buying a whole host of trouble. That's a full commitment topside. That is 5 members of Chiefs Academy topside. There is no respect, really, from RMIT. So that's cool. We're going to continue to push through mid. We're going to continue to open up a second win condition in bot lane, and that's fine by us.
Yeah, well, the kind of the good thing there for Chiefs Academy, though, is they didn't use an ultimate to kill Lissandra. So Lissandra used everything that she had, but Chiefs managed to keep everything that they had and picked up a shutdown. So that was a good play from them, and signs of life.
The component of what could be a turning point here will be the Kim Jin. The Kim Jin effect, if you will. The Kaiser could be paramount in hitting a crucial target, taking it out of the equation straight away. As he continues to hunt out members. That was dangerous. Very close to getting exposed there. The Baron will spawn. They are playing on vision. RMT are very well aware as to what this is. Now look at that very deep teleport coming on the minimap. That is Lissandra playing from across the wall. Out goes the Nature's Grasp. They're going to get locked in place. Wukong with his clone will knock them all up into the air. That's going to be a 3-man lock in place. Lissandra coming in clutch. Oh my god, that is dirty. That is disgusting. Stop that immediately. That's a 2-man shockwave. Instantly, Winter gets sniped. He gets shot and he gets spit on by the Baron. Says, get out of here.
Yeah,
the Baron has been paid off. That is, that's very cheeky.
And, they're not going to let... If you think Kim Jun was going to live, I don't think Imperius is going to let him live. If there's one thing junglers like more than winning the game, it's their KDA. So, okay. But he actually maybe dies on the back end. Oh, he lives!
He just lives, he doesn't care.
Yeah,
Straight
wow.
disrespect.
And that's
a massive win here for RMIT.
Is this 2
minutes in
or not?
Can they do it? It's certainly looking like it. The respawn time is becoming higher and higher. There's not going to be enough time. They have one objective in mind. It is hit that Nexus. They're going to go for the end right now. And this is going to be a big upset as RMIT look to get their 2nd win of the season. And in convincing fashion too.
Yeah, RMIT picking up their 2nd win. And, against the Chiefs Academy lineup who were starting to... I wanted to say they weren't starting to come into their own, but... Winter was starting to play a lot better. Everyone on their team was kind of just looking up, and they kind of put a halt to that. RMIT now look like the team that's making a late surge putting their name in the mix now. 2 wins on the trot, and can they get a third next week?
Yeah, looking to keep that playoff streams alive right now, looking to join into the mess. Plenty of teams right now sitting on 2 wins, so the ability to get themselves in there could definitely be still up for grabs. A massive upset, a massive win, so congratulations to them. Let's check in with the results to see how Week 8 all played on out. As always, 5 best of ones. It all started with the action that kicked off with the University of Queensland's Union. They took it to the UTS as Memphis Academy took down Pentanet.gg Rise, firmly keeping themselves in control, sitting at 2nd on the leaderboard. QT Tigers took down Gravitas Academy, some craziness with the Shaco, some fun for them as the Dire Cubs also prevented any upsets at the top of their throne. They took down Legacy Genesis, and as you saw just before there, RMIT took down the Chiefs Academy.
And if you let Hingubi get his hands on the Shaco, I can probably say, safe to say, he's going to play it every week. But is there surprises here, Skimmy? I would say not really. You know, all these games were pretty much winnable by all the teams. You know, probably the biggest surprise, honestly, is RMIT beating Chiefs Academy, right? Other than that, probably argue that most results that happened today were ones that were, you know, predicted or expected, but credit to RMIT.
The closest game we had, the most stress-inducing, had to be the second game, right?
The Mammoth Academy and Pentanet, yeah.
Just how close it was to Pentanet winning that one with a major goldie, with all the scaling online, and that scaling, you know, just went out the window, right? Split push in the end. Once again, Maximize gets his champions, and he always manages to find a way to exert the pressure on the map. It's crazy.
Yep, for sure. And I mean, yeah, we're going to take a look at the standings now and see what that looks like in terms of which teams where and what's happening. So RMIT automatically just put themselves into 9th place, but equal with Chiefs Academy, and you know, another win for RMIT, putting themselves into the middle of the pack. But Dire Cubs 7-0, Skimmy.
Yep, they are still the undefeated team right now, and there is no signs of them slowing on down. The little asterisk next to some of these teams represents the fact that we have 11 teams in this league, so some teams get a bye round and will not play. And this week, there was no Order. Order Academy getting a week break. No doubt be furiously prepping for week number 9, as we've only got a couple of weeks left in a 10-week season before playoffs come into the equation. But as you can see there, still some teams looking to make a last-ditch effort to try and run into that playoffs. And I believe we had Gravitas sitting there at 2nd. To clarify, that was Mammoth Academy. But, you know, Gravitas, they have a 10-man roster. Maybe they have a 10-man, you know, arsenal of graphic designers. Who knows?
Well, I don't think Gravitas Academy put that graphic together, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
We had to roll with the punches, and we had to see what we could get away with there. Let's bring up the schedule for week number 9 and see exactly what will be on offer as to how these teams will be looking to shape on up. It's going to all open up once again with the University of Queensland Union taking on a revised and revitalised, if you will, RMIT Redbacks, looking to continue their hot red form. Chiefs Academy will be up against a tough showing. They'll be taking down the Dire Cubs, as Legacy Genesis will then meet in Gravitas Academy. Order Academy will be returning from the break to take on Mammoth Academy, and to round out week number 9, it'll be Pentanet.gg Rise bringing the action up against UTS Esports.
What are you most excited for?
For me, I think, quite honestly, the first game.
Yeah, I said the first game is a bit of a blinder now.
I think, you know, the Union have continued to impress, but you know, they're a team that teams looking to try and challenge themselves into that playoff contentions look to use as a benchmark to evaluate themselves.
I think if Gravitas Academy have a bit of a draft tweak, then potentially we see Legacy Genesis Gravitas Academy go down to the wire as well.
Sure, a good point indeed. But regardless, week number 9 is going to be a banger. There's going to be plenty of action on Hild, and we just continue this narrative that each result becomes more important than the next one, and it's showcasing that still, despite where your position is on the ladder at the moment, there is still that last-minute run for the playoffs that can come online. So a lot of these teams will be banking on that success. Maybe a few results going in their favour, maybe a few results working for them in particular. But that does it for us here in week number 8. Thank you so much for tuning in, as always, to you, the viewers, for everybody working behind the scenes in production, from myself, Skimmy, and Jubes. A big shout-out to everybody that tuned in tonight. A big thank you, obviously, to our sponsors as well in Macca's, Epos, and Neosurf. And if you enjoyed Oceanic League of Legends, well, we have plenty more of it on action right here on this channel. It starts tomorrow. It's the OPL, the Premier League of the Oceanic region. We'll see you there.